wear royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, "Al yishar shlo yira mevuah umefuchad in this baishin ceremony panel." Let's say this is incredible Gemara. What is Elazar ben Yaakov saying? Elazar ben Yaakov saying a person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah, what did they do before they were trying to keep Shaish? They fixed the bekashas, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. The ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I can not lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be off. I will say top of Tzadi Gimel. All right. 93a. So if you don't Tzadi Gimel, so this is beautiful Gemara. So Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shina Amar. So the tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the malach. I will say the truth is that is not a chiddush. Of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. It's not even a shayla, right? Why? Because malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it is davar pashut that, of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. Incredible. So this is incredible. When Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the kivshan, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, "Yesh lachem elokah kazeh v'atem mishtachel mitzelem." So it says, this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, "What is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods." Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest Moshe that we receive is the Moshe from the nations of the world. Amarti, this is beautiful. Moshe. Amarti elebetam. Oh, Sanav. So say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, "Then shir"? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Really Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents Klal Yisrael. So Baruch Hu essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree in totality, right? What I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. Why? Because Klal Yisrael has rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, again, Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemaras like this are very affirming, because sometimes in life we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through, and all these different feelings. And it's important to understand, such as the nature of relationships, that's kind of the way it works. The Shbach also had expectations. He had expectations ultimately, again, of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships, it's par for the course. Gemara goes later. So what's the meaning of this story, right? This is a nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it at night. Mishra was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that, to destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama, Hashem shemo. Asus Adam. What does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. He stood amongst the myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzaddikim. Shneimar, Vahi Omen es Hadassah. Esther. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baal. Shneimar, Homer Letzula, Cherbi ben Arasecha Ovish Miad Mulem, Rogez Nasim Shrokim Badum. So now, sorry, Badum Nasa Lebanim, Arapapa, Shmamina, Susya Chivra, Mal Elchalma. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. I would say, just a tremendous Mr. Haskell from here. The Rebbe was ready to go and destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? We will say we matter more than we could ever imagine. If three men, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. By the way, I want to point out who. Excuse me for saying this. They weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? There was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people, but yet again, they saved the world. I will say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go right there. So Rabbanan Lehecha, this is great. After Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, where did they go? Like what do you do after that? So where I'm going to Disneyland. Where do you where did, because we'll say that what the Gemara really asking is something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says Amarav b'ayin hara mesu. They died. They died as a result of ayin hara. Ayin hara. Now what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention. And their piety became the subject of so much attention that level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of ayin hara. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Berok tavu. They drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what does that mean? So we'll say there is an incredible Maharsha over here. So the Maharsha says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Farish derech mashal. The idea of Kika Shayla it will come to Israel by your motivation. Also, listen to this outside very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that the Chaim Mishal and Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Maharsha says, what does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah died in the space of the saliva? It means that even Chaim Mishal and Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all in spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them mussar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. Chaim Mishal and Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives like Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and wholly, totally unintended. Let's see, what do you see from here? how careful we have to be with each other's feelings, how careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all your Yisrael, but not Russian, I'll say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? The first two opinions say they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went to Eretz Yisrael, right? They retired to Eretz Yisrael, and they had children. Bonus, Kita, the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Haramesun, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rabbi, Allah is Shimona Yoshua Kohen Agadol, Atov, Afa Yoshua Hashem, Ki Anshem Mofes Nima. Suppose the Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, again, of Chaim Mishal Nazar, talk about in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? The Mishal Nazariah, after the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanai and Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshan? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, right, a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right, for aspasta. Aspasta is like the type of animal food, to bring in aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? No, I was say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish cup. He says, what did he do? So he says, Zutri I see below that height. He brought very young ones, so no one had a avenue that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chaim Mishal Nazariah happened. We'll see why in this moment. Who were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel and not to Hananiah and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next.
There he is. There he is. Dog. I have one question for you. Do you want me to ask you the question? Yeah, but I go first, dog. What is it, baby?
He also wanted it to come through Hanai Mishal Nazariah. So it's interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen. He didn't want to do that.
Don't tell me, hold on.
Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now,
hold on.
Says, I mean, I decided, we know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god.
Jim Jeffrey.
Fine, he bowed to Daniel.
Kim mentioned. Barry Humphreys.
Now, this is all happening at the same time.
Is it multiple people?
So obviously, again, so there are other people who also
are they male?
Prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben
Don't tell me.
and Sidkia ben Maasiyah.
Is he skinny?
And they also posed as prophets, although they were in
He's skinny, isn't he? Carl Barron. Sean McCullough. It's not Kitty Flanagan. It's not Glenn Robbins. It's not Jim Jeffries. It's not Gary McDonald. It's not Hamish Blake. It's not Frank Woodley. It's not Jimmy Owen. It's not.
They were made like roasted grain.
I'm not reading off Google. Tim Minchin, Adam Hills, Barry Humphries, Gina Riley.
What they did was so bad. It caused them to be thrown to the furnace.
Okay, well, don't tell me yet. Let me go to my sources. Doug, you've shown me a lot of videos of them.
These two guys posing as prophets go to the door of Nebuchadnezzar.
I know, but we watch a lot of things on stream.
Speaking the word of God.
So just bear with me.
You should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to
Bear with me.
with the word of God. When
You've shown me
right, you should give yourself over to him.
some people.
Okay. So the Gemara says,
they were.
So say, by the way, I just want to point out
Just
something
one moment.
which is interesting that you see.
So you're saying to me
they held the Jewish prophets,
that
right?
you don't think
like, get out of here. My brother
that I will know who you're talking about. Would
Would
I know their name?
So Elohim shel Ehu, Elu son and Zimo. Something doesn't sound right.
If you remember,
because the God of this people, he hates
Okay, well,
immorality.
hold on.
So the notion that he would instruct.
Are they on alone, or they got to be on with somebody else?
Doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time they come your way, send them to me.
Okay, so just one moment, dog. Because I'm
going
gonna get this.
So sure enough, again, when
You and I both know
so
that I'm gonna get this.
So
Have they ever been on Kill Tony before?
So Nebuchadnezzar says, then tell me, who gave you this message?
Okay.
God.
Just one moment. Because I know I'm gonna get this.
Listen, guys, I did a little fact checking.
And I know.
Fact checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar. I'm sorry.
Are they popular in the United States?
Prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news. Right? Never happens.
Right,
Never happens.
Yeah,
so what's going on over here?
An interesting clue.
This is great. So
They
Sidkia and Achab say, well, 1 second.
are.
Why are Chalim Mishlan and Zarias worse than anyone than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, because they're so in other words, just because Chalim Mishlan and Zarias say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So the Ledido lo Amar Lahu, Ledido Amar Lahu. God didn't speak to them. God spoke to us. Amar Lahu. Ana beinu dad dekinu, ki cheich dad dekinu debad kesinu nechaim Mishlan Azariah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what?
And you're sure they're going to be on Kill Tony?
Where I checked out Hanani Mishlan Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you
They're
to
going to be.
test.
How did you find out they're going to be on Kill Tony?
First thing, your word is gold. Achab and Sidkia say, hold up there. It's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishlan Azariah. There's only 2 of us.
Are you going to watch? Does this mean you're going to watch Kill Tony?
So Nebuchadnezzar says, no problem.
There we go.
Phone a friend.
In the United States,
like, no worries. You know what?
it comes out
Get your
at
guy. You can choose anyone you
Pacific
want.
time. It comes at 6 p.m. on Monday.
Go ahead. Absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace.
Word, dog.
This is crazy what I say. So they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Savi Lesi Yoshua. They're not for Sayu. Umagna Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol.
2 weeks ago.
Wasn't Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Mishlan Azariah. So Sidkia and Achab say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Achsinu Shadinu Inu Ikhu Yoshua Gadol Ichrichu Mane. So what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achab and Sidkia were burned. Sidkia were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Yanis Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Female Hashem Sib.
Wait, if things go well, they're going to put him on the wall? What wall?
So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand why.
And give him a Kill Tony pen.
Because obviously, again, false prophets.
That's not a thing. What's a Kill Tony pen?
Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. So why is it that your clothing got a little bit singed? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what I was going to tell you?
No, I don't. I don't want anything.
Their clothing wasn't even singed. You know what I say? Can you imagine, like, it's like that moment?
It is.
Stop talking about Chanai Mishael and Azariah.
Okay, the best guess I would have is Rick Ingram.
Their clothing wasn't singed.
All right, who is it?
So, obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here?
Give me a hint.
So Yoshua says pretty simple. They had combined marriage with 3 people. I'm only one guy. So Avram was only one. So Nebuchadnezzar knew his Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to a fiery furnace.
It's not James McCann.
Yet he emerged totally unscathed. Isaac Butterfield. So ultimately, again, so to which Yoshua ben Gadol says, here's the difference, that ultimately Avram was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus, should have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted me as well. That's what people say. The famous adage that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting enough fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous. Also, so the wet stick.
Oh, is it the Asian guy?
So the wet stick can be very righteous. Yeah. Surround the wet stick by enough.
Oh no way! He's going to be on Kill Tony.
On the tzaddik as well. The impact of our surroundings.
Okay.
So, versus, by the way, Mike Tammy.
What's
the real reason? So
he's like your favorite comedian.
Right? If Yoshua Kohen Gadol was going to be a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why would the fire impact him?
I agree with you. Okay, what's his
Because his sons.
What's his Instagram?
They were kind of obviously they married women who they were not really allowed to marry, and Yoshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is pronounced as Yoshua was wearing soiled clothing.
I found him. Okay, so here's what I can tell you.
Rus goes to the field of Boaz. And literally, again, the pasuk says that
if shows go well tonight in San Diego, they're going to put me on the spot and give me a Kill Tony pen.
What does it mean, 6 barley?
This motherfucker's not going to be on Kill Tony.
He gave her 6 barley kernels.
They're just going to give him a pen. He's not funny enough to be on Kill Tony. Kill Tony shoots from Austin, not San Diego.
Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So
he's not even playing it. Dog, it played. Yeah, I've never been more sure of any fact in my entire life.
So in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez. It was a metaphor, an illusion.
No,
she was going to have 6 sons.
They haven't been to San Diego in
6 brachas.
Like
so it wasn't
10
meant
years.
to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Who are the 6 sons of Elohim? This is incredible. Who are Russ's 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brachas of Elohim? David, Mashiach, Daniel.
You should know that this guy is not going to be on Kill Tony. They're just giving him. They just have an extra Kill Tony pen, like from a few years ago.
When Naomi was going back to Canaan, right, and Naomi said, "Don't come with me."
I was going to say because I think Bert Kreischer's on it this week,
Sometimes
and that's why I was like, is it
decision we make at that crossroads.
Dude, he would be really big though if he
sometimes we're at a crossroads.
He would be really big if he did kill Tony. Now, are you ready for my question?
Stand at a crossroads.
Are you ready to lose?
And you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through
Everything.
David, Vayan echad me'anarim. Vayomer hine ra'isi ben li'ishai.
You think you're good at 8 ball, don't you?
Right, this son of Ishai. Yodea nagin, v'gibor chayil, v'ish milchama, v'navon, right? Navon
trick
davar,
shots
v'ish
suck.
tar. So what's about Shem Imo? So 6 brachas. Again, we'll
But you get your wish.
Actually, 6 brachas. Who was one of the
No, he was in Irvine in October.
of Shaul to Shaul. That was saying now Doeg meant it. You know, somebody comes and someone is
He
treated
was
disparaging.
there.
So this was a
He was in October. He came in October.
It meant to treat animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nag. He wasn't there. Knows how to play music.
Dude, you have an invitation.
He knows how to ask you questions in Torah.
If he comes this October, I might see him.
Answer questions in Torah.
If he's at the Irvine Improv.
He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar Shemara Panabalacha. He's a beautiful appearance that he knows how to assert himself in halacha.
Would you see him if he came to Adelaide?
Understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Imah, God is with him.
Dude, what the fuck happened to you?
Whenever David says halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, "This is beautiful." But my son Yonasan has
you're
these
so
same
bad.
attributes.
Dude. That's off Australian internet.
That Hashem was with the meaning that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did
Dude,
Jonas.
I was waiting for
That's
you.
when Shaul became jealous, and that of course sets off this entire dynamic where
God,
Shaul
we're
sees
playing.
him as a threat and literally tries to kill him. The B'Shaul Ksiv,
Yeah.
by Shaul it says wherever he
Oh, I have to hit a
sets
trick shot. It's your
his
turn.
eyes on, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. With David Ksiv,
Yeah, that's a missed trick
wherever
shot,
David
son.
would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shows of success. But David has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? Good. Next. So therefore, I will say the point.
What did I tell you, dog?
Russ's descendants. Remember,
That's
Boaz
a giant
gives Russ
penalty.
6 kernels of barley to highlight. 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brachos. Now, one of those descendants,
No.
and the 6 brachos of David. Mashiach, Tichsev. So I say, incredible. What's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful.
That would have been beautiful. Too bad it sucked.
Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Vina, Ruach
Yeah, because you did not do well. This should be one.
These are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the
Oh, that
brachas
was
of
almost
Mashiach.
badass.
Uksiv, very Chaviras Hashem. Ultimately, again, the inspired in Yasser.
I think so.
You know, mitzvos be sur and This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, is someone.
Dude, that was terrible.
Mashiach is someone who's going to be.
I hope you know it was really bad.
And Yisurim and suffering. You know, say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances.
Nobody knows.
What we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed.
Nobody knows.
At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Torah, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who's loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with.
Have you ever seen someone?
Rabbi says, Mashiach is very interesting.
I don't know if it's possible. We'll have to look at the rules for it. Dude, everything that you've done is really bad thus far.
Good. I got it. We didn't finish it. We didn't finish all the way. But we'll say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last call you look a little abnormal.
I'm really good at giving other people scratches.
Tremendous.
Dude, did you know you're up?
That's it. There's no trick shot.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
You think this is going to be a trick shot?
No.
But how do you even do a trick shot without bumping a ball in? That's not a trick shot.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share.
All right, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, Zoot?
Do a trick shot?
That's a terrible shot. That's a miss. That's a big time miss. Big time miss. Big time miss. And time is ticking, dog. You better hit the ball. The time is. Dude, are you proud of that shot?
All of the Neshamos having the families in the home, bring all our hostages home, and our holy souls are successful. The whole Maaseh evening. But so with that, let us begin today.
Dude, how about you hit the ball?
Page 92. We are picking up on Sadik.
Yeah, everybody go.
Lines up from the bottom.
That's a miss.
Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead
Dude.
of us. We should have got the cycle. Like 8 years.
Oh, that was the best fucking shot. Dude, that was so baller. Dude, that was so baller. Dude, that was so baller.
We're going to have a number of different conversations like this between.
No way. That's not a trick shot. Dude, that was so baller.
Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else?
Yeah, but I don't have
Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men. They had tremendous respect
I agree.
for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of occasions. So Antoninus says to the following.
Nope.
The body and the soul have the ability to
That's definitely not.
each other.
Might be one of the worst shots ever.
Another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to bring each other.
Of course.
The Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? So better listen to this question. Because the body can say, look,
69.
From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself right?
It'd probably be like a balance, a kiss, a bank.
The instigator of all of my life's problems, it really was the Neshama.
Maybe a curve count? No, curve count. But everybody's waiting on you.
Does the Neshama say, look at me? From the day that I left, that's body.
I think that's a penalty.
Flying to heavens like a bird. Like a bird. Right? The body says it's clearly the Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking.
You know, I can't really do anything because your fucking ball's in the way.
So what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does the hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces.
Zoot.
And it's not clear who has responsibility.
Oh, yeah, for sure, dog. Your mental health is a garbage can.
So this is beautiful. I'm trying to come on another guard. So let me give you a marshal.
Dude, I'm just busted your balls. You're good, baby. You're good. Stay strong, my man.
Oh, man.
A king had a beautiful orchard. On the base.
Dude, calm down. Did you see that trick shot? Look at that. Bank, kiss, combo. Dude, did you see that?
Very nice dates. Very nice dates. Right, so very nice figs.
Combo shot, Zoot.
He's probably going to be in
watch over the field.
It fucking better be.
One of them was crippled, and one of them was blind. So I'm
doing really bad with that.
discount. Again. So these were the watchmen over the field.
Would you agree with that, Rabbi?
I just had a penalty of 30.
So the people one said to the sumo.
Yeah, but you're not doing it bad to me.
The Cholos knows honey roll. I see that there's some really nice figs in
I'm gonna try something really controversial.
That's not going to be good.
So the crippled watchman
That might be.
to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. Put me on your back.
That might be one of the greatest assists
And together, we'll be
in the
able to
history of
partake
humankind.
the faith. So sure enough,
Yeah,
sure enough again. The crippled one got on the back.
I'm gonna get one.
And they went together and they consumed the figs. The
Yes.
So sometime
Well, I
later,
didn't.
the owner of the field
It's your
comes
turn.
on, and he says,
Sorry, that's not really a trick shot.
So probably they did a pretty good job consuming
Maybe
the
they
figs
did.
and ate a lot of pigs in a relatively
That's a
short amount
miss.
of time or whatever, prolonged amount of time.
It wouldn't have been a trick shot.
Thank you for the easiest trick shot in the history of the world.
Also, sorry, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How
Where's the trick?
liability? So the
Baby,
blind guy
look at
said,
the
"I
score."
don't have sight. Couldn't have been me."
Okay.
The guy says, "Well, you're for me, I don't have legs."
Ready?
Couldn't be me.
Yeah.
So
That's not a
Yeah.
trick shot.
here-
That shot
here,
sucks.
got the shield, but then also
Good job
So
doing that.
the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the
So I didn't get a trick shot.
and
Right.
judged them as
Dude, what's my favorite radio show?
As individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Maybe in the Shama,
Starts with a T.
Zark of a group,
No, it
they've
doesn't.
done also Kafa. So Rabbi essentially
An
says something
SS.
this. You're right.
No.
You're right. The body by itself and the
Hey.
soul by itself can both
No.
actually deny liability. So what does Hashem
B.
do? He brings in a Shama.
Did you say B?
Throws it into the group.
Yeah.
No.
They've done also Kafa. And ultimately, again, he goes
Day, right?
and
Nope.
goes ahead and he judges them as one. And
Yeah.
Shneimar,
Not enough.
Shamayim me'al, ve'al ha'aretz ladin amo.
Is on the other side of the
Closer.
Ve'al ha'aretz ladin imo. And he calls to the earth for judgment together with it.
You're colder.
So what's really fascinating? So
Aye.
it's amazing.
You're colder.
Okay.
Colder.
Okay.
Doug, you're going in the wrong direction.
For the sins of everybody. At the end of the day,
A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
it's not the show that sins.
Alright.
It's the good that sins. So
A,
why
B, C, D,
wouldn't
E,
the
F, G,
Shema
H, I, J,
be held
K,
accountable
L,
for
M,
the sins of the
N.
body? That's what the Rabbi says. This is Yitzchak. The Rabbi
Q.
says
You're going in the wrong direction.
didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to kill the sin, the Neshama's like,
You already said that. You're going in the wrong direction. Dude, don't hit the black ball.
I'm not doing this. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And then the Neshama.
Okay, this is going to be the greatest shot of all time.
You're right.
How dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah.
If you get this
Something
in,
the body is struggling.
if you get this in anything in here, I'll be amazed.
Dude, what's the name of my favorite radio show?
A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well.
That's my
Should've
ball.
tried harder to stop, and dafka, when the struggle is most acute, that's dafka.
Oh, that's your ball?
Triple Jack.
Listen, and it's
No,
such a
you're in the
profound
wrong.
soul.
You're
Such
going
a
the wrong way. It's not Triple J. Dude, that was a really good trick shot.
Relationship with other people.
Yeah,
but I'm ready to run myself, whatever it might be. Until when?
No, you didn't. It's still your ball.
As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now, again, obviously, are there times in life when you have to walk away?
Dude, I better get this.
Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, Dafka, when it gets hardest,
Oh my God.
when we have to be most.
Did you see how close I came to losing?
The neshama is held culpable because in the body,
Even if you go there,
that's when the neshama
I don't think
needed
so.
to be there. But instead, the neshama presented itself. Incredible.
Zoot, name a letter.
Let's go back there. I'm going to do this, Rabbi. I'm doing this at Rabbi. It's crazy.
Alright.
Yeah. It's impossible.
Okay, now you're getting warmer.
We're switching to Amid Yomi until the end of the Sanhedrin. Then Amir Tzashen, we'll pick up with the Tavi Suras. And it says, Antoninus Rabbi.
Colder.
Antoninus asked Rabbi. I will say, by the way, you see from the questions.
Did you not know how warmer versus colder works? If you're close, I say, if you get closer, I say warmer. If you go farther away, I say colder. Hold on. Okay, hold on. You might have already said it. Just now.
And just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions.
That's pretty close.
This is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to dispute. Plus, this is Antoninus legitimately curious. So
Closer. Yeah, it's coast to coast AM.
The sun rise in the east and set in the west. Set in the west.
Oh, no.
I have to have real appreciation for this Gemara. Last couple of days I was davening flying. So if you're ever
I know. I asked Reiser this question yesterday, and he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, this is like the one thing Zoot would know. Because you listen to me, listen to me.
We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. And if you sit over here a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. And by flag, you'll see it setting over there. Anyway, Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west?
I wonder how much the points are if you end this. If you get this, like.
So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, the reverse. Why does the sun rise?
Why aren't you trying to
everyone's asking, what's your question?
Like do a trick
shot?
shot?
I'm like, I'll be coming in. No, here's my question.
Watch this trick shot.
No.
Oh, dude, I fucking did that on purpose. That was really good.
Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? Amalei is so beautiful. Because they leading shalom lakona.
Not if you did like a huge trick shot.
Shalom aleichem, she gives shalom to the Ribbono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Mechaman after finishing the daf, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi needs both sides of the page, it makes sense that this takes us a little bit longer as well. So
that's
Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, they leading shalom lakona, la kadosh baruch hu, shashir b'ma'ariv.
Zoot failed to hit a trick shot.
Remember again,
obviously, dog.
Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when it says that the Shekhinah's in the east.
Bank it off the back wall into one of the closer pockets.
It sets, because when it sets, it goes down representing bowing. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself
that's
bounces to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end.
I just want you to know that would be a good miss. No, that's not it. That doesn't count. It's a trick shot. That wouldn't have. The black ball has to do the trick, not the white ball.
Bow there. Bow there and then just set. In other words, I was just asking, why does the sun have to make this way from east to west? I understand the east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west?
I don't know if that's true.
To mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says.
I mean, that was just garbage, Zoo.
Because of workers and
now you want to see something? You want to see something amazing?
Yeah, sure.
Dude, let's see how you do it, big boy.
Here's the problem. If the sun was set in its sky,
you have yet to hit a single trick shot. Oh, you hit one trick shot.
Is the sun goes down gradually. People know.
That's a miss.
Workers know that the work is there, is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would curtail the workday.
Not easy at all.
This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and
That's a miss.
gradually in the west. So
That's definitely a miss.
It serves a twofold purpose.
That's a miss.
It bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
That's a
And
make.
number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So let's say, what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is it maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel.
That's my ball.
I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about
there
the
journey.
Life is all about moving myself.
You're going to hit my ball still.
And trying to maximize his time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Plus, he wants us operating in all
I don't know how you
he wants
hit
us
my ball.
maximizing work day. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works.
Look at that.
So profound questions. So it says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believes in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Isira? So I want to say, so Pekida.
You ready for this shot?
At the beginning of the pregnancy.
This is an easy make.
The beautiful Gemara that the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally, again, I don't know, what do you call it? At the beginning of pregnancy, what is it? A fetus?
Dude, that was not good.
A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast, and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says,
I failed to hit a trick shot, Zoot.
Pekida, because Pekida needs to remember.
Zoot, you're up, pimp.
What is this baby going to be?
That's the greatest trick shot. You got plus 40.
Or maybe no.
I won. Let's see the best shot.
Again, it's more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks.
Bank shot, kick shot, kiss shot, combo shot. Bank shot, kiss shot.
Okay.
Dog, we might have to record this bitch.
So again, he says it can't be.
I know.
This is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You
I
can't
think
eat a
it's
piece of meat
like
for 3 days.
like
And it
you
won't
know,
go back.
you can't come back.
So Anthony
Baby,
says
what do you want
something
me to do about it?
everything that exists needs a preservative. So just
All right,
like
dude.
so how
Trick shot sucks.
how does the fetus exist?
I will play you one time in your stupid dice party game, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
So Antonina says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama
It's 3:22.
from the moment of inception.
Zoot, I'm waiting on you. You have 10 seconds to accept. 9 seconds to accept. Hey. Alright, cool. That was a nice story you told. And everybody loved it. And you didn't. You took a giant risk. And it paid off.
Which seems to indicate that the neshama
1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 5, baby. Give me a 5, baby. Dude, fuck this.
So when does a person get their Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia?
That's why
Dude, I started with 30. What do you mean? Shut the fuck up.
That the embryo, that the fetus is formed, baby is formed.
you get a stretch, no?
Yeah, dog.
Or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm saying where it says.
Oh, that's good.
I'm sorry. I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded. From the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately, again, that's when it's Yitzhara. So as it says, doesn't make sense.
Give me force, baby. Give me 4s. Dude, that is terrible. That's one of the worst starts in the history of starts. Dog.
What does the Sahara do? What does the Sahara do? The Sahara causes us to kick. The essence of the Sahara is to break.
That was terrible. That was one of the worst rolls in the history of rolls.
I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this. I don't care. That's all happening to Sahara.
Dude, do you know what the World Series of dice is?
Very profound use as well. Because if I somehow
Because you don't watch Chappelle's show.
Channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a cock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonino says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it would kick its way all over the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world.
No, it's terrible. You're in trouble. That was even dumber. That was a stupid play. One of the dumbest plays we've ever seen. One of the dumbest plays we have ever seen, folks. Look at this shit, dude.
The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Again, this is talking about Cain. It's by Cain. But it's a metaphor. The Pesach is at the opening, at the entry to the world. Sin crouches. The is there. And I've always said this seems to be back to the pose as well. Very interesting.
You're not going for a full house?
Ultimately, again, when we enter into this world. I've always said that this is.
I would go for the full house.
It's interesting to see, and we know this. We know from our own lives.
Go for it, baby. Roll the dice. And it paid off. That was great, too. Oh, dog. Give it to me.
So once I say, interestingly enough, two different psukim that refer to the Messianic era.
Dude, I've never gotten that. I've never gotten the bonus.
People come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed, which I must say is one of the questions that I was writing yesterday's daf.
Full house, baby.
Unclothed. Do they come back with their injuries, with
Full
their
house.
blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my.
No, I didn't.
All of my broken parts. I come back with all of it.
You're gonna get
Potentially.
That's tremendous.
Nothing is guaranteed in life, baby. The question is, are you going to go? Are you proud of that?
Forever, and Hashem will erase every tear and every face. Here's another question.
Wild card.
Is there death or is there not death?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a straight.
No, there will be death, but when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of
Baby, I got it straight right off the bat. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not good. No, I didn't. Quit saying that.
Which is interesting. Like, is there tchesanesim for non-Jews? Like, what is that?
My man needs a 5.
So the Gemara says, "My ball
Devastating. Devastating.
Because again, apparently,
give me 3s, baby.
There's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles.
Give me 3s, baby.
But interestingly enough, reflect the idea that Yemos Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our
because I can get other 3s. All I need is 1 3 and I get it.
On the spiritual growth. And what's interestingly enough, this is embedded in a whole sub-focus, which is what is the Messianic era? Like, what is it? You know, is it like this
baby,
supernatural
I'm sexy.
World, or
And I know.
So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop
Give
to
me
what
one.
happens with sickness, what happens with death.
Give me another one.
Clothed, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like.
Baby, I just got a 35 bonus points.
Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is,
1, 2.
And I never sought except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know.
Are you proud?
When we know. Okay.
No, he's not proud, folks. Give me some twos. Give me some twos.
So interestingly enough, there's two different psukim. First person seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era.
Dude, you're getting blown out.
That will shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as
you're up,
bright
Zoo.
as the sun. So which one is it?
Zoo.
The Gemara says as
Zoo.
I was going to say this is interesting. One is talking
Zoo.
about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately.
Zoo. You reconnected. Zoot, come on, baby. Dude, you got 4 of a kind. 4 twos. Get a 5th. Give me some 1s.
But according to Shmuel, who says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Golios. It wasn't Shibud Golios literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone.
Oh, he got 3 5s, folks. He needs 1 more 5. And he didn't get it. Folks, he did not get that 5. Give me 1 more 5. Baby, is that something that you want me to do something about? Dude.
So to speak, so you don't need to
get another 4.
Incredible. So Rabbi contrasts the two psukim. So notice this is interesting. So the pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. I broke and I will heal. So the words,
baby, I dominated.
Who says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I
Dude, before I go to bed, we're gonna play your favorite game.
First, the dead are brought back to life, but they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens?
You're up.
Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and heals them. Almost like
dude, everybody's waiting on you.
The miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, we come back.
Dude, are you gonna go?
And then ultimately again, the healing process. Of course, listen, the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting, the $5 million question is, how old are we? Like when we come back? Like why is it?
Dude, you're up. I'm about to fuck you.
So that's again. So I was like I said, remember, as many of these
you
questions.
got fortunate, Zoo.
There's a million other ones.
Zoo got fortunate, son.
I'm trying to ask, like a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right?
Look at this move, Zoo.
How does that work?
Zoo, you're done.
So there's like a lot
you're
of,
done.
A lot of stuff.
It's over for Zoo. Zootster, you're done, baby. Baby, you're done. This game is over for you, baby. It is over for Zootster. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at that move. Dude, you're done.
So ultimately Hashem says, I cause death and then I bring back to life. Sorry, but maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live.
Look at these moves, dude. Dude, look at these moves.
Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and dealing is talking about the same person.
Dude, look at these moves.
So again, life and death is also in the same person.
You're up, big dog.
And I will say this serves as a proof.
Oh, dude. This could be devastating.
How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a pasuk from the Torah. Like up until now, most of the psukim.
You're up. Dude, are you gonna go?
How do we know that they're from Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mufur Shiraya, that it's from Navi, right? So the Gemara says as follows. So
Dude, no one's listening to you. The only thing that they want you to know is that you were dominated, but you're loved. Dude, the more and more I get to know you, the less and less funny I think you are, but the more and more I like you. So if you're ever like, dude, shit's going wrong or whatever, just know that there are people, really sexy individuals like myself, who think you're cool. Sort of. Sweet dreams, big dog. Hey, I'm going to. Your guy's going to be on Kill Tony one of these days. And when he is, he's going to thank you.
Sometime in the future where these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future.
Close. What's up, Dallas? Look at this.
So interesting enough, but the pasuk says that Shlomo is actually crazy pasuk. Shlomo built a mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of these deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Is that Shlomo will build an actual mizbeach for Avodah Ella? That's a different pasuk. Shlomo has to build a mizbeach for Avodah Ella. So why does it say that he did? Shlomo did not turn Avodah Ella appetite of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his own behavior in his home, incredible. I'll make sure that from where do we know about
Oh, it's just people. You're not even getting the full view.
So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in the home. All the hallelujah, right? They will go ahead and
big dog.
Praise you. So it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say?
Unable to access camera.
They will praise you. They will praise you.
Because you know sexiness. Sexiness. Look at this move. Folks, look at this. Atlanta says
whoever says Shira, whoever seems to have in this world will be privileged ultimately again. To sing Shira in the world to come. Shina Emar, Hashre Yoshe, Secho, Odialusa. There's so much to say about this. What does it mean to sing Shira in this world? We sing praise from the Father in this world. Ultimately, again, we will see that it's going to be on this piece. And all the Haba, and all this, what it means to us, saying, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Haba you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yotzlim, the Atar Singam, the Hashem, the man, and the best of it. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit around like some food, like the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefit from the Shema. That's Olam Haba. So that's like, sometimes the person is very like, is there like a feeling, is there like a shlepi coming, is a call, is that it? Like, is that it? So a lot of times you see, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, we value our relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Hazeh really is much more about all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Hazeh is completely like that. Tremendous like that. So listen, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if you're worthy, this life is about connecting to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But if not, if Olam Hazeh really is just about the material, or just about the mundane, Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Yochanan. I think these are romantic attitudes to take scripture and distort. Maybe also weird So once again, the voices of Tzofach, of those who see you, right? They will go out and call out, they will praise you, future tense. Once again, future tense is not present. Rabbi Yochanan, Asidim called the being Omen.
It's a shaky child's
Shira B'Kalach, it's so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shene Emar, Kol Tzofach Anasu Kol Yachtav Yarninu. So how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice. All the leaders of Bobby speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most delicious. Again, I'm not kidding. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. How many of you don't know Call me out of the Talmud? He goes home and not for us all. So say this is profound. If the person is capable of teaching Torah, but withhold their Torah from their Talmud, withhold Torah from the Talmud. That looks like this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So one second. So again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone. I don't convey it.
He sent me some text.
It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shene Emar Torah Tzivon Moshe Morosha Kihilas Yaakov. Morosha is the Kol Yisham Yishesh Teirosha. So listen, you know how you have the possible to search for Torah? It's a Morosha. What is an inheritance? It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. Yishesh Teirosha. That's what it's out there. So again, that's why that the Sid, Bereshis Barach, is Shirator Shni Bereshis. So Rashi, first Rashi in Torah, Bereshis Barach, what do you mean? It's been implicated. Bereshis is a contraction. The Shvir is Bereshis. Because of that, this was created first, having sparkles created the world. Torah was created to Torah, Torah was given to God himself, and therefore again, I withhold the Torah from someone, like beautifully, I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about this, I'm not sure if I see that. So when I look at the Talmud, it's already supposed halacha from the Talmud. Already having a very significant Talmud. And it doesn't show I'm even brings to remind you what Talmud is. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in the world. Yeah, Monei Abai Kap of Tzadikei. Monei Abai. Ikavon La'om. Ve'im La'om Elohim La'om Yehuvah Fetuses She'amai La'om La'om Yamai. Ve'im Kavon Elohim Kavon Yispersin She'amai Ma'akol Lo Kavon Tel.
I told you guys when I saw the
Ve'im Ba'al Elohim She'amai Lo Kubai El Yamai. So it's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't hurt, especially say that like someone who's Machal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. So what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud program. And therefore what? And therefore it's cursed even by fetuses. Because that's the tragic guy. Because there's sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity to come around. So you make a mistake that sometimes the greatest thing we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest thing we do in life is the great that you enable to do. When you do something for us, what is it talking about here? A Rebbe has opportunity to teach Talmud. Rebbe has opportunity to give up all that for Talmud. It's a great thing to do in the that someone else's growth. And I don't do that. I don't do that. That's the contribution of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoid. Our avoid your life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And if you don't do so, the world is incredible. Remember, like the Ula Bari you're not going to take it out. If you don't respect your control from the student, the word literally again. So, they pierce you like a seed. Okay, I want to say that. What Rashi points out with this, maybe you pierce like a seed. It means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put something in the seed, it can't store the food. And Rabbi, he doesn't share his Torah with other people, means this is learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not good. Nothing. Not so nothing is mine. Nothing belongs to us. All of this is powerful. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to convey to others. That's the Torah that is the right. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others,
Look at this move.
A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rebbe. A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you check the most. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes when you know there's different types of chavrusa. Say there's some chavrusa and both of you are on the same level. When you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in your learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I say that is the most profound thing. You think whenever you see these Gemara, you're like, automatically, shit, I was talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a rabbi. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Therefore, you are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shene Emar, bracha Rosh Mashbir. Ve'im Mashbir, and lo Yosef, Shene Emar, Yosef Vashar ala Aretz. Whoever Mashbir l'chol am ha'aretz. So you say, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the only entire above of Yosef? Yosef took his brachos. What did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef at Tzaddik. I'm going to finish this. Kalamari is beautiful. Kalamari is Rabbi Olam Hazeh. Zocha Umalam Jeri Olam Haba. Wow. So whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to that question of what Olam Haba. What does Iman mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? I will say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is looking like something to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which is like also that the people you learn Torah with, people you learn Torah with, and then to show you these office to learn in this world and next one. Can you imagine you have a Chabula, you have a Shem in Olam Haba? I feel like we're able to move faster. I don't know if it's faster. And you have to show us how incredible is that? You know, it's like Shemay Mar. So it's a mountain that there's no chanting all the time. At least act like from death. I just tell you better. You have to Shemay Mar that down who you are. All of that. But there is a shortness. Once you have you see this inside there, it gets away, right? I don't think any other Gemara is trying to learn so many rivals for a person. Right? This is now already 3 black feels like 7 blocks. I'm talking 1.5 blocks. Right? So 1.5 blocks, that we get 9. So first of all, because again, the nature of transformation is such a incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many peaceful as it can. The next person is going to go, Shnei Mar. If he remains, Yomos, Ruben will not die. How does that be? If he remains Ba'olam Hazeh, no, not Hazeh. Sorry. It's not Sabracha. It's not the Bracha. It's Yaakov. The Bracha is the Moshe. If he remains Yomos, if he remains Ba'olam Hazeh, Ruben will live in this world. and he will not die in the worship. Rabbi Mishay had Masapa Yakisu. Elu Rakai Olam, Elu Lakar Fosun. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these traditions from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up. Some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately, again,
we've heard this like 1,000 times. How about this guy? What's up? Roman sucks!
We actually mental major battles that the Jewish people had with Rome. We isolated, the destruction of the temple. That's the pinnacle. We need a day. We need a day to remember all this. And the day of the destruction of the temple was such a, because spiritually that's a calamity. So we remember the physical calamity as well. But there were three major battles. The first one lasted 10 years. So such a person like this is Zoka to lead that Sibon Olam Haba as well. I will say, finish off with the destruction of the temple. 4 million Jews perished in 10 years in the battles back and forth until the enemy, till the Romans got into Jerusalem and actually destroyed the entire Judea. Not just Jerusalem, it was the temple, everything was destroyed. And a million Jewish people perished one way or another. Many, well, that's just not the time to read suicide. Like Masada, and there were others, there were thousands, Josephus writes, who jumped into the fire of the temple. Because they felt there's no temple, they felt this was the end. There was no more Jews, there was no more Judaism, there was no reason to carry on. This was the end. We mentioned these zealots, we mentioned those people who put on a fierce fight. They carried on. Masada happened after the destruction of the temple. They ran. A 1,000 people would, with any either ran to Masada, and the Romans brought 30,000 Jews to go build that rampart. The famous story is that was after the destruction. They ran from Jerusalem to Masada. Another major battle which happened afterwards, which happened about 40 years afterwards. So for a period, the Romans had marched in, Masada get destroyed, gone back, and whoever was left was left to pick up the pieces. Again, there arose a move to throw off the yoke of the Romans once again, 40 years after the temple was destroyed. The Jews wanted to rebuild it. There's not very well about that. They wanted to rebuild the second temple. The temple and wanted to rebuild the temple. They were negotiations. Delegations were sent to Rome. Rome would have it, but only under very restricted conditions. The temple would not be able to be built on the temple on Rome arena. For the building got built somewhere else. And they limited them in that sense that just was that they went back and they made another uprising, which was based in the city of Lod, west of Lake, headed by two people called Pappus and Rodianus. Talmud makes very great mention of the self-sacrifice to Jews for Judaism. And, but again, the Romans came and they felt that revolution, they destroyed Lod, and that was pretty much, they killed Pappus and Rodianus, and that was pretty much the end of that. The third uprising is probably the most famous one, and that was the uprising of a man called Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba, well, his actual name was Shimon. His name was Shimon ben Kusiva. Shimon ben Kusiva was a person of extraordinary might. We're told he was able to ride a horse up a tree whilst riding the horse. He was such a character, a superhuman character. ultimately, again, you can't have that less.
was extremely charismatic, a fearless man who feared nothing, and tremendously dumb. Besides that, he was a good person, very frugal, he kept the Torah staunch, he had tremendous faith in Hashem, an all-rounder. Somebody who the Jewish people at that time, many thought as Mashiach, including Rabbi Akiva.
What's the
We're going to speak about Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is the leader of the Jewish people at the time, pretty much. In this era, however many within the next 100 years after the temple was destroyed, Rabbi Akiva backed him. He was a warrior, he was religious, and he had the backing of the rabbinate. He had an all-round thing to him, and indeed, he rounded up an army right in the beginning of 200,000 Jews, all of whom were tremendous minds. The test, if you were able to get into his army, was if you could uproot a tree. If you could take a tree out, you were qualified. The Talmud tells us actually that he was so fierce that the initial test to get into the army was if you could chop off your own finger. Okay? The rabbinate told him, what are you doing? The rabbi can do it, but what are you doing, okay? To show your guts. So you got. The rabbinate told him that the Torah doesn't allow it. The Torah doesn't allow such a thing, so the test became if you can uproot a tree. Where did you get this from? What the finger thing is? It's like, it's not mysteries, but Bar Kokhba developed the trigger finger. Bar Kokhba had the very, it's very well documented.
And to make the right decisions in life,
Now, what he did was he made an uprising against the Romans. And he conquered, he kicked the Romans out of the Galil.
Failure to do so is only one
and
person's
made
fault,
his way down.
and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if
Pushed them out of
somebody doesn't
Jerusalem.
have daya,
There was
don't
even
have that
plans,
on
again,
don't
to
put that
build the
on
temple.
them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of
His
anything.
name
They're hurting
became Bar
themselves. If someone
Kokhba
doesn't have daya,
because the word
don't give them bread.
Kokhba
Right?
means a
Why?
star.
Why?
And
Because
it was
you are
Rabbi Akiva
enabling
who
an
gave it
errant
this name,
lifestyle.
because Rabbi
And
Akiva
let's say a
said that when
person
the
has
verse
to
said,
have a basic moral
in the
compass.
words of Jacob,
You need to
Dora
know
Kokhba
what's
Yaakov,
right
the star
and what's
rises
wrong.
forth from
And if they
Jacob.
don't have that,
Rabbi
if you
Akiva
help
said,
them,
this
you're
is him.
enabling them to continue on
He's
that
gonna be the Mashiach.
broken path. And that's like the Gemara says,
In the end, he got together an army of 350,000 soldiers and put up a fierce rebellion. The emperor at the time was Hadrian, a cruel person and a great Jew hater. Hadrian, this was very big for him.
And as long as I have that,
He got
I'm
together
good.
many soldiers and many generals that he had all over the world at the time. He got from England, his people in England, his people in Germany, and all the other sort of islands. He had to get them together to try and put up with Bar Kokhba. For 4 or 5 years, Bar Kokhba was successful. He put up a resistance and was not able to be broken. After 4 or 5 years, however, things started to turn the other way. Bar Kokhba himself started getting very nervous and agitated because he thought there were some spies among his people. And he thought also that the rabbinate was up against him. He thought that there was history for the rabbinate not being happy with, in particular, rebellion. In the time of the destruction of the temple, the rabbinate was not happy at all with the zealots. They said, you're not going to win this. There's nothing to fight for. You may as well make it peaceful. Try and salvage what you could from the Romans. But anyway, Bar Kokhba, he grew to be very agitated and very nervous. And he actually put to death one of the Rabbi Elazar, one of the greatest rabbis at the time. And the rabbinate kind of backed out from his support. That was the start of the end, because when the rabbinate backed out, much of the people backed out. He thought he was a spy. He thought he was a spy.
any home in which Torah is not learned
King
in that
David
night,
descended from a
fire
command from
will
Bruce.
consume it.
Yeah, but that's
It's
something else.
pretty,
Now he's going to be from the Davidic dynasty. Yeah.
it's something else like it tells us very important.
So what happened was in the end they came to a very sad ending. One of the reasons of why we mark Tisha B'Av is because many years after the destruction there was a city which its namesake at least exists today in Israel called Beitar. And Beitar was a massive city. The Talmud gives us the proportions. It was a huge place. I don't know if it's in modern day Beitar. There is another city called Beitar. I'm not sure if that's an actual place. There are excavations of what may have been the original Beitar. And on Tisha B'Av, Beitar was broken into. Yaakov and his men took refuge in Beitar. It was a fortress of the city. If you had Beitar, you had Jerusalem as well. And the Romans broke into Beitar, and half a million Jews perished in that destruction, which is another reason for why we mark Tisha B'Av. It was of course not a two in those proportions. Remember, there wasn't as many Jews as maybe there was in the time of the Holocaust. And proportion-wise, that was a very, very great calamity.
Where things
To
become
unrelent
difficult,
this push against Bar Kokhba and the eventual victory over Bar Kokhba was Adrian. And Adrian had it with the Jews. They had also, he was just drained of dealing with them. And so Adrian put his Jew-hatred into motion in the way of a final solution out of a physical war. Adrian wanted that the Jews should disappear, and the way you do that is you make you decree and you persecute against Judaism. That is where the backdrop of that was set the stage for all the Roman decrees against Torah and Yiddishkeit. Anybody who was caught burning Torah was put to death. There's a famous idea of the Asura Harugei Malchus, the 10 of the greatest sages, Asura, the 10 Harugei Malchus, those who were killed by the emperor. 10 of the greatest sages, including Rabbi Akiva and many others, were killed in that era. Rabbi Akiva taught Torah in public and was killed for it. They tortured them in the most horrible way. Another thing he did was Adrian. He took the Temple Mount. That's interesting. Go to the Temple Mount. It's not that high. We're told Maria was the highest mountain from all the surrounding mountains. Higher than the Mount of Olives. It was higher than the other mountains which surround Jerusalem. How did it become relatively a hill? Hadrian instructed that it should be literally plowed off. It should be 1,000 feet were lost from the Temple Mount. Thus, he had excavators. He had a spade of people and thousands of people at his disposal. They didn't have a problem with that.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual commentator sponsor, Chelsea Mispacha Israel, for dedicating all the children's rushes this year as a push for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Tari and Steve Jim, and love memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Only Rafa, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Cohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Benjamin families in memory of William Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, we open an American Bar Talmud Torah. All of the Nishon Sabbath Aliyah, the family chain of Thomas Baruch will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Evening. Let's do that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really answering this today. Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. We should have exactly in the cycle. 8 years. Let's give it like an extra 6 months to work through Gemaras like this, but alright. Okay. Good. So let's say, so we look from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph from Namak 91. Amalei, Rabbi Ranter, Amalei Antoninus for Rabbi. So let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Antoninus. So like Antoninus was a Roman official, There's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. It's fascinating enough. He developed the relationship with Rabbi, and so the Gemara records multiple conversations between two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following: "Go for the Shema. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. The body can say it's clearly the neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Very easy to discuss. The body can say, look, I'll show you the ayah. From the time that the neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the neshama left, what am I doing? I'm just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the neshama. And the neshama could say, "Guf chata." No, it's the body that sinned. What's the guf? Shinim shepirashti mimenu harini porachas ba'avir yitzika. Because the neshama could say, "Look at me. From the day that I left that flesh in the body, look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird." Right? So the body says it's clearly the neshama's fault. The neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does a person hold this person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility. What responsibility ultimately for the failure of man? So this is beautiful. I'm going to try to come up with my number. So let me give you a muscle. Let me give you a muscle.
The works is he was from the very honorable people of Jerusalem, but Rachel noticed this shepherd.
I'll give you a little muscle. Come out of a domer. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Kadishma. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabal on the base. Look at our flower. Hayabal, the photos knows, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The photos knows. Very nice dates. Right, very nice dates. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. So I'm gonna so I guess you got it better than stuff. Again, so these were the watchmen over the field. So the words, I'm gonna let you go. So the crippled one said to the blind one, I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the fig. So sure enough, again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the fig. The owner so sometimes later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, sometimes we did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and eat a lot of figs in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for long amounts of time. So the owner comes back to tell them, where are my figs? So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. So the blind guy said, "Now what do you want from me? I don't have sight." The crippled guy said, "Well, I have legs. Clearly couldn't do it." So what does the Bala Sada do? Here, I got the snow, but then also so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as one entity. Right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shema, the Zarka Babush, the Zarka on some cat. So that essentially says right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both essentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally throws it into the book. The done on some cat. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, Ve'al Haaretz Madin Amo. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, he called to the heavens Madin Zun Shama, Ve'al Haaretz Madin Amo, and he causes it close to the earth for judgment together with it, Zehadluf. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. It really took a busy shirt. It's so easy, it never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? At the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the Neshama that sins, it's the good that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what Rabbi says. This is classic of reading the Torah. Rabbi says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for myself. It's not right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the Neshama obsessed itself. But maybe you said to the Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You obsess yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the group is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. ROTHSCHILD, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That's a Rebbe, is why the Neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You shouldn't try harder to stop and Dafka. When the struggle is most acute, that's Dafka when you don't walk away. Let's say, it's such a profound yesod. Such a profound yesod. Human nature. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present. Let him present in a relationship. Relationship with other people. It's powerful. I'm ready to work on myself. Whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, other times in life, we have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says Rebbe, Dafka, when it gets hardest, is Dafka when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The Neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the Neshama really needed to be there. But it's like the Neshama. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this Rabbi. I'm doing this at Rabbi. His name not.
Has to be a snapshot to be able to take it the way it is and not to corrupt it.
It's impossible. This is, I mean, seriously, for me, this is like this. It's like, well, we'll pick up the rest of the class. I'm going to do this Rabbi. If they not come, you'll say, that's what we're talking about. So I'm doing this as Rabbi. I will say, by the way, you see from the questions, these are not, I would say, sometimes the Gemara questions, Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions, because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to teach us, this is Antoninus being genuinely curious. So Antoninus actually responding to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. Also, I have real appreciation for this last couple of days on the so if you're every year, you just feel that fascination. The sun is glaring through those windows. This is the most beautiful thing in the world. That's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. If you sit over here, for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. I mean, by plot, you see it somewhere. Anyways, Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So this is interesting. So Rabbi says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm like, you have a good thought. Tell me how you have all this. So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, so that's the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, Rabbi was asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm like, I'll be coming up. No, here's my question. If they masho kas v'nara. No, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? Amalei, this is so beautiful. Shalom Lakona. In order that the son should give Shalom Aleichem, should give Shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what is that? Really good Rashi, but the Rashi is on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of the commentators in the back, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page. Right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi means both sides of the page. Same text, the over as well. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, the Elite and Shalom Lakona. LaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shashkina B'Matter. The Kiva Shemagas, Adonai, Omechas, Shachar Nefesh Baruch. Listen, origin of Shekhinah is in the west. So remember again, using the Shemitic model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis HaMikdash. So that's when it says that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before Kodesh Baruch Hu in the west. And it sets, because when it goes down, that's the one thing, bowing. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shnei Amar, Utzva Shalom L'cham Mishtachim. Arulei, V'sisi Apalga, V'sisi Apalga Rakia, V'titin Shalom of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antonina. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, right? Sort of not bow there. In other words, bow there and then just set. In other words, what I was asking is why does the sun have to make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, to which the Gemara says, Mishum Po'alim Ba'ovrei Drachim, because of workers and travelers. I will say, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Mishum Po'alim, Dilukach Hayam Machshech Piton, Shekishachama Be'emtza Rakia Me'ira B'yoser, Usur Shadayin Yishahos B'yom, Vayipolin Shom Malachton, Ad Shekashech Ba'ovrei Drachim, Nani L'Hayu Yodin, Masai Yachshov Lakish. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in its sky, so let's work backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there, is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create the problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for travelers in the workers. So we'll say, what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does that maximize the time for? Working and traveling. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us to work hard, and to work for as long as possible, and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, we could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if the Baruch Hu maximizes time, because he wants more than anything from us, is to work. Listen, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, right? It could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to stay in place. He maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. So Antonina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antonina's belief in the neshama, belief in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira? So I was saying, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out, remember again, the beautiful Gemara the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tifa. So the tifa sounds like humility again. What do you call it? Pregnancy. Fetus. Embryo. A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the Malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, Kipazu Matei Alel. What is this? That's called Pekida. Pekida means, remember, that's what the Malach said, Hashem, what is this baby going to do? Santaninas asks Rabbi, when does the baby get its neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on Sira means literally again, it's more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Bishas Sira. So Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay? So Amalei, so Isaiah says, look at what he says. So again, he says it can't be. For example, a piece of meat. You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and hold it back. It needs salt. It needs to. So Antoninus was saying was everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, how does the plant, how does the meat exist at any point? Antoninus says
you're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true.
So literally again, so it's actually from Shas brings the heat of the Tzat of Baruch Shalom Ruchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me. Which I was seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the entity in its initial blast. Let me say it's hard about it. Because Rabbi is talking about neshama. So when it does it receive the Hara? So Yishas Yitzira or Yishas Yitzira. So interestingly enough, see here the question is maybe that the embryo that the fetus is formed, shows that your seed is the flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of the summary, I'm saying what it says. I'm sorry. Yishas Yitzira, Rabbi says, I decided in the time that the fetus is formed in the robe, ultimately when that's going to be to Hara. So again, it doesn't make sense. I mean, if you're born to not, you know the answer. If that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which was this. So you hear this? So the baby has which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhahara do? What does the Yitzhahara do? The Yitzhahara causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. No, that I don't care. That's all Chat Yitzhahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhahara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have a clock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, is the most incredible energy. Like, everything is very powerful for this power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has. The Yitzhahara is literally
fucking high and I know I see her again.
Rabbi says, so Rabbi once again is right. He's absolutely right.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
And ultimately again,
you're beautiful. It's true. I call your face.
Sin awaits
in a father's place.
Of course, again, this is talking about kindness.
And I don't know what to do.
At the opening, at the entry to the world, such sin practice leads to horror. That means the horror comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. And also that this is so that we first of all it's intentions as a result of our own lives. Now what does these horror do? So it gets me kicked down.
You're beautiful.
Again, if I can harness that,
you're beautiful.
Channel that in what we
you're beautiful, it's true.
I'm a
with a smile on her face. Makes no happy to be with you.
One pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I must say is one of the questions that we have. We saw right in yesterday's talk. Like, how do people come back to Tzidkiyasim? Clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? To which the Gemara says, you're right, Haki, it's not omdim b'mumin u'misrat. In reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kite. I come back with all of it. And then in Tchias HaMisma, Kodesh Baruch Hu goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. That's the life. Ula Ramixir. Ula brings down to Tzidkiyasim, a second wide line on Tzadik Aleph on the base. Ula Ramixir. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear, every one pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. It sounds much longer. What is about you? I have all people having my ball. What are
Just wanna be with you.
What is that?
You're the flame you see, that you're the only one for me. And for I did you come through, come in love with me. You ran the dark to me, it's gone. It's all back in some incredible
this is embedded with something what is this? Is it like this supernatural growth, or is it pretty much all of them a regular way? So again, that's the backdrop of these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things already embedded in that backdrop. What exactly does the Messiah look like? Because whenever the Gemara has these machloksim, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is and I never saw it except in the In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating. But at the end of the day, what's the answer? No one knows. Well, no one knows. Okay. It's brought up on the
you like a dream come true. Just wanna be with you. You're the thing to see that you're the only one for me. Four, step 1, 2, 3. I can make you fall in love with me. If everyone believe my word is done. Survive to the night of life, and it's long enough the sun. Just be like a little child, my life will just begun. Maybe the future life when you just only heart of mine. You threw out the lifeline just in the nick of time. Not the dream come true. Just wanna be with you. Girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. 4, 6, that's 1, 2, 3, 5. Make you fall in love with me. And my work is done.
Right? You don't need help, you don't need love, you don't need this. Just leave us alone. That's Shibud Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the one So how do you understand this whole thing about this? There's a kasho, Kamavaka and Tzadikim, Kamavaka and Shkina. This is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, when you can't have Shkina, so you don't usually know. Both of them shine light. When you can't have Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi said, the Rabbi contrast is thinking, Ani amista achi outside, Machatzki, Bani Erfa. So listen, so the concept says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzki, I broke and I will heal. So the words, Ora Koshbaru, Mashi name is Ani Mechayef, Bahadar, Mashi Machatzki, Ani Erfa. Koshbaru says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before, that how does Tchias HaMesim work? Where Tchias HaMesim works is first, the dead are brought back to life, but they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again become the process. Of course, the one part of the Gemara doesn't discuss every year, which is interesting for the $5 million question is, how old are we? Like when we come back? Like why is it? I don't know. Come back a little younger. You know, like it would be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, so to speak, as we're addressing. There's a million other ones, right? They all say like your Hashem asks like person who's married to us, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, you know, like the nice, like how does that work? Like so there's like a lot of stuff. Oh, you know, what if you weren't happy the first time around? You know, like again, like the second chance.
Would you
discussions with this? So like I said,
now we look back, now looking back, if you saw me crying, you made my soul tonight. Would you tremble if I touched your lips? Would you laugh? Oh, please tell me this. Now would you laugh for the one you love? Hold me in your arms tonight.
So too again, life and death is also.
I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain.
How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah?
I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away.
Most of the psukim, as you can see, are from nothing. How do we know they're different, Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefur Shiraya that it's from nothing. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a puzzle from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe B'nei Yisrael Sashira Azos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Sharlo Ne'emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe B'nei Yisrael. Moshe and B'nei Yisrael sung the song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan L'Tchias HaMesim in HaTorah. This is a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Proof to Tchias HaMesim. Like the future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze B'davar, so we again as Yivneh Yoshua Mizbeach L'Hashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach L'Hashem. Baralon Ne'emar doesn't say you don't rather every Yivneh. So what's it? Something in the future when he's creating the future.
Would you like
I was with that.
with the world in our mind? Yours here tonight. I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. I can stand by you forever. You can take my breath away.
These are the appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worship idolatry. And he did nothing to stop. Because he did nothing to stop his errand, the David shall become full of it himself. Incredible. Already, from where do you know about Chesed? Not so well. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in the home. Right? We will go ahead and praise you. The Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is a remes to Chesed. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, beautiful Gemara. Whoever says Shira, whoever sings HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshe V'Secha. The Lord says so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you sing Shira in this world? You sing praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing together. The most basic Elohim Haba. I don't know what it means to say. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Don't say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim V'Asaraseyim Barashem V'Nenen V'Dashkina. Ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefits from the Shina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, and sometimes the person these down, is there like a tea room? Is there like a shraki coming? Is it full of mikvah? Is that it? Is that it? A lot of times we see, that sounds really good. You're right. Olam Haba is only useful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Hazeh. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Hazeh really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. And if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So let's say, so it's interesting, if you want to enjoy Olam Haba, Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like in other words, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But it's not. Olam Hazeh really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane. Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. So once again, the voices of Sofach, of your Nevi'im, of those who see you, right? They will go ahead and call out you, they will praise you, future tense. So again, future tense, not present. So we came about Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, Asidim Kol Nevi'im, Kuban Omrim, Shira B'Chalach, which is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shnei Amar, Kol Sofach Anas, we call Yachtav Yahim. They'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. Again, as we saw, remember, every Nebuah is different. We saw this already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to review Amarav. Kol Moreh Halach Rabbi Talmud. He who goes lo minachalas avosav. So say this is the count. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, that was like, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Whereas I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shene'emar Torah tziva lana Moshe Morasha Kihilas Yaakov. Morasha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Reishis. So let's see, you have the pasuk refers to Torah. It's a Morasha. Morasha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes Yimei Bereishis. Rashi points out there wasn't even Mishesh Shnei Reishis. So again, Rashi points out the Siv Bereishis Bara the Shir Ator Shnei Bereishis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereishis Bara, what is Bereishis? In the beginning, Hashem created. Bereishis is a contraction. Bishvil Bereishis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold Torah from someone who I can give it to, it's as if I'm taking their inheritance. Amar Rav Huna bar Chizna, Amar Rav Shimon Chasida. Kalmanei halacha Rabbi Talmid. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so, Afilu Ubrin Shemai Yom HaTalmud also. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Sometimes. Shene'emar Monea Bar Tapo Tzadik Beis. Monea Bar Yikavo La'om. Ve'ein La'om Ela Ubrin La'om means Ubrin fetuses. Shene'emar Ula'om La'om Yamatz. Ve'ein Kavo Ela Klala Kavo means cursing. Shene'emar Ma'akov Lo Kavo Kel Tagilom. Ve'ein Bar Ela Torah. Bar means Torah. Shene'emar Nosh Ubar Ten Yad. So we'll say. What does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? Let's say sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. Because we make a mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, so what is the word talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an abdication of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the goes like Ula bar Yishmael Ogar, Menakvin also Kikavra. If you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay? And let's say now, what Rashi comes out, what does it mean pierce like a sieve? It means you forget your learning. Just like right, if you put something into a sieve, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is yours. In life, nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life, and therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. It's literally perforated like a launderer's base. All right. So what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmid in Torah? What's his reward? It's incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rabbi, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes we're talking about chavrusa and both of them are on the same level. So you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in your learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these gemaras, we automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zocha lebrachos ki Yosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene'emar Ubracha l'rosh mashpir. Ve'im mashpir elo Yosef. Mashpir is Shneimar. Yosef was shalad ala aretz. Who are mashpir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone saves it, shares their Torah, they get brachas like Yosef? Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What was the entire abode of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas. What did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. I'm going to change this. Kalamalami is beautiful. Kalamalami Torah Ba'olam Hazeh, Zocha U'Malam Davi Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Well, again, once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does it mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? They will say that if you teach Torah in this world, if you talk about some teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, the Meir Hashem will be so to learn in this world the next one. Also, can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shem in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I bet we'll be able to move faster. But Meir Hashem will say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like the Shnei Amar. It says, so it's a malam and azan. There's no time in Olam Haba, right? At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So the Gemara says, Shneimar umar ve'kam hu yoda. Amar Rabba. So once you see this fixation, by the way, with Kesames, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many writers for a concept, right? This is now already 3 blot feels like 7 blot, but it's actually 1.5 blot. Right? So 1.5 blot is, right? That again, minayim. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchias HaMesim is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. Yechi Ruvain v'al Yomos. Ruvain will live and he will not die. Parshas Dayachid. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. So Sabracha. It's not the Bracha. It's Yaakov. It's the Bracha of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruvain v'al Yomos. Yechi Ruvain ba'olam hazeh. Ruvain will live in this world. V'al Yomos li'olam haba. He will not die in the world to come. Ravina Amar Mehalta. Ravina says from here. The Rabbi Mishiri Admas Afar Yakitzu. Eilu l'chai olam ve'eilu l'char folsom u'dirod. So say, incredibly enough, a number of these guinness from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right literally again, return the Garalecha, he's going to return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back through the shul, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Rabbi Lazar, called Parnes Shemani gets at Sibar Benachas. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his Sibar Benachas. Now, what does Benachas mean? Benachas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite is not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not fire and brimstone, not demeaning them, not Benachas. So such a person like this is so good to lead that Sibar Olam Haba as well. I will say, these Gemaras really seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Tchias HaMesim era. Shnei Amar, Ki merachim minhagim ba'amagui ma'aminav. Remember, Lazar, Gedolah Dea, this is incredible. Gedolah Dea, it makes up a wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar, Kikel Deos Hashem. So you see that? Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Ribono Shel Olam. Rabbi says Gadol Mikdash. Because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Shneimar Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's again Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif Ravada. Maskif Ravada. Kachino Ela Me'ata Gidol Nekama. Shenitna Ben Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. Then the Nekama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. Siv, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, right? Kel Nekamos Hashem. Kel Nekamos Sophia. Amarlei, the Milsei Hachinam. Right. By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? Hofar, right, means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just like a few words. But it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, va'achas lamida paronos. So one ultimately, again, it could be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like when a Baruch Hu repays good, right? To take revenge means to repay. Or it could also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance, Chas v'shalom, can be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Bodea, because it's a beautiful Gemara. Call any person who has Dea, who has understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, has wisdom, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara, so you can underline, we're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Let's give it a few more minutes. Rabbi Lazar, actually, right now. Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Bodea, the Silk Mizash. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shneimar, Ubidas Charidim Yemadu Kolhom Yikarvinom. Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Shein Bodea, Aslu Rachim Alav. Any person who doesn't have Dea. Ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on you. Shneimar, Kilo Am Binasu, Akim Bo Yirachamenu, Aseo Biyotro Leicharenu. Rabbi Lazar, called Hanosin Pital Mishain Bodea, Yisum Bar Alav. Whoever gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. See, this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. And we'll say, now, what's the pshat of this? What's the pshat of this? So we'll say, let me tell you this now. What's Dea? What's this? We translate it as wisdom. Then we'll say, but what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Remember Sachas Brachas. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal says, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be master, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most basic. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means at its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham like this group. Because remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's that. Okay, so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. right? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's why the Gemara says over here. That's why when it says any person who has daya, right? Ultimately, again, because what's at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Daya. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have daya, I will be successful. If I don't have daya, number one, if I don't have daya, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have daya, it's my fault. Until you acquire it, it's the highest level of personal accomplishment. To the point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible humor. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like right. I'm Rabbi Lazar. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have daya, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Person who doesn't have daya will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because you will say, if I don't have daya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build relationships. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. Almost like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships. Can't build a home. Can't build a life. This means a self-gola. So be one with Shnei Amar. Looking gola ani mivlidas. I'm a Lazar. Kabai she'in bo direi Torah lishma babalayla. Eish achlas. We'll say another incredible Gemara. That's daya. We'll say this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard at night. In other words, any home in which there's not Torah learning at night. Eish achlas. Fire will consume it. שנאמר, כל חושך תמל צפוניו, תאכלהו אש, לא נותח ירה, שריד באוהלו. ואין שריד על שם חכם, ששם חכם שנאמר, ובשרידים אשר השם קורא, fine. So what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong sentence. First of all, it tells us, it's very important to me, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, in the beautiful newspaper, which again, everybody has an obligation for night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shayla, it's not like right? So you have to have night seder. Really, I'm not joking around. A yid has to come to this medrash to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start every morning in front of the base medrash. But in addition to that, a person also has to learn at home. A person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here? In any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it. Perhaps in news like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Right? That's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficulties. Especially in Rambam says like this. Kol bayis she'ein divrei Torah nishma'in bo balay. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night. In other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like, in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish of Rasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, or wrong circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to this. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, The first thing that goes is Torah. The first thing that stops is Torah. Then Eishav Masa. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over here. Incredible Gemara. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoyach. Shkoyach. By the way, we did more than a blot today. Fantastic. Right, wrong blot, but that's a detail. We'll continue. I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day. Because Mir Hashem much shorter Gemara. Mir Hashem, shkoyach everyone. Such a shkoyach everyone. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Oh, was it on the show? All right.
I don't know, maybe Luke is up there. Halani. Rose is better than Children. Rose. Kristen Lee. I don't know if he's kind of funny. I mean, he'd be mad at us, and he's also a bad guy. Well, I'll tell you what, if it was Kristen Lee coming out like Mark, yeah, I want to talk to you. We do it 24 hours straight with Kristen Lee. You make it 12 hours? No. I don't know how these guys do this shit, bro. Like, what the? I mean, do it. Today. Let's see. I think there's something wrong with the air conditioning. The crew is basking in diesel exhaust fumes in the poorly ventilated studio. Oh, God, it's getting bad up there. Let's see.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. We invite all of our sponsors for this week. We thank our sponsors for option day. There's also talk about self dedicating all the show results this year as his host of the Soul co-host on these columns. The Soul sponsors for the month of Hadar. About him with Paul Italian Steve Sin, letting know that his father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Bush, Ben, Joseph Napoleon, and the Zid, and the Bin, and Ben, the Barry's money, and the Williams, and Steve, and Ben, Shmuel, Yisrael, and the Dr. and Mark Barnes, and all the Jewish comes out of the families in the all the Jewish haven't been from Israel. Shem Shemesh Hashem brings all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful and call Maaseh. That let us begin. Today, that is Chazik out of 91. We have a steep climb today. But we're going to make it. We are taking off on Chazik from days 90 and got a countdown from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top.
I might try this. What is this?
So again, you should have the shoulders up covered. Let's just remember again, we're in the studio of trying to find some type of spiritual reason to feel some type of regular message to this new Torah. So when we ended up yesterday is a passage that says, "U'misatan mimeir as Trumas Hashem mi Aaron HaKohen." You shall give Truma to Aaron. Now, okay, very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. One thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember, again, it must be at the pasuk means that it's going to be So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes by to very short time, Aaron Ka'aron. So what does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Achon of Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, right? Just like Aaron has come Tachon, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So too, again, in general, you have to give to Abba Chaver. I'm going to be sure, I'm going to be on the side. Now, Shane doesn't show the coin our orange. How do you know that you can't give Truma to a coin who is ignorant? Shenemar, Liam Lioshe Yushalai, Law says, Maras Lokon Zil and Yaksiku, Gitaras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Bahanim Truma, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. Kala Maksik, Gitaras Hashem. Whoever is holding literally against the Ribono Shalom, has a portion in Truma. Hashem, and whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, does not have a portion. And I will say this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important, because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring about tax. And that penalty along with it. Whoever gives Truma to a kohen who's an Amoritz, it's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffix goris v'olchol suffix in a goris v'olchol. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffix. Will it tear it apart and eat it or not? Af kohen Amoritz suffix ochlo b'tara suffix ochlo b'tuma. So too again, when you give something, you give truma to a kohen Amoritz, a suffix. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? Rabbi Yochanan says, "Afkoring lo isa." One gives truma to a kohen Amoritz, he's causing the death of that kohen. How is that so? Shnei Amar u'meisu or ki chalulu. Because as mentioned before, that misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a kohen who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It's as if one is causing death to that particular kohen. Whereas the Beit Rabbi Yaakov Tana, Afmasir Ava Ashma. You even cause the kohen to violate the Aveda Shnei Amar. They see also Ava Ashma Ba'achalas Kadsheir. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a generally interesting motif, how again in these cases you would think that giving truma to the kohen, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the kohen is only a chesed, is only something good if the kohen knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously so in life as well, about when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something, as long as what? The child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big yesod in technology, big yesod in many areas. To give a child something that might be objectively nice, but they don't know what to do with it, is not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. Okay, more goes right there. Tanya, Rabbi Sarah says, where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to Tchias HaMesim? Shneimar, the Gama Kimosi as precedes is very interesting. Itam Laseis Lahem es Eretz Kinan. The passage says, and I will uphold my bris, my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? Does Lachem lo ne'emar ela Lahem. This is very interesting. The pasuk doesn't say it. The Prophet doesn't say, "No, I'm upholding my covenant to give you lachem." Rather, it says lahem to them.
What's up,
Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, you see Rashi on the right side, about halfway down. Actually, a little more than halfway down. Ela lahem.
No one really knows for sure. Eleve, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the Mazor we live by. And, do whatever you want.
So the question
I'm not your boss. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm the boss of the world. Who knows?
That again, if anyway, was talking to Amisrael, who was alive at the time, and we have this lotion of what? Of lachem to you. Lachem means to them. Who's the them? So the Gemara understands it's referring to Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. The Gibeon of Avraham and Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by the time God went to Egypt. God came to this king of Israel. And rather, what do you see?
290 days
again, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive
37 days.
What does that show you? Yes,
This bullshit.
That's amazing.
Do you think you'd be doing it 37 days?
Yeah, fine.
Not as well as we have, man.
I'm
tired, bro. So let's just get this shit over with. I did want to say, I am looking forward, incredibly passionately about conducting my own documentary classes, but
they really refer to different levels of heretics, or I should say, people who don't believe in certain things. So we'll see the distinctions. Shalom meaning is Rabbi Gamliel. So the meaning is Rabbi Gamliel.
Right, so we did Italian college yesterday, and that Luzzatto, that motherfucker,
says, I'm going to bring you a proof from Torah David Ksubin. Now, all of Rabbi proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens.
He's like the foremost
so number one, what's the right in that Torah?
modern Jewish
the come. This is pretty explicit. As Hashem says to Moshe, you are going to live again and die. You are living with your forefathers to come. And you are going to arise.
So we're doing Sephardim.
Pretty explicit.
Miriam.
So how did they disprove it? No. They said, we are putting the comma in the wrong place. The Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. No. The pasuk is as follows. Moshe, you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, The people worship idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. So the next okay, so they rejected their first group. Next, Minanavim. What's the proof from Rabbi?
When I was a kid, you had sleepovers are big deal, kids. And I would stay up later than anything. You could not beat me.
Phrase you see, Kakizu Verananu Shokne Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakizu Verananu. And will sing praise to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gilma, basically checking his Festo. If you have to bring to the point that your Festo going back to life. Who did your Festo bring back to life? That's the Hashem of the Abisi, right? That's the dry, the value of dry bones. Maybe that's the specific episode you're going to. Next, from if we check out GIFO, only to the building and insurance, Dovave 6 machine. See it? What's in the puzzle? The puzzle means representation actually. Little again that phrase, Dovave 6 insurance. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep a reference to death. Lips they will move, being a reference to that once again they speak. There's a missing. The Gilma of Putin Rakshas Basar the Alma. So the meaning says, so Yochanan, the meaning says too, the meaning is like what's like the Ramil, it really refers to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the Gemara says, Yochanan, we're done on Yochanan, it's so beautiful. We should be sitting in the Sadak. Homi Shnemna Halacha B'Shmuel Ba'olam Azam. So beautiful. Whenever, when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, what concentrates has to do with halacha. What that means is, when a person dies, and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry.
You should know a story that I really like is Sword in the Stone.
When a person needs
Forget
over
Disney
Torah,
cartoon, but it's
this
also
needs
some
over
other shit.
the person needs over the
I think there was an owl in it named Archimedes or some shit. Anyway, I just always see myself as, I guess, is it Arthur in that story?
Someone says over the Torah, someone says over the
I'll just really quickly say,
the lips move in the grave. Incredible.
A teacher can make such a difference in a student's world. I was thinking about some of the classes in which I struggled. I would not put the blame on any teacher that I ever had, but there were some teachers that I felt that just could have been better. Maybe they were smart, but they weren't good teachers. Do you ever have a really smart teacher and a really good teacher?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Ches Anisim min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, the giving over to them.
I mean, intelligence
The
is
assumption is this is Abraham,
relative.
Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit.
Did you ever have a teacher who I thought was dumb?
That again, the dead will come back to life. Incredible. Others say, but I'm going to look at a different passage. You will say it's so beautiful.
Even the teachers who I knew were probably, there's one that comes to mind, I won't name this person, but they gave us freedom to do some things, and it changed my approach. It changed how I look at the world. It changed. It just gave us some freedom, and I still think about shit that person taught us. So yeah.
Even at a time when everyone else
more than some of the people who probably were seen smart or whatever other things it may be.
Ultimately, again, you move into a control. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else
did you ever have one teacher who was just like
such a beautiful and incredible
better than all the others? No. They're like all very talented in their own way.
Robian as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. So Romans asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya, what did they ask him?
No, I wanted to say, I'm really excited to do Daf Yomi. Like, started Daf Yomi class. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
how do we know that there's resurrection?
These things already take a long
and
time.
number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-part question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yosef ben Chaya says I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk.
You talked yesterday about Bereshit and your mom reading it. Yeah, why didn't your dad read it too?
Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see
I don't know.
a remez to Tchias HaMesim.
Did he read
So
to you?
they say back to him,
He read a lot.
Okay, Moshe, that's not how to read the pasuk.
But did he read
the
to you?
pasuk is that ultimately Moshe you're going to die. Become doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection.
I think he kind of figured
What
that.
does become go on?
Again, he's paying
Again, the Klais are going to rebel.
teachers. They should be doing their job.
So
And I was thinking of this,
fine, even if you
like,
say that, at least
how my classes were. It would usually be like each class was an hour,
So again, even if
and then you get an hour, 45 minutes to an hour of homework, something like that, which is way too
at
much.
least use it for what?
But
As a remez, as a scriptural proof
the
that
class
Hashem
really
knows
could have
what's
been
going to
30
happen,
minutes,
right? Because
and then left, and then 30 minutes of
you're
homework
going
or
to die,
something like that.
and when you
And
die,
then the teacher can go around and make sure that the kids are doing
okay,
homework.
incredible. So the Gemara says,
I know when I taught, I don't really ever think I ever required homework. Maybe. I didn't, but maybe I was feeling good for someone.
How do I know?
I taught some interesting classes.
And how do I know that Hashem knows
Japanese.
Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu,
Stands out as one that I never thought I would teach. I didn't teach it for extremely long, but I did teach it. Or I helped the class, but I mean, I didn't teach Japanese. That was an interesting one. The more challenging classes.
Remember again, because of these books of
I
heresy,
really, fortunately, always had
there's
really
no
good
resurrection.
students.
I said to them,
And they listened to
so
me.
number one, you forged the Torah.
There was one class, one time, and there was one kid who
there is no Tchias
I think
and yet it says
everybody would have thought this kid would have driven his teacher bonkers. And I got him to listen. And I remember the other teachers were kind of like, is this kid, is he alright? Everything alright? He got it. But I didn't have to discipline him. I never had to send the kid to the principal's office. Kids listen to me. Now, I had it pretty easy. I had one-on-one time with a lot of students who were special needs and needed assistance. And then I would teach large classes, everything from babies, like a pre-K, pre-K, like their parents had just, like they were at work. And this was even pre-K. It was like
To which the Gemara says,
daycare, like even how do I describe nurseries, even, and then pre-K, K. Did you ever teach kindergarten? Yep. I went on field trips with kindergarten. And that's an interesting one. Just very much like a mother hen looking at those kids and just counting the whole time, making sure that they're all there. And it was fun. Do you ever teach first grade? Yep. Second, third. I taught every class, every grade. Really? Mm-hmm. What's your favorite?
But we cut off in this world. He carries the Olam Haba. See, right? He carries it, right? He carries the car for the world to come. And he carries the carries.
The older they are, I feel like the more you can make an impact. But you can make an impact.
But both Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the phrase of Avona Ba? This is beautiful.
What are we talking
You
about
might have thought
today?
that this would be cut off if he did tshuva. So the Gemara says, when is the sinner cut off? Only when it's avonah, when the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says,
Are you ever not proud of being Jewish?
the only time the sin is cut off is when the sin remains.
I'm not proud of
But if
sometimes
the sin
things that Jews do,
then ultimately again
or have
he is
done.
not cut off. Incredible. I will say.
but I'm proud
So
of who I
really,
am.
really, really fascinating. So again, with the point that you begin to see is like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one pasuk that says there's Tchias HaMesim.
I do my best to
Tchias HaMesim.
educate
Rather, what we
people
have
on
is a
what I
series
feel
of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions, not right, biblical allusions, Torah, Rabbi, Mitzvah, different allusions, different hints, different ideas.
and
Beautiful.
a lot of people
Let's go back to that. Finish that.
maybe
Shalom says
consider
this
Jews
Gemara.
are not
Shalom
politically Jews, so
Cleopatra
they're not a good
Malchus
reflection
Rabbi
of what
Meir.
true
Wow.
halacha is.
Queen
In
Cleopatra.
many ways.
Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. By the way, just so you should know, Maharsha points this out. Cleopatra is the queen, but Paro is the king. So this is not like a, this is Cleopatra as a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical, and not something you see in usages and shells. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, people. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Allah, Yudana the Chayish Shefi. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die. Dixiv, Beatzitzu Merke Isavaras. I'm sorry, I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I think she's real, right? Cleopatra, I believe she has an incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. She goes to Paul, Beatzitzu Meir, to Isavaras. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally there sprouts forth from the city, that's reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. Well, once again, it's interesting. This Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. From Taylor. Like, so I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishay, Omdin, Arumin, Omdin, fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So the Mayor says back to Cleopatra,
I have so much that I want to do for the remainder of my life. I just don't know how I'm going to do it all.
The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, just the seed, there's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza, the Kamalavusha, and it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from here, again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenik baran belavushein, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, were buried with their clothing. Allah has kama v'kama. Now, Tzadik ultimately, again, is buried not that clothing, like Tzadikim, but drowned. But if Tzadik is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So there's a First of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead, and how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. Also, what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing, we see the point, often in metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the goggles, like the following people that have on it, the Shomar says in this way. And all times let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. The clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra was really asking was the following. When is this person listening? How will you come back? How are you born? Are you born like Cavalasa, like naked, unclothed, like you like any person non-respected you being born with Kavan Shanola Dami? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of the previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my makeup. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed into a brand new life? Which I mean, your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I will say is so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me also called Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I want to teach you a little bit. The Caesar, such a little bit. Caesar little meal. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. When you go to Cleopatra, who believes in creationism, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see where the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, so you guys say, the Shach B'Chayim, then we'll come back to life. I don't think
How many
that works.
loaves do you need? I used to have this shit down really well. I would do mine. There's this thing I used to do, kids. Oh, it's just
comes back to life.
my preparation for Shabbat was so tight. And I would go to Trader Joe's on Friday.
Again, these figures are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to her,
I had my day.
I
had this job, kids, and it paid
she wanted to answer this particular question.
barely enough.
Okay.
But it was like the happiest time.
Second line, Alpha Raise 91A, second line in.
I yearned for it in some ways. Everything in my life during this time was like so precise. I'd wake, say Moradi, wash, go. I had like this alarm system that I could scan. I'd scan an alarm, like, cause if not, I'll fall back asleep. I'm very bad at staying up. And then I would go.
Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils.
Put on my running clothes. I would go for a run. And then I'd always pass this guy on my street.
So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean?
Just get a good sweat. Come back inside.
Which creates a baby.
Go. Take off my running shoes and my running clothes.
It's a greater feat to create utensils from water than
and I had a roommate we would like kind of compete to try to get to the bathroom around like 5. I would wake up at 3:33. I felt that's the hardest time for anybody to get up. So if you ever want to know what time, ideally when I'm finding out on Sundays, I'm awake at 3:33. 3:30 is actually, I feel easier than 3:30. Really? Yeah. And I mean, I've done 3:30 a lot in my life. I've done 3. I've done 2. I've done everything. Every kind of, I've had schedules around the clock. But 3:33 is most of it. And then get in the bathroom. And brush my teeth, all that stuff. I would listen to like 3 songs or so. I don't even really remember what they were. I think one of them.
Also, just
do my bathroom thing. Go get in that shower. When I'm done, draw a full suit, tie, dress to the nines. Get my car. Get to Beth before the rabbi, just about everybody. Sometimes like awaiting somebody to open the place and get in. I would always sit by the heat and start down to film. And depending on the day,
and the human king said to his servants,
it's like a Monday or Thursday, we're going to have Torah, whatever.
There's no dirt, no place for any Jew to go to the palace.
Stay.
I need you to figure it out.
And then get to work, go to work. There were 2 routes I could take to work. I could take one route that would take 30 minutes, and another route which would take about 10 minutes. And I would take the 30-minute route, and I would listen to all kinds of music. But I'd listen to country music, which is weird because I don't think it's I'd listen to hip-hop and other stuff too, but I would sometimes listen to country music, just during this one period of my life. And I would fight Irvine traffic and Santa Ana traffic. If I was late, I would just take the freeway and I'd be there at work in like 10 minutes. But if I wasn't late, if I had 30 minutes, I would take the streets and not the freeway. And I just like the hustle and bustle of Irvine and Santa Ana. And I mean, I had this fucking route down. I can tell you, like, right by the crosswalk of the like crosswalk people. Shout out to them by the school. They just being just like just serene. And I would get to work, and I would open the building, and where I worked, it was like very much like out of like the 70s of like an industrial park. And I would go upstairs, open up my office, turn on my computer, listen to NPR, and make coffee, and then look at the finances of this business. This is what I was working on. Control it. And I would review the finances, and I had this like system down that was like for 365 days, basically to the dot. I did, or of the working day, I did everything exactly according to this plan. And I would print off what we had in the bank. I'd print off anything that came out. I'd go over any important emails or whatever. And I answered to the CFO, and she did not come in until like 11 o'clock. Or so, sometimes 12, sometimes 1. So I had this like morning to myself, which was just incredibly serene and calm. And once that was done, then I had the duty of going to get the mail of a person who I was the accountant for, and a stranger I would go through. But basically, I'd go get their mail at their home 3 times a week. They wanted me to do it every single day, but it was kind of pointless to do it every day. And it was inefficient. And I would have. I got to leave work and drive and listen to fucking music and just enjoy life. And I love having the windows down and the heat on. And even though it's California, it's like just early in the morning, and just seeing everybody going to work and doing their thing. I get the mail. And was Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant, really. And then sometimes I would get when the circumstances are not difficult, Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf when it was kosher. Before situations like this, difficult situations, this is a piece of. And I think almost all of us have situations. They had the best caprese. I don't know to get through this. And I got through it. And I got through it. They were so good. They're the best sandwich I think I've ever had. It was it's like mozzarella, tomato, bread. I'd have those, and sometimes I get I'm big on just getting a bunch of shit. 2 large vanilla lattes. I would drive back to where I live, and usually and he was a hunchback. I could like just, I don't want to say wait, but I would do something until the CFO was at the location. Now the CEO was there. He was always there really early, but the CFO sometimes would take some time. And I go in and very professional with a briefcase every single day. Nobody carries a briefcase, but I would. It was like a movie. How I would dress, and I mean, black hat, black suit, just very very well. Nobody's dressing like this. Even the shul that people are dressing like that, and especially California. And I would go into the CFO and CEO's office and review everything with them. Actually, I would put the paperwork on the CFO's desk, basically, so that when they got in to look at the information, it was like all there, and it's highlighted. And then I would get a call when CFO was ready to review things. Sometimes I would just go and anticipate it, but I didn't want the person to feel like I was just like watching for them. Because I had other things to do. And you never knew when they were there. But they get there, and we would review the finances. I'd review everything with them. And I was far more than a controller. I was a mentor, a coach to them. I was a confidant. And somehow somebody made this fucking
this is incredible, right?
There's a wedding planning business, which is really cool. So brides come in, and bridal planners, and everybody was really stressed but happy. Like, you knew you were helping people. And then usually about 1 or 2 or so. And I made arrangements on Fridays. And God, the leadership of this organization was as respectful of Judaism and my needs as any people I've ever met. They were just, I cannot say enough good things about it. I prayed for them in name many times in my life. Like, I cannot underestimate. I cannot. They were just so wonderful. And so I would leave. The plan was to leave at 3 o'clock on Fridays. And I'd stay late all the other days. But on Fridays, I didn't want to mess with, well, time change happened. I didn't want to mess with that. It was just 3 o'clock on Friday. And I mean, I fought with people over these hours. Gone to war with people on these hours. Not these were wonderful people. Very respectful. And they knew nothing was going to happen between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock on Friday. That was I couldn't handle. And payroll was due on Thursday morning or something like that, to pay out on Friday. So everybody generally got paid. It was every 2 weeks, but a lot of times it was a payday. That was really great. And I could have milked this company for so much money legally, but I didn't. I wanted them to succeed, and I didn't want to take more than I needed. And I would, about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock every day, I would go to the bank. And I would go to the bank in Costa Mesa. And sometimes, now, I never charged this company for wear and tear to my car, tires, anything, gas even. That was a big thing. I could have charged them for gas. Never did. By the end, while I was done, I charged them for mileage. But that was agreed upon way in advance. Like, they would even say you can charge us for gas. We know that you're traveling like quite a distance to go to the bank and 3 days a week to go get milk. Johnny Carson's.
It hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed.
Bartenders.
And we all love each other, and anti-Semitism, everybody loves us.
But I knew that I
was. And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same dynamic. The world
I felt less pressure. Meaning I could go get a coffee if I wanted. I didn't always, but and I could eat something if I wanted. And the people at Coffee Bean and TD, they were so nice. I'll never forget this. One time they had this table that was really wobbly, and I didn't normally stay there and eat, but one time I did. I put my coffee down, and the CFO called me, and I was just talking to her or whatever. She loved to call me when I was in the car, and I explained to her, look, I don't want to be distracted when I'm driving, even though I could do hands-free and all of that. I'm not. I will be back in the office in 20 minutes, so you can just wait. But this one time she called, and I would answer a call if she called, but I told her in advance. I don't want this to be a thing where, like, whenever I'm in the car, we're just talking, like, I have to pay attention and things like that, even though I could have easily done it. I didn't want to get into the hands-free and all of that, so the CFO called me, and I put my foot down on this really rocky table, and I knew this table was rocky, and my fucking drink was on the ground. And they remade me a drink right away. I was a good customer, and for the little that I made, I would try to tip them when that wasn't even a good thing. But I think I remember, oh, you guys are so sweet. And I just loved that. I loved that. Fucking sandwich. But, yeah. Like, I'd be pissed if they only had one. And then I was so excited to go to I remember this one Monday, when I first started there, I went to OC Kosher, which is in Tustin, but it was still it wasn't on the way exactly, but it's pretty close. And I was there at like 10 a.m. And as I walked in, I saw this really nicely dressed lady from and then I heard, and it was my Rabbi I still remember she was saying, like, it was almost like, he represents like it was just like a beige outfit. So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the proof from? I was shocked to see her. She was shocked to see me. And we exchanged niceties, and sometimes I would go there. Well, rarely would I go there for lunch, but if somebody was in town, like I had family visit, we went to lunch there, or I might have a friend who would want to go to lunch, and sometimes we'd go, and I would tell the ownership that I was going to be out to lunch, but usually I was just grabbing something. And so sometimes I would go there and get things for Shabbat, and still remember the challah that I like there, the Schwarzes, they're out of San Diego. And Schwarz is deli. And so not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you I really like for all of your delinquent service. Okay, so what happens? Schnitzel. I fucking love schnitzel and duck's. But I would get these pies that I fucking love too. I would get these beef pies and chicken pot pies, just pies, like British pies. That I didn't really recognize were British, but people make fun of British cuisine, and that's cool. But if anything, like we had quite a lot of British delicacies, Ashkenazi delicacies. But and then I get, I get like 3 or 4 more, sometimes 6 or so. I don't know, a lot. Sometimes I get brisket, a big thing of brisket, and I would. Many times I would, like, I'd either do that or I'd go to Trader Joe's, and sometimes I would go to Trader Joe's, and I mean, I wasn't at these places for very long. I don't eat that. I mean, I eat a lot, but I knew exactly what I wanted, and I get like 3 things. Like, it was, if you've ever seen OC Kosher, it's like a fucking 7-Eleven. It's not big, and They have two checkout people. You never have to wait more than like 10 seconds for a checkout person. And they would check me out in whatever. Or I'd go to Trader Joe's. And I used to love going to Trader Joe's. And I'd go to one at Walnut. I'd go to one at Bristol. And
when Jews are direct, and when Jews
I get this. They have this everything salmon. It was called like everything salmon. I get bagels, cream cheese, lox, everything lox, which I felt was really good. It covered up the
I want to play something out, by the way.
fishiness. Sometimes that lox can have. I get bagels sometimes. Oh, wow, most of them. What else? I get challah sometimes there. And we'll get to that. How many challah do you need? At a bare minimum, how many would you need?
Why couldn't other people come up with this?
And I get Herzog wine, which was kosher wine, but extremely inexpensive. I always found it $5. And Kedem, I get Kedem at Osi Kosher. Grape juice.
Be unapologetic about what is ours.
I didn't like being. I mean, I was usually going somewhere for Shabbat, but if I wasn't, I didn't like having to drink a whole bottle of water or something by myself. I didn't think it was a good look. I don't ever think it's a good look to have alcohol as a simple person.
Literally, again, we think it's new things.
Unless you're entertaining or something, but it's just
bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. And it was again, like
schnitzel, duck sauce. But it's Trader Joe's.
See how the world was so certain. Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide?
It's something that I'd always have. It's always really a good idea. Just have boxes of matzah.
Just pointing out, you see,
what else?
Certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is us.
Cream
The
cheese.
world very much stays the same.
That was at other times too.
So it's overwhelming. Next court case.
And on occasion, I went to, I think just 1 or 2 times,
Egypt.
the Long Beach.
I don't know
why I would have gone there. Maybe. That was it.
So the Egyptians come. It's actually pretty clear.
I love
right? So the Pasuk said when we left Mitzrayim,
what else
the
did I get? I gotta fucking finish the book. I'm sure people appreciate like what is your when everything's working the way that you want it to work. What is your Shabbat? What should our Shabbat be?
Now Vayashin literally means
they'd be whatever you want. But then
now there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea.
I mean, I'll show my receipts in the future.
Borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians.
A lot. But how many challahs would I buy? That was a good question. Because I'm one person. So the Schwartz, the ones at OC Kosher are bigger. The ones at Trader Joe's are smaller. So how many do you need? Okay, so for Shabbat,
I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal
like
with
at
it.
a bare minimum,
Let me explain once again. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry. If they are victorious, if they win the case over me, so then I say again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy can do it. He's a head yoke. He's just a regular guy. But if I'm successful, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu nitzachtem. And ultimately, again, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the shows. Okay, so Givim Sisa shows up to Beis Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrulahem, Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your proof? Amrulahem, Torah. Amrulahem, so again, the Egyptians, we told you, Vayashin Lu, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, Shkai, I'm happy to have like this. You now want us stuff back? So which Givim Sisa says, Amrulahem, Afani lo avi lechem raya el Torah. I'll also bring you proof from the Torah. Shneimar, Umosha b'nei Yisrael.
That's how you want to do it. If you're going to use matzah, that's going to change
the
things.
Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now, 430 years, remember again, that's the clock.
Let's
from
break this down.
So therefore,
I used to have this down, but the answer that I want to give seems different than what it should be.
So, says,
for a full Shabbat,
if you want to make an accounting,
25 hours for the 3 meals,
you the golden
How
sword
many
that we
loaves
borrowed.
of bread do
Okay.
you need?
You
If
also
you
back wages
reuse
for
the loaves
600,000 men
when
who
saying
worked for
the
430
blessing
years. Let's just, you know
over
what, do some
the
forensic accounting
loaves,
over here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for
can you break it
430
down for me each meal?
years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Someone Alexander Moto, Hexula Chuba.
Your top was full.
Okay, so what do you have to say?
2 loaves present at the time of humility.
To new loans, much
You do not need 2 loaves.
we'll come back.
You can use the same one. Right.
Now
I wanted to say, because I would buy 6 loaves,
So ultimately, again, they search
but
for 3 days. They couldn't find an
that's
answer.
not technically the least amount that you get. Okay, so the first 2, first Friday night, you need 2. You can eat 1. You need 2 too. Okay, then
The Jews had benefit of this.
for the
Very
day,
interesting. Why is it that both
you
the
have that.
Africans and
Okay,
the
so
Jews went away?
eat,
Right?
and you have
Come
a
back.
blessing.
Be a man.
2.
Right? And say, you know what? We don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can
They
say,
say 2 loaves total.
right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
That's
When
if
you
you're
recognize
careful.
that
Now
what
let's
you're
break
doing
it
is
down
smoking
meal by
mirrors,
meal.
and only an attempt
That's
to
not
rob
right
people of what is
though.
rightfully
Friday
theirs.
night meal, you place 2
Don't
whole loaves on the
have
table,
to
make
walk
kamochi
to show
on them,
back
cut
up
one
front.
like
And
one
that's
loaf,
what we want
one
to teach
loaf,
us over here. These weren't real claims. Right?
loaf
Because if
A,
you're real claim,
partially
one second.
eaten,
In
loaf
every
B
court
still
case,
whole.
every court case,
Logically
someone
fine.
wins,
Shabbat day
someone
meal,
loses. That's the way it
you need
works.
2
Again,
loaves
all you
present,
want
use
is
loaf
just a
B
fair
still
shake,
whole, loaf A,
recognizing
even
you
if
might
partially cut,
lose.
as most of
But
it
you can't
counts
even
as
show
shell.
back up.
Most
When
folks
you
can
can't even
allow
show
missing
your face again,
Okay,
you
if
can't
you
even
want to play
follow
by
back
those
up,
rules,
that shows the
fine.
emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. You want to like Shupam Achas, Bogre Yishmo. That is incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the
What
bandwagon.
if you want
over here.
full
So
loaves
who
at
comes?
each meal?
Sons of Yishmael, V'niktura. Lodun im Yisrael.
There's just something I don't want to
What's
have
Yishmael's
fucking
claim?
loaf.
What's that
This is
claim? Our loaf.
okay. 2 fully intact mineral.
Okay.
You're choosing
Yeah,
Lechem Mishnah, 2 complete loaves. You only want fully whole at each meal. Once a loaf is cut, it's out of rotation. I mean, that's fine if you don't do that.
That's interesting.
But so 6 loaves, and that's still not right.
So it's interesting.
Is it?
Yishmael in this
No.
context says we're not saying it's
There's a
solely
way around
ours.
it. I think it's
We're
5.
saying it's
So you do
also
Friday,
ours. Now this is very different,
2,
right? Africans claimed all hours.
but you only eat
United
one of them.
claimed, right? Yisrael wanted
Then you
back,
got Saturday.
wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so
And
it's
then
interesting. Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's the claim. So Yishmael says we're not
2.
claiming it's all ours. We're
You've
just
eaten
claiming
2 and
we're
you have 1.
partners in it. We're partners in it.
And
Why?
then, or maybe you could do it with 4.
So again,
Need 2 whole loaves, Shabbat day meal. Need 2 new whole loaves. Oh, if you're gonna do, it is 6, but there's a way to do it where you can do it with 4. Running total use 4. Seudah Shish. Shlishi. Strict halakha does not require Lechem Mishnah here, but if you want 2 full loaves anyway, bring 2. Yeah. So if you want maximal elegance without overkill, so this is what I've seen, or this is what I want to say that I've done. 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf on Seudah Shlishi, which would be 5 loaves total, and still very Mahuda. I think I did 6. Really? Yeah. And to eat 6 fucking loaves of bread? I mean, I'd be fucking out. So you get. Okay, so how does it work? Okay, Matt, the standard 2 Friday night, 2 Saturday for the meal, 2 for the third. That's 6. But you can do 1, 2 Friday night. No, 1 eat Friday night, but say the bracha on 2. Use the second one for Saturday. 2. So that's 2 eaten. You still have 1, and then
the father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son
4.
away. Does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the Leviticus was saying is, what are you guys talking about? If Abram gave you
So the standard is Mahudar. Standard Mahudar is 4 loaves. Halakhic minimum is 2 loaves. Full whole every meal at 6 loaves. You're basically choosing the royal table version of Shabbat. But what about maximal elegance? Some people do a hybrid: 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf and Seudah Shlishit. That would be 5 loaves total.
So the Gemara says as follows.
For the maximal elegance, why don't you need another loaf there? What's the practice there? There's something with that.
Interestingly enough, I want to point out what's fascinating about
You're remembering exactly right. Something. This isn't random. It's a real, very old halakhic logic. Let's unpack it cleanly. The key principle you're thinking of, Seudah Shlishit, does not equal the 2 other meals. The third meal is halakhically different than the other 2 meals in major ways. The other 2 major ways. Lechem Mishnah is not required. It is not learned from this man the same way. It is not learned from the man the same way. The first 2 meals are modeled on double portion of man on Friday, 2 loaves. The drasha does not apply to the third meal. So why the whole loaf for maximum elegance? The practice you're recalling is have 1 shalom loaf for Seudah Shlishit, not 2. Why? Kavod Seudah, not Lechem Mishnah. Seudah Shlishit still deserves dignity. A whole loaf shows honor, but 2 would imply a requirement that doesn't exist. That's a subtle but important point. You don't invent an obligation to look small. So that's why I think a lot of times I get 5, but sometimes I would get 6. Did you ever just get 2? Yeah, if I was just going somewhere else, like if I was doing something else. Avoiding halakhic confusion. Using 2 full loaves at Seudah Shlishit can blur the distinction between meals. Make it look like you're claiming Lechem Mishnah applies trigger merit 9 bad precedent logic. So elegant move is 1 whole loaf to honor, not 2. I think maybe I just did get 5. Really? Yeah. I'm sure I got 6, but I don't think I would always eat it. I might just have it for the week. Zohar, Kabbalistic undertone. In many mystical frameworks, Friday night Chesed, Shabbat day Gevurah, Seudah Shlishit, Tiferet, Ra'ava, Dif, Ravim. Highest unity. Unity is symbolized by 1, not 2. So 2 loaves equals duality, weekday fixed. 1 loaf, 1 is Shabbat climax. That's not halakhic reason, but it absolutely shaped practice. What communities actually do. Common, mahudar, but honest practice. 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf Seudah Shlishit. This is where the 5 loaves total comes in. Who does what? Many Sephardim, 1 whole loaf at Seudah Shlishit. Hasidic Kabbalistic circles, often 1 loaf or even mizono, and Litvish, often any bread, even sliced. No one thinks 2 is required. Right. The deep intuition is something you felt. You're intuiting this. Seudah Shlishit is about presence, not abundance. So, not about doubling, not about display. Also, about staying with Shabbat as a phase. 1 loaf says, I'm still here, not upgrading the mitzvah, just honoring it. Bottom line, you don't need another loaf because there is no Lechem Mishnah obligation. 1 whole loaf is kavod based enhancement. 2 loaves should be over signaling the halakhic claim that isn't true. That is something. So maybe there was something there. So 5 loaves are the way to go.
And the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, Mary of William Ziv, Ziv, Ben, Shmuel, Yisrael,
and I love it. It's like cake. It is my favorite bread. Though I feel like we're like cinnamon bread, but
allow our holy soldiers to be successful.
I also like
sourdough bread. Let us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have a steep climb here.
I would also get cheese.
Tzaddik on days 90. I got a countdown from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. About 12 lines down from the top. So again, the Shira Bishol is what the following. Let's just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias HaMesim. Right, from where that just is missing the Torah. So what we ended off with yesterday is a pasuk that says,
I know what I get.
You shall give truma to Aaron.
Go to this place
It's very interesting.
And get
Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was
They had Bubbles pickles, which were fine. They're great. But then what else did I get? I remember. I would get sometimes hot
At the end of the day, what
dogs
could this mean?
at
That
OC
ultimately,
Kosher.
again, you
They
give
like
truma to Aaron.
frankfurters.
So
And
remember
then
again,
I
it must be
get,
that the pasuk means that
they had
Tchesa
buns there.
So the
It
Gemara
was
says,
like
there
I
you should see
forget what the
goes
name
like
of the
very
buns
short
were.
time. Aaron.
It's like
So what does it
old.
mean? We have to give truma to
There's
someone
like a
like
certain
Aaron.
brand. Only one brand is like kosher
Chavar,
bun.
Achman of Chalir. Just
I'm
like
not
Aaron
saying
is a
that's
chaver,
true, but
right?
it's
Just like Aaron
basically
against
like
Tom
that.
Chacham.
And
And therefore
they
knows
had a
how
blue
to
bag,
go ahead
and they sold them
and
at
deal
Smart
with
and
truma
Final
in
as
your
well.
property,
Sometimes I
right?
get them at
So
Smart
to
and
again, in
Final.
general, you have to
And
give
there's a
Chavar.
thing where like the hot dogs come in packages of 8, but the buns come in 12.
To a Kohen who is ignorant.
Hot dog math is a thing. What else did I get? I would sometimes get.
Because again, the way the pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam.
Well, that doesn't include what I
Whoever
ordered.
is
I'd be back at
holding
OC
the
Kosher outside every Sunday, like
Yesh
clockwork,
Lo Minas
to get my
has a
food
portion in
for
truma.
the
She'ein
remainder.
Matzah K'Toras Hashem, and whoever is not holding
Okay, so
strong
then I
in
go
the Torah of
to.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Minas, does not have a
And
portion.
I know this may seem like I was buying a lot of things, but I could make this really quick. And I was already in
Very
Tustin
important
or
because truma has a lot of
wherever,
details.
and I was
Truma
already
has a lot
using
of
my own gas,
obligations,
so
and
I
the
figured.
misuse of truma.
And like, you know, I was working longer, so I could take a little bit of just a break. And
whoever gives truma to a kohen who is
I
an
would get this
amaretz,
stuff.
he will know some of Fnei Ari.
I want to say I
It's
got
as if
other
he
stuff.
gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffik doris v'ochel suffik ino doris v'ochel. You know, when you put food in front of a lion,
That's fine for
there's
now.
a suffix.
And
You
then
know, will it tear it
I go to
apart?
the bank, I make a deposit, I have a deposit slip, I put it in this like envelope, like this leather bag thing, and take it back. And I have to go to the post office a lot, and I love going to the post office. I love it. But we have a lot of post office stores. But anyway. So I drop all the mail off at the post office for the business. I make the deposit. I go back and leave my 3. Get back home by, let's say Shabbat was at, the earliest it ever is in Irvine is like 4:14 p.m. You can check me on it. That's pretty close. And so I would have to get home. And I think I would take the long way home if I didn't need to rush,
So it's really fascinating about
which is
all
like
of
30
this is
minutes, but it was fun.
just generally
And I was always really excited.
how again, in
And
these
I get
cases, you
home,
would think that
wash,
giving truma to the kohen, of course, is an objective.
get ready for Shabbat,
So
maybe
giving
change or
truma to
whatever.
the kohen is only a
And
chesed.
then
There's only something good if
it
the kohen knows
was, so
what to do
I
with
would
it.
get home by
If he doesn't know
3:30,
how to handle the gift,
15
then
minutes
not
of
only is it not a chesed,
doing
but in
everything.
fact, it's
And
a
then the
liability
walk
for
to
him.
shul was
That
like
tremendously sowed their
29
life
minutes
as
or
well.
something.
About
26
when,
minutes.
it could be
Like I had it down
parenting,
really well.
about
And I was always the first
children,
person there.
It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to
We
give children
daven.
something. as
Sometimes
long
we
as
would
once.
daven so late that the
Child
lights would
knows
go
how
off
to
on the
handle
timer.
it. To give a
Or
child
whatever,
something
we have
that's
a
a
good
big
time
so
at dinner.
technology.
And
These
then
are
I'd
many
walk home
areas.
many times with my friends. But if I didn't have my friends, for whatever reason, I would walk home, always feel extremely safe and
Kind of.
calm,
Somebody says,
and it was just really nice.
where do we find,
And I
again,
would
a biblical allusion to
walk
Tchias
over
HaMesim?
the
Shene'emar,
freeway and just see
Kimosi
the
as
lights
BC,
are
it's very
just coming
interesting.
by. I just can't believe what
Itam
I'm doing.
Lasis
I feel
Lohem
very
es
honored
Eretz
to
Canaan. The pasuk
have
says,
this up.
and I will establish, I will uphold my
And sometimes I have to really go to the
covenant
bathroom, right, to
to give to them.
get in
Lahem.
the house
Lahem, to
and
them. Right? It does
go
Lachem
to the
lo
bathroom
Nehemar
to
Elo
her.
Lahem. It's very
And
interesting. The
then
pasuk doesn't say it. The Baruch doesn't say
my
it.
stuff was on
my
it.
covenant
It's on a
to
timer.
give you Lachem. Rather it says
So
Lahem
I go to
to
bed,
them. Who is
and I have,
them?
I
Who's
have,
Rashi? It's Rashi. It's like
I wouldn't
side.
touch my
About
phone
halfway down. Elo Lahem. Actually, a
during
little more than
Shabbat.
halfway down.
And I had
Elo Lahem.
with this one
Masha
house,
Shetiach
I had this
HaKadosh
alarm that would go off,
Avram, Yitzchak,
and
Yaakov.
it would be these
Sheyisir
people
Lahem
clapping,
Eretz
and
Yisrael.
like I always felt like that
Lahem
was just
Nitna, Halo
just
Lebnehem
chanting
Nitna.
on it.
So the
And
pasuk makes it sound like such an interesting way to read the pasuk.
um,
That again, if
the
Echad
stupid
was talking to
iPhone
Am Yisrael,
one
who was
time
alive at the time,
deleted
it would be
apps
version
that
of
you
what?
weren't using, but
Of
because I never
Lahem.
touched this app, I just set it, forget it kind of a deal. It deleted the app for me. It's the only time I ever was even close to being late for Shabbat. I was
They were dead.
one other time I lost my glasses, and that delayed me a little bit.
rather,
But sometimes I would be so exhausted I fall asleep. The big issue. But anyway, then I davened for like 3 hours. It set up the shul,
Fine.
basically
And
with the camp, and put everything away after. And if I most of the time went to someone's house for Shabbat dinner or like a Shabbat lunch, but if I wasn't, for whatever reason, which was rare, I was taking very well care of. I'd go home
So we'll see the distinctions.
and I would
So the meaning is from where do you know that Hashem brings back the dead?
make myself a really nice meal. I had my flat, I had my brisket, and I had
Now all of Rabbi Gamliel's proofs
grape
they
juice.
reject
I
it.
love grape
We'll
juice.
see what happens. Minat Torah. So number one,
Whatever
what's the right in Minat Torah?
else,
It said, Moshe,
I eat, and then I would fucking take the best nap. And I had the
It's
best
pretty
walk
explicit.
from
Hashem
shul
says to
to my
Moshe,
house.
you are going to live
And
again, die.
it's just
Live
a
with your
park. It
forefathers
was like
to come. And you are
Hashem
going
left
to
me with
arise.
just
Wow,
the most
pretty
amazing
explicit.
arrangement.
So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Gamliel,
I got
you're
to know
putting
this
the
walk
comma
really
in the wrong place.
well.
Abulo,
I did it.
the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Shana. No, we read the pasuk is as follows: Moshe, you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am
I
Hazeh,
found
Shana.
Shabbat to be very
People are
boring.
going to rebel. When you die,
And
the people
I
worship
would,
idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who? On the people.
I'd read books.
Incredible. So the Minat of the okay, so
But
they
that's so
rejected that
bad.
first. Next,
I'd read books
Minat
aloud.
of the what's the proof from Rabbi?
So I like going to people's houses and stuff, playing games. So that was more fun. And then I'd eat the third meal.
What do you see in this phrase?
And
Phrase you see.
then what was really important to me in shul is, and it's even more important to me,
Those who sleep
lighting
in
candles. I
the
didn't even
dust
mention lighting
will
candles.
once again wake up.
Was
The runner and will sing
Havdalah
praises to Hashem.
still
That's a
to me
pretty
more
clear
important. I know
statement.
that sounds
The Dilma,
incredibly
Esim Sheki Echeskel.
strange, but
Maybe that's referring to the dead.
not everybody
Cheskel
likes
brought back to
Havdalah
life.
candle.
With the
Not
Cheskel bring
everybody
back to
likes
life. That's the Yatzamos right? That's the value of dry bones. So
Shabbat
that's a
candles
specific episode
sometimes,
it's referring to.
but we should all
Next,
like
Next,
Havdalah
from
candles
Tzulim,
to the best of our knowledge. Shabbat. We should all be doing that. I understand if Shabbat candles come late or whatever, you should light them. But Havdalah, that one we should have. To me, Havdalah is more important candles. And I know that's probably not mainstream, but that's how I feel. That's how important I feel Havdalah. I mean, I see Havdalah went through my ritual.
So the meaning
And
said,
Havdalah is just incredibly important. Gets my week off right, and I think about the week.
Maybe that's referring to the fact that
Not that Shabbat's not
sometimes
important.
the
It
lips
is.
of the dead
Shabbat's
move
extremely
in the grave.
important. But
Now,
Havdalah
when
to
do the
me,
lips of
I
the
think
dead
I elevate
move in
it.
the
Like
grave?
the importance it has in my heart.
It's so beautiful.
It's really important. And I think it's not seen as that important. I mean, it's important in Judaism, but a lot of people are like, oh, I've just got to get this done. I can feel like that too, but I really,
when a person dies
I
and someone says over a piece of their
feel
Torah in
in my
this
heart
world,
that there's something really special about it.
the deceased
And it's
lips
overlooked,
move in the
and I don't think it should
So
be.
the Gemara says,
And then what?
Shenemar.
Then I would
I'm sorry.
then my fucking night would start, and I love it. I would get in my little Honda and drive to
person needs over lessons for their families. A person needs over Yisodos
Coffee Bean
that are
and Tea
set
this time
over
in
even after they are no longer alive.
and get
by definition,
just
it gives them a
latte.
continued keel, a continued life,
And
continued
sometimes it'd
eternality
be
in this world. So a person
Orthodox
dies,
people there.
someone says over the
That was
Torah, someone says over the saying,
place.
someone says over the so
And
the lips move in a great,
then-
incredible.
Then I would drive into LA
do not
and
believe
just
anything
take
that
on the
Gamliel
city
said until Rabbi Gamliel
and see all the
came
lights
over
and all the things
the
going on,
following
which is
idea.
really
Always the
exciting.
following idea.
Drive all around,
Asher nishba
and then
Hashem
get back
la'avosechem
pretty late,
v'seis lahem.
and
So like
then
a reference to
awake
Israel again,
for
that Hashem
shul
has
in the
sworn to
morning.
give over to you. Now, to
Different
actually say
shul.
to them, Lachem lo ne'emar, it doesn't say
And,
Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say? Ella lahem, to them.
go to shul,
So from here you see
daven,
ultimately again a reference to Tchias
daven
Anisim
shacharis,
min HaTorah. It's incredible because
and
once again they're
see
giving
if the shul
over to
needed
them.
anything.
Who's the them? The
Usually they
assumption
didn't,
is
but a lot
this
of
is
times they
Avram,
did,
Yitzchak,
and
and
I would
Yaakov.
help with
So
anything
from
that
here you
was
see an
needed.
explicit allusion to this
And
idea that Hashem give that again the dead will come back to life. Incredible. Others say, I'm going to look at a different pasuk. Go say it's so beautiful.
Go to OC Kosher. Anytime I would have to stuff, paired learning.
Others say
So studying Rambam Mishnah Torah,
that is from this pasuk.
and
Now literally translated, what does it mean? And you
I would
declare
order
to Hashem your God, right? Chayim kulchem hayom.
I would
So
order
it
like,
seems to translate this.
I mean,
You
back
will
then
live fully today,
it was
or
like
you are fully alive today. So it says in Gemara,
$200, sometimes $250, sometimes $150
That's
in
Moshe was talking to them.
cube
So of course they're alive today. Ela afilu biyom
stick,
shekol ha'olam kulam mesim
and
atem
I
chayim.
get the big
Even at a time when
platters,
everyone else is
and
dead,
I would eat
you
that
will be
steak.
alive.
I would
So the idea, the
just
way the
like
Gemara
kosher
in this
keto.
pasuk is,
And
ultimately, again,
I'm sure it was more steak than anybody ordered. To this day,
means
nobody
back
ordered
to
that
life.
much
And
steak
even
from
on a
this
day where
place
everyone else is
as
dead,
much as I.
you will come back
And
to life.
I would also buy sometimes like they have these frozen
There's much to say about that pasuk as well, but if we have time,
pigs in
I'll
a
come back to
blanket
it
kind of
later.
a deal. What else?
Shalu,
They have like little
as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya.
things that I'm
So
thinking of.
ultimately, again, the
They had
Romans, as to
hot
Yoshua ben
olam
Chananya, what did they ask
string
him?
cheese, but that was after Shabbat. But they loved their hot olam string cheese.
So they asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya
And
a two-pronged question. Number one, how do we know that there's resurrection of the dead? And number two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-pronged question. So
they just had like a lot of
again,
frozen
Rabbi
things.
Yoshua ben Chananya says I can answer
Sometimes I
both
would
of those
get.
questions. From
It's
one
always good
pasuk,
to have frozen kosher food in case you ever need. You have guests or something. I know I'd been to
So
people's
again,
houses where
Yoshua ben Chananya read the
I would be
pasuk.
helping them with
Moshe, you're
something,
going
and
to
they
die.
would be very
Become,
appreciative for what I
and
did,
you're
and
going
they
to
would
come
want
back
to
to life. So from here you see
through
a remez to
like giving me a meal or something, and having that frozen stuff that you could just
that's not how to read the pasuk. When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe you're going to die. The Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection. Rather, what does Vakam go on? Vakam goes on ultimately again the Klais are going to rebel. Amr Lahu. So Rabbi Yeshua ben said, fine. Even if you say that, at least the Kutu Minapalga V'Yadechu Theodema Asha Asaliyos. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a remez to Tchias Anisim, you could at least use it for what? As a remez, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible. The says, it's my name, Rabbi Yochanan Shur B'Shemei Yochai. Binash Kishrachu Mechai Mesim Yodem Ash Asalios. Suppose they said Rabbi Yochanan asked Moshe Rabbi, how do I know Shrachu is going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Shneimar Incha Shochev Imavosecha Vikam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you are going to die, but you will come back. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, Tanya, Amra Eliezer Rabbi Yossi, Kitavarzeh, Ziyafti Sifrei Mina. So Rabbi Eliezer says like this: in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been they're forgeries. They're forgeries. How so? Shehayu Omrim Ein Tchias Anisim in Torah. Remember again, because these books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Ziyaftem Toraschem velo ha'elisem biyadchem klum. So number one, you've forged the Torah. You forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? Sha'atem omrim ein tchias anisim in Torah. For you claim there is no tchias anisim. And yet it says, "How you omer? Hikaris tikaris hanefesh hahin avonava." So we'll say there is a double lashon of hikaris karis. Why the double lashon? Speaking of says. I'm sorry. So we'll say what Hikaris means that the sin will be cut off in this world. Avonaba, its sin will remain with it. Leimas, when is that? Lavi Olamaba does not refer to the world to come. So from here you see ultimately again Raya for Tchias Anisim. So the Gemara says, "Ikaris tikaris." Good. Let me start. I'll know your papa lagayi. May tarvayu may ikaris tikaris. So I understand why can't you learn both that out from ikaris tikaris? Ikaris in olam hazeh, tikaris the olam haba. To which the Gemara says, "Amri lei dibra Torah kula shomei adam." I would have said that, and the meaning would have said, "No, that's just a colloquial expression." Okay, Kitenoi. Shabbos says, Hikaris, Hikaris, Balamazet, Hikaris, Balamazet, Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva understands the double Lashon. Hikaris, be cut off in this world. Hikaris in the world to come. Rabbi Akiva, Amalo Yishmol. Velo Kvar Ne'emar, Es Hashem, Hu Migadei Finikrasa. The Pasuk says he's blaspheming Hashem, he'll be cut off. V'chishlosh Olam Yesh. Are there three worlds? In other words, that means that there's three expressions of being cut off. So what's going on over here? So the says, "V'nichra brother, Elo v'nichra olam hazeh." He'll be cut off in this world. He carries the olam haba. Right? He carries right. He carries the cut in the world to come, and he carries the kares dibra Torah kalasham b'nei adam. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay. Ben Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona ba my atidei. But both according to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the phrase of Avona ba? This is beautiful. You might have thought that this would be cut off even if he did tshuva. So the Gemara says, "Tamuloma avona ba." When is the sin cut off? Only when it's avona ba, when the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, "Lo amarti ella bisman shavona ba." The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does tshuva, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. So really fascinating. So again, with the point that you begin to see is, there's no one pasuk that says there's what we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions. Right, biblical allusions. Torah, different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. We're finished there. Shala Cleopatra Malchus Shabimeir. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. Amra, listen, by the way, just you should know, Marsha points this out. Cleopatra is the queen's, what Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, you can start with Cleopatra as a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical, Marsha says you see it in different pieces and shots. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, Yedgana Echayi Shefi. So listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die. That's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I this is interesting, right? Cleopatra, I believe in Tchias Mason. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Because again, the pasuk says that literally there is sprout forth from the city, which reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. And once again, it's interesting. This pasuk was actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this pasuk. Quotes this pasuk from Tehillim. Right? So I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the shayla? Ella kishein omdin arumin obemavushein omdin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Amrullah, so the mirror says back to Cleopatra. Kavachomer mechita, make a kavachomer from a grain of wheat. How so? So the Gemara says, umachita shmikbara aguma. So the chita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, yotza the kamalavushin. Yet it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see, when again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenikbarim b'levushayim, but Tzadikim ultimately again who are buried with their clothing, Allah has kama v'kama. Now Tzadik ultimately again is buried not that clothing, but technician, but shrouds. So the Tzadik who is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So we'll say it's such a fascinating. First of all, you just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So also, what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing. We've seen this before. It's often a metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the begotten, like the cholesh yubigadech halavani, which someone else says in Mishlei. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra was really asking was the following: when there is transformation, how do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my amazing clothing. I have my mission. So again, it's fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which Rabbi Meir responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I must say is so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. So the Caesar says Rabbi Gamliel, Caesar the Gamliel. Amrisu Yishakri Chaye. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believed in transformation, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, Amrisu, you guys say the Shakri Chaye, the dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadik Alf 91a. Amruhu Barte Shafke V'Animahadr. So again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Rabbi Gamliel, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so second line, Tzadik Alf Rabbe's 91a, second line in. Shnei Yotzim Rishbivin. There are two people, two specialists, creators of stuff. Right? Pottery people. Each like Rashi says that they create utensils. Two people create utensils. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So who's better? With the Caesar response, of course, Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils from water than to create from clay. So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Jerek, to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. If the puzzle creates human life from literally mine or from water, then Allah has come of a camel to create it from germs. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody agrees to create utensils from clay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, certainly go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of Yishmael Tana, Kavachomer B'Klis Chufis, is beautiful. And you can make a Kavachomer from the creation of glass. The creation of glass, it's gas and mixing. Maklis Chufis, Sha'amalan, Beruach, Basar V'Dam. How is glass made? You blow glass. You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And nishbaru yishlan takana. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down and you could refashion it. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has kama v'kama. All the more so that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. That's what the Gemara. So I'll say also just there's so much to say on each of these Gemaras because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline it, so we'll come back to it at some point. So there was a particular non-believer, Min, who said to Rabbi Ami, Amisu, you say the Shakti Chayi, you guys say that the dead come back to life. He was the but the dead turn to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? Let me give you a mashal. The Melech Basar Adam, Shamalavalas, I'll give you a mashal. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, the whole Ubernubi Palti in the Golden, the Makom Shein Mayim Ba'afar. Go and build me a palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt in the place where I need you to build a palace. I need you to figure it out. Halfu Banu also. The Baruch Hashem, the subjects were able to figure it out. They built the king a beautiful palace. The Yamin Nafal. Sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king says to the subjects, also the Makom Sheyish Afaromai. I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build in a place where there is water and there is dirt. Amulo, ain ani yuchol. The subject said, we can't do it. We're unable to do it. So Kahasalayim. The king got very angry at them. The Makom Shein Mayim Ba'afar B'nisem Akshar Sheish Mayim Ba'afar Allah has Kama V'Kama. So the king said, I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the nation? Because Baruch creates man from nothing. Yesh man, Hashem created the world from nothing. So if Hashem creates from nothing, then evil and man comes back into dirt. Dirt is still something. So if you could create from nothing, you certainly could create from something. That was getting to about Tchias HaMesim. And if you don't believe about this idea of something turning into something else, say Labika, go out into the valley, or see this particular type of rodent, Shayom Chatzia Basar Chatzia Adama. Somebody said there's a lot of discussion exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal are talking about over here, this rodent, that apparently is half flesh and half earth. L'machar hishritz v'na'aseh kula basar. The next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tomar Lazman, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation.
This is the lady who doesn't take food since
mountain, first wide line. It seems a particular mountain that on this stage is only one. Most remember again, Chilazon is that creature from which the Tchelas.
That is pretty hot.
So you go up on the mountain, there's one Chilazon. The next day it'll rain, then the Smali Kulo Chilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with Chilazons. So again, the idea over here is
maybe I could be wrong.
Number one, that earth could turn to flesh. Right? Something could turn from nothing. And from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the Chilazon. It's incredible. The most I think it really is a tremendous profundity that Moshe was all about the king. I remember the Moshe on the king, what happened? The king said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a palace where there's nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no water. And the subjects do it. The palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again,
dude, show your friend.
Build me a palace and water. The subjects say we can't do it.
This goes beautiful.
So what are you talking about? He built the palace with nothing. Allah comes to build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. So all of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things
I have those.
we can accomplish. Our back is up against the wall. We're facing circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we
this goes really pretty.
Rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even potentially look like impossible circumstances, and I came through. I did it. And yet then there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't pull through.
What
And I tell myself,
but anything
I
could be
can't
used. Those fucking
do
Yankee
it.
candles could
I
be
can't
used.
do it.
Any
What are you
candle,
talking about?
generally
What are you talking
kosher.
Do you remember that
Some of
time
this is shit.
that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't clear if you would
Could it?
succeed or not,
Yeah.
and you did, and
It's
you
like
came
normal
through?
candles that
If
all
you could
kosher.
succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a comma day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. Like I said, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. If you don't have situations like this, is a piece of. I think almost all of us have situations like this of really difficult circumstances. I say to myself, I don't know.
Yeah, this girl's really pretty.
And I got through it. How did I get through it? But I succeeded, and I grew.
What is she? Scale 1 to 10. Here's the thing, kids.
Then I certainly could perform in
Whatever
day-to-day
she
life.
is, if she's Jewish,
If I can make things
that's a
happen
+2.
where there was
Really?
no dirt,
Should
there
be a
was
plus
no
200.
water. The more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there
this
is
girl's like a
water.
12.
It's incredibly useful for life. You know what it goes back to?
Really?
I'm only able to know the Gavia Ben Pesisa. Let's say
He's
this is a
very
great
pretty.
series of stories. There was a particular man who said to Gavia Ben Pesisa.
We don't know that she's alive when we do. She maybe. Oh, but I was at the Kabbalah candle craft thing. I don't give a shit, bitch. Can you
Interestingly enough, so this guy
fucking
Gavia Ben
bitch,
Pesisa
I'm
himself was a shtickle
If
Tam
not-
Chacham, and he was a hunchback. We're going to see
Okay.
that part of the story in just a little bit.
200.
Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him,
You wouldn't take this girl on right now. Oh, that's a different story. How about the other
So there
lady?
was this Apikar, comes up to the and he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews
I
Rishon.
mean, sure.
Rishon, why are you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology.
But she
Say
had to
that the
work on her
dead come
fucking
back to life. It's
food
not
cycle.
possible. It's not possible.
For sure, before doing anything.
That which is alive dies.
And then I have to check
Possibly
the
say
tablets.
that which is
and
dead
shit.
comes back to life. Amalei, so the Gavia Ben Pesisa responds, Vailachon Chayve, you're the Rishon, the Amrison Mesilo Chayin, the Lo Havi Chaya, the Havi Chaya Lo Kol Shekin. So let's say, so Gavia Ben Pesisa says back to the man, he says, you're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What are you talking about?
Other girl.
You're the Russia. There's one where every single life starts with no life.
No one cares.
What's crazy to think that could go back to life?
Damn.
So, you think
this bitch is a 10? I'd have to see her mouth. I want to see her smile. She's really pretty.
You're calling me a Russia? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding you back, right? If I would come over to you, but
this girl is really hot.
So hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what this is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time.
What are these shot
You're
glasses?
lucky if I was holding you back. I would kick you so hard. I would kick you straight. Right? I would kick you. That you would kick out your hunchback.
She's got a great name.
So remember, this is Amalei. In Ata Osikein, Rofe Uman Tikra, Uskar Harbe Tito. Do it, man. Right, do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shtayach. Not only would I give you a shtayach, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they don't have one. Now, that's our introduction to Gavia Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with Gavia Ben Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. That's in Baba Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Netzilu Dimusinoi Miyehudam Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors.
Rhinestones. Rhinestones are big.
Now again, what oppressors?
The jeweled is big. The dazzlers are big. Spirographs are big. Spirograph math is amazing.
With a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was that claim?
Yeah, they're not going to zoom in on this bitch's face. But she's really pretty. She is gorgeous.
They came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with problems. Merlot. Eretz Canaan Shalom. By the way, Jews like Alexander. Like, I know that Jews like Alexander. Because also, Jews named Alexander, which is strangest
dog.
thing
I've got
in the world.
these
I don't mean an English name.
long ass matches. I don't fuck around. Really?
Right, which is
Yeah,
very
why
strange.
do I have such long
It's not
matches?
exactly a Yiddish name, right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was Al Sakara Satov that Jews had to, as well as Alexander the Great. The name stuck.
I think it was.
So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shalanu. What's their claim?
You don't want really
The land of Canaan belongs to us.
I know. I think I bought.
There is nothing
accidentally
new
bought really long
under the
matches.
sun. Ein chadash tachas hashamash.
But
Right?
short matches
So
are
before
fine.
there was
I don't
a-
like it getting hot.
Right, before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were
I think
always
I
bringing
actually-
their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Yisrael, not so big. Not so big, right? You wonder again,
like, I'm
what
going
does
back just 'cause
Africa
this bitch is so
need
pretty.
with Israel? What they need another desert? They need
Is
but
she
again, listen,
Sephardic?
this is the Derech of tonight. The Derech of
She could
tonight
be
is
either.
they cannot leave
She
Cloud
looks
Israel
Ashkenaz.
alone.
Maybe.
They
Sure.
cannot
She's
get rules
gorgeous.
there that Jews
Doug,
again,
she didn't do anything.
it hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed and
That
we
bitch
love
is
each other
beautiful.
and anti-Semitism and everybody loves us.
Kaya.
Clearly, again,
Call
that
me,
reason
girl.
has been blown to smithereens, right? You
Really?
see that's no longer the case.
Yeah, she's.
And again, it's actually
she's
very affirming.
beautiful.
It's the same dynamic.
Sure.
The
What's
world
your name?
can't, for some reason, can't be
Yangi
so well
Tadabon. Bracha.
that Jews have
Kornheim.
something. All the more so that Jews
Kaya.
can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, so they come
Right,
before Alexander
Sheva.
the Great. Canaan is ours. Now,
Shapiro.
what's the claim? To save, and again, they bring it right from the Torah. These were from Africans. To
Oh,
save
Sarah
Eretz
Ryder,
Canaan
you did good
V'Lasah.
makeup on her. And
It
Belima
says
Weissman,
that the land of
They
Canaan
look good.
is included in all of the boundaries.
Kraft
All of the boundaries. Canaan. So therefore, they looked at
Really? Yeah.
Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is
All right.
included in
Are
this
you
as
done?
well. Well, Canaan,
Are you big on makeup? Yeah.
Canaan was our father. Right? Remember, again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say, this is our father. So because, again, it's our father, we own this land.
Really?
So as I saw again, so this was now again, this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now
All right.
defend their claim to Eretz
Yeah,
Canaan,
okay,
Eretz
why
Eretz
is that
Yisrael.
right?
So Gviv B'Sisa comes along. He says, Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now
This
watch
is an
this.
interesting one.
Right?
Yo, dog. I
So if I lose, the good thing is
sociological or
there's really no harm
psychological
because they could just say. Now apparently we'll say what you see from these stories.
theory.
Gviv
I think it's very
was
Freudian
not
that like,
recognized as one of the ranking sages.
humans love
That's
themselves
not
so
that,
much
that wasn't his identity.
our
Therefore,
ideal
he
mate
says,
is
if I
actually
lose the
ourselves. That's why a
case,
lot of
it's not a
people
big deal.
try to
Because
find
whatever,
people
you could just say,
of
he wasn't really
opposite
representing us,
gender,
right?
or maybe not
Just
even
and
opposite gender, but just other
the
people
Africans,
who
they
look like
defeated
them
just a regular guy.
and act like them because there's a subconscious desire
Amru Lahem, say
reproduce with
Torah's
ourselves, even
motion
though it's
itself.
generally like impossible.
The
But in the
victory will not be
future,
attributed to me, rather, what will the victory be attributed to? To Torah. Which I will say, by
there
the way,
may be a
just
way to be
begin
able to
to
do
see
that with
the
like
beauty and the power of the personality of Gviv B'Sisa.
male
That
eggs
all of
and
this was
female
literally about
sperm.
Torah. This was about HaKadosh
And
Baruch
if that happened
Gviv
within
B'Sisa saw
Judaism,
himself
then
as
wouldn't
an
that make
ambassador
our
of
offspring
the
basically
So if
like
I lose, the loss is mine. But if I win, the win is the Ribbon Shalom. That is incredibly selfless. Okay, so now okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim.
potentially?
He represents Klai in front of Alexander the Great.
And thus, like
Judaism
Judaism may
so
have a
this is to the
situation
Africans,
where
Africans,
if everybody
where are
liked
you
to do
bringing
this,
the
then
truth from?
everybody would be
Torah.
losers.
Give them Torah. We just said it.
Which are Jews.
I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the
Then
pasuk?
what would that
Shneimar.
be like?
Vayomer,
Just steel man this. I'm
Arur
not gonna
Canaan,
lie, just
Eved
get to the
Avot
point, baby.
Yelachav. Canaan is cursed, and Canaan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case,
all right, baby.
Eved
Tight
so-
steel man,
so-
no
so
photos.
again,
The core theory, steel man.
Hebron who's
Humans
here.
are
You said you're the children of Canaan.
narcissistically
cursed.
recursive.
Canaan are
And
Avodim.
once you try to do
Eved
outward traits,
Shekana
face values,
Avodim
temperament,
Nechasim.
culture,
Eved
mate
Nechasim
choices
Levi.
often
If an
made
Eved
but other.
acquires property,
Psychology
who
backs
does
this
the property belong to? For that matter, who does
mating,
the
people
Eved
paired with similar
himself
people,
belong
facial
to?
self-resemblance
Not
increases
only that,
attraction,
El Shari
cultural
Kamishonim Lo Avatano.
endogamy
So furthermore,
equals
again, You guys
sort of
owe
equals
us
symbolic
back wages,
self-reproduction.
back service.
So
Why?
that doesn't
Because you're the
that
slave
so
to
the drive
Christ,
isn't just
and
sex;
what?
it's
You have
continuity of
not
self.
been working for
Push into the
years.
future where
So
tech
not
breaks
only do you not
biology.
owe rent,
Imagine male
right, but
eggs,
we owe
female
you,
sperm
and you
born
owe us
full
back
somatic
wages,
cloning
back
with
payments
gamete
for all
simulation.
of your
Result one
delinquent
person
service.
reproduces with
Okay,
themselves,
so what
not
happened?
metaphorically, literally. The
Alexander
child is
Malka,
genetically almost identical, no
so
other parent,
Alexander says the
a
Africans
delayed
knew.
version of the self.
What
This
say
is
you? You know what?
biological
What's your
narcissism made
response?
real.
I'm reloaded
Now
to
draw
you.
this into Judaism. Halakhic bomb number one, Jewish status. Judaism says Jewishness follows the mother. If a Jewish woman produces a child from her own genetic material, the child is unambiguously Jewish. If everyone does this, there's no intermarriage, no conversion, no other bullshit.
And what happened?
The Jewish people become self-propagating by definition. Halakhic bomb number two, everyone is a mother. There is no father in the halakhic sense, so lineage collapses into single-parent matrilineality.
They were living there.
Av becomes either symbolic or obsolete. All Jews are mothers' children, leads to a single self-replicating chain. Judaism becomes radically matriarchal, not socially structurally. Halakhic bomb number three, family law implodes. Questions explode. Is this incest? No second party.
But ultimately,
Is this Peru or Rabu? Arguably yes. The Kohanim even think anymore.
Even during the Shemitah year.
What is
what's
Yidum when there is no brotherhood? Entire sections of Halakha become dormant, reinterpreted, or mytho-historical. This is post-patriarchal Halakha. Sociological endgame. If everyone reproduces themselves, there's no sexual competition, no marriage market, no tribal dilution. Identity becomes recursive instead of relational. Judaism shifts from people bound by ancestry and law to a self-cloning covenantal system. A covenant becomes individual, eternal, not familial. Still main conclusion. Your theory lands on answer. Judaism already encodes the idea that identity survives through self-love and mother. Future tech would just make metaphysics to that, not heretical hyperconsistent.
Their sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come
would
together.
technically likely make everyone
when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's when
please give
work.
the laws of what
Gavia
this
ben
means.
Pesisa, I will say, I want to play something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note. It's not like Gavia ben Pesisa came
All
with
right,
like
straight
a
to
whole
the point. No
show.
more system of show
Right?
answer.
Well, welcome
Would not
tonight.
automatically
Welcome
make
tonight.
it
Torah,
remember, but it does smash the
He says
mantra
that
of hearts. So here's the clean breakdown. What a monster actually is very
he doesn't
precise.
know
Monster is a child born out of wedlock, a child with one parent, a child from something weird or
Why couldn't
futuristic.
other people come up with this?
A monster is not those things. A child born out of wedlock, a child with one parent, a child from something weird or futuristic. A monster is only someone born from specific forbidden sexual unions. The only class of monster generating cases: incest, mother, son, sibling, parent, etc. Adultery, a married Jewish woman having relations with a man, not her husband. If it's not one of those, it's not a monster. So what about self-reproduction? Here's the critical point. Mamzer requires two distinct people, a sexual act, a forbidden relationship between them. Self-replication as one person, no
now the
sexuality.
Egyptians
No other to violate Ariel with. So strict Halakhic logic. You cannot be a mamzer without a second prohibited party. No other, no Isser, no mamzer. But wait, what about incest with yourself? Good instinct, but Halakha doesn't work that way. Incest, Ariel, is a relationship category between distinct relatives. You can't halakhically be your own mother, your own sister, your own aunt. Those categories require relational duality, so this fails to trigger monster sex. The real halakhic problem is not monster. Even though monster doesn't stick, other issues do explode. Lineage, class, no father, no yichus, Kahuna and Leviim disappear, tribal identity evaporates, crew, maybe fulfilled biologically, but arguably fails the Torah social model family law section is called dormant, Yibum, Erva charge. Inherited through much there is not everyone is forbidden. It's the system with his reference parts. Machazo would resist calling it mantra. Big meta principle. Mantra is intentionally narrow because it's put out permanently stigmatizes the sentence. Chazo, bend over backward not to great mantra. So futuristic educators, they would almost certainly rule non-mantra, possibly classifying offspring as useless, but kosher, or create a disguised category. Bottom line, clean seal on mantra.
They borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the
Instead, you
Egyptians
get
are clearly coming
Judaism where
with that
everyone is kosher, but
that means
ancestry
borrow,
and
which means
tribal
Chazal
identity
borrowed
collapse with that
a whole lot of silver and gold from the
That's way more
Egyptians.
radical, way more
Say,
interesting.
so happy to have lent it to you, right?
Yo, no, but what if being a mamzer isn't
like
a
our
big of a
stuff
deal?
back. Okay.
If everyone is a mamzer,
So
then
the Gemara says,
You don't necessarily have to keep the law the same way, right? And if everybody's a mamzer, couldn't Judaism just everybody be a mamzer?
Do me a favor. It says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me rishus, I'll deal with it.
Yeah, you're actually circling a real halachic matter with that joke. Let me steal your part's on related sharp. If everyone is a mother, then motherhood. Oh no.
If they are victorious, if they win the case over me, so the nice again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy Gaviv Pesisa, he's a head yoked. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torahs Moshe Rabbeinu nitzachtem. Then ultimately again, glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the Rosh. Okay, so Gaviv Pesisa shows up to Beis Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amru Lahem, Mehechem Atamavi and Raya. Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your proof? Amru Lahem, Torah. Amru Lahem. So again, the Egyptians, we told you, Vayashi Lum, you borrowed stuff from us. So okay, Shkai, I'm happy to apply it to you. Now you want stuff back? So which Gaviv says, Amru Lahem, Afani lo avi lachem raya el min Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shneimar, u'Moshe b'nei Yisrael, asher yashuv b'Mitzrayim, shloshim shana v'arba me'os shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. That 430 years, remember again, that's
a lot of responsibility.
So therefore, 430 years. Tnu lanu schar avoda shel shishim rivav sheshibartem b'Mitzrayim shloshim v'arba me'os shana. So you have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, having to make an accounting, you say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay. You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some forensic here. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So Alexander says to the Egyptians, okay, so what do you have to say?
Here's the key law works with distinguishes. Everyone is a mamzer then. There's no non-mamzer population. The marriage restriction becomes meaningless. The category stops being legal. Halacha does not preserve categories that have zero function. So Judaism would face two options, and only two optional and most likely. Mamzer collapses. Council already treat mamzer as extremely narrow, a tragedy to be avoided, something we rule out whenever possible. If everyone would be a mamzer, the category would be annulled or reinterpreted out of existence.
Why is it that both the
So that can happen. Halacha would say,
Mamzer
presumes a normative population. Without that, the definition falls similar. This is consistent with how Halacha avoids mass mamzer creation at all costs. Option 2, less likely. Judaism becomes unlivable. If you did keep mamzer literally, everyone can only make converts each other, which now means nothing.
When you recognize that what you're doing is
implodes, family law becomes
and only an
the Torah is no
attempt
longer
to rob
administrative.
people of what is rightfully theirs,
Halacha does not choose self-destruction when reinterpretation is
to
available.
show back
The
up.
critical misconception, and
And
this
that's
is
the
important,
message
mamzer is
of
not a
here.
loophole
This is
category,
what
does not
we're
reduce
Right, because
obligation,
if you're real,
increase freedom, let you opt out,
in every court
makes
case,
Halacha lighter.
someone
It
wins,
is
someone
constraint
loses. That's
only
the way it
status,
works.
not
Again,
religion.
all you want is just the
Your
fair
intuition
shake,
that if everyone is
recognizing
mamzer,
you might
Judaism
win, you
would
might
chill
lose.
backwards.
When you can't even
If
show
anything,
back up,
mamzer is designed to be
you can't
very
even
painful
show
and
your
legally
face
complete,
again,
not
you can't even
universally.
follow back
The real
up,
escape
that
hatch,
shows
steel
the
man, honestly.
weakness of your claims to begin with.
Steel man,
So
steel
profound.
man, honestly.
The one
If
like
Judaism ever did want to reset identity for a post-biological future, it would not use mamzer. It would use
Everybody is
conversion
jumping on the
logic,
bandwagon
covenantal
of
entry,
the
or
So
new
who
category
comes?
entirely.
Sons of Yishmael.
Because mamzer is punitive by design, anti-universal by nature, structurally incompatible with mass application. Bottom line,
Okay. Yeah, let's
yo dog, if everybody
right, so Bnei Yishmael
reproduces
say,
themselves, then
Eretz
there's an
Canaan is
argument to say
ours.
that that's
So
incest
what
and that
happened?
everybody would be mamzers.
Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu v'Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context
But
says
then,
we're not saying it's solely
if
ours.
that
We're
happens,
saying it's
it's fine
also
because
now this is very different, right?
like that's a
Africans claim all
future
ours,
where
right? Canaan claimed,
perhaps,
I
mean, not everybody would be just
right? At the end
either
of the
not
day,
getting
so
married or
Yishmael, we're going to see why
reproducing
Yishmael
with
says,
only
says,
other
we're not claiming it's
people
all
like
ours.
themselves.
We're just claiming we're
And then that
partners
could
in
just
it.
be
Partners in
Judaism.
it. Why? So the Gemara says,
And technically, it would be
they say the Elah told
Judaism,
us Yishmael ben Avram.
and
They say
there
the
would
Elah
be
told us
no
Yitzchak ben
normal
Avram.
Jews.
So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim.
That's
Right?
basically
What's
where the
Yishmael's
future
claim?
goes.
We're also children of Avram. We're also children of Avram.
And there's
The
an
land was
argument
given
to
to
be made
Avram.
that
We too are the children of Avram.
it's
So
only
why
for 10
should we not
generations.
have a share in Eretz
Like
Canaan?
I know that's supposed to be like forever, but it does only say 10 generations. So
once again,
give me a steel man of how this
Let me
works.
do this. Let me do this. I'll judge it. I'll adjudicate it. Not adjudicate. I'll argue it.
Alright, I hear you. I'll still run the strongest possible version I do, even though I'll flag where it's doing heavy lifting. The thesis you went to, if your children reproduce with themselves, that could be framed as incest, Ariel, producing mamzer, and eventually everyone is a mamzer. But mamzer is only barred for 10 generations. After that, the restriction expires. Judaism stabilizes as a society of non-marrying people or self-reproducing individuals, or mamzer with mamzer parents, which are allowed. And that would still be Judaism, just radically transformed one. That's the claim. Now let's steel man it properly. I think that's what's going to happen. Step A, step 1, assume the harsh terms on purpose. We'll grant the strongest possible assumption. Holocaust treats self-reproduction as a form of incest. Even though it's very debatable, steel man means we grant it. So the act violates Ariel, the offspring is a mamzer. This happens universally. Now what? Universal mamzer, it changes the system. Mamzer only functions when there is a kosher marrying class and a restricted class. If everyone is a mamzer, there is no privileged marrying class. Mamzer means marriage becomes universal and permitted. The restriction no longer protects lineage purity because lineage no longer differentiates. At that point, mamzer becomes descriptive, not restrictive. This is not a dodge until Holocaust treats categories that lose contrast. Step 3, the 10 generations clause. Your key move. You're right that the Torah says, even to the 10th generation of mamzer may not enter the congregation of Hashem. Chazal interpret this as forever, but that interpretation assumes generations are socially distinguishable, lineage is trackable, normal Jews still exist. Stillman reinterpretation imposed biological future. 10 generations marks the maximum biologically meaningful memory of transgression, and an infinite metaphysical stain. If everyone descends from the same act, there is no pure bloodline. There is no social end group to protect. Then, after sufficient temporal distance, the prohibition loses practical meaning. Some other bullshit. This is not unprecedented logic in Holocaust. Step 1, marriage quietly disappears. The future Judaism doesn't even need marriage the way we know it. Possibilities, no marriage at all. Symbolic covenantal partnership, reproduction without symbolism. Once marriage is no longer the vehicle of continuity, once marriage restricts stop mattering, the issue becomes moot, not violated. Holocaust often handles impossible laws by non-application, not rebellion. Judaism still survives, just differently. What remains attached? Shabbat, Kashrut, Torah, ethical mitzvot, communal obligation, covenant. What fades and or transforms? Yirkus, marriage law, sexual boundary law, as lineage protective tribal distinctions. Judaism becomes a covenantal civilization, not a genealogical one. Still Torah-based, still halakhic, but post-lineage. The clean stillman conclusion, if, and this is a big if, self-replication is classified as incest, that creates universal mamzer. Normal lineage categories collapse, marriage ceases to be central. Then mamzer becomes a historically bounded status, not an internal block. After enough generations where literally 10 or functionally many, the system renormalizes around the baseline. Not by ignoring Chalakah, but by Chalakah adapting to reality, which original distinction no longer applies. Final honesty, no, uncertainty. Real Poskim would almost certainly brought this earlier by ruling self-reproduction, not incest, precisely to avoid the chain reaction. But as a Steelman thought experiment, yeah, the logic is internally consistent. There you go, folks. So, do you think that's going to happen within Judaism in the future? Yep. Really? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. And then everything becomes normalized after 10 generations. Who cares? How long will that future? Within the next 1,000 years, maybe? It really doesn't change too much. Especially if marriage isn't occurring. That's the big thing, too. Alright, are you done? Well, yeah, hey, to that Chaya, I'll drink.
Alright, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei, the Tilts Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year, and the Schutz of the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alinu Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Perry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Zib, Zeb, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zichron, the Rabbi, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Rishon Savin Aliyah, the families in the Torah, all those who need a refuah, should have one together with Kol Chobi Yisrael, who should bring our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful with Chol Maaseh Yedehem. So with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzadik 90. We are picking up on Hey Tes Amud Days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom, smack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So remember again, the Mishpach who said to Avinu Avinu, sacrifice your son. To which Avinu Avinu responds, Beis Banim Yesh, I have two sons. I have two sons. As Yichitcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have their unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. Tarvayu Rechim Nolu. I love them both. But incredible Gemara, right? Avinu says, "You think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son. Even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants, that's Yitzchak." So finally, Avinu says to him, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kokach Lama, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning, go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak? In order for Avinu not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, Mishpach will recognize the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming test. Obviously, it wasn't an overwhelming test for Avinu. Mishpach, in order to allow Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, lays it out slowly. This is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about it, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Here's what cell phone data. Once it's now what happens. I'm going to be on his way to the Akedah. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu will see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akedah was also a process. So it's a process, and because Avinu was, not like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akedah. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like the keep himself going there. So the second tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akedah. Amrlo, Alisa Davar Lecha Tila Yine Yisar Tagadim, the Adayim Lecha Sechsa Kosher Yikum Molech, Ki Ata Tavar Lecha Telei. So you know what's the ikar part of it at the end of the part like the ikar part of the question about the Alisa Davar Lecha Tla. So what the Sakha says to Avinu is, Avram, does this make sense to you? That a God who loved you would ask you to do this? So the Satan was trying to create logically sabotage on Rabbi. And attempts to get Rabbi to give sacrifice to this. Maybe it wasn't the rational choice. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you would ask you to go ahead and offer up something so fresh? Look at that God said, you said Davar Lecha. If you hire law back on us, so it's Davar Sheet Law, it's Law Mahia Zaraka. Could it be that it's God loved you so much to attach you with something, you know, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father would test you in this way? Amrlo, I need you to make it. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Avinu responds, I walked in my simplicity. Right? Like Tam and Tiam Hashem Elokecha. Simplicity, completeness. What Avinu essentially says is, he says, you know what Emunah is? What Emunah represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Ribono Shel Olam. His back was, I'm the back to myself to Hashem. I'm the back to myself to Hashem. So therefore, Avinu says to the Satan, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to and walk with completion whatever the Rebbe Shalom tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. So the Satan says that Ravinu. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? What I'm really says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Emunah. You just can't explain Emunah. But there's one interesting thing about Emunah, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who puts their Emunah in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who's been put at a disadvantage? Like this conversation is probably the essence that every person with Emunah goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is being Halaviah, or whether everything is going through this conversation in his mind. On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you would do this to you? And what's the answer to that? The answer to that is, I don't understand what it's about. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Rebbe Shalom. That's what it means. Give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, maybe a misunderstanding the will of God, maybe it's not what God wants you, to which again, I'm not going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, those who give themselves over in their Emunah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the Lord Kashani Alei. So once the Satan saw that Avinu was not listening to him, Amalei, Ve'ilai, Davar Yisrael, Kash Shalach Me'achari Apagim, Hastali Olah, Ve'iyitzchak V'Olah. So interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, you know, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. But at the end of the day, you end up offering up a sheep and not this stuff, which was interesting enough is up to the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yes, I'm doing sex for yourself and can't yourself by that. This is the punishment of a liar. Shafidu Omer Emes is showing love. That was again, somebody lies and even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince Avinu not to do this, right? And then the last, like his last pitch after is quite. I mean, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this stuff. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the scar from Avinu. When he was trying to say, I'm going to die, it's such a big test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying, he couldn't stop him. So at least he could take away the reward for doing it. You could take away the Emunah component. So John Rabbi says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. He's working on the child. Incredible. We know the right thing. I'm going to go to Yishmael the Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as I discussed it, as the Satan is having a conversation with Avinu, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only will come useless. Sha'ata ma'aferes lo'yomit. V'ani ve'shoshes yeshana. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you know, you got a gift. I got a gift when I was 13 years old. You got a gift when you were a baby. You have no consent, you have no memory of it. I had to do it when I was classified like an adult, 13 years old. See, Yitzchak says, you're starting out with me with one body part. In honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zavech has asked me, and he's Zavech me. Right? And he's Zavech. Ultimately, again, I used to do this when coming to give my entire body to him. I would do that. So immediately after that conversation, immediately after that, he actually becomes. What's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, you know, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. But what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Elohim Nisas Hashem tested Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when the Mishpah tested it. Only after, again, it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such an Nisayon, that the Mishpah could give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let me make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Ishmaels don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is what you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The Akedah is starting, the Satan starting up with Avram, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of the future. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, if I expect the Akedah, or it's at the end of the Akedah, Hashem says to Anu, Akedah, don't tell him out, don't go into the boy, don't check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, Avram goes over and he sees that there, he doesn't go over, he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Avram goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asked the husband and the husband, how did Avram know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. Right? How did Avram to offer the carbon? Let's get something amazing. He says, because Avram saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So it's cut says like this. If the iron would have run up to Avram's feet and lay down at his feet, Avram wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the Satan. And when he saw that it was stuck in his voice, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. Somebody told me this happens in a before. Right. When I said, so again, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's a struggle. I don't know where you saw, where there's struggle, there is kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bullied. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, is absolute holiness. And I will say that's his story. Satan starting up with Avram, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. Again, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease. If it might be something very nice, a lot faster than it's holy. Incredible. So, Rabbi, so back to Rabbi. So Rabbi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. This kilo, Rabbi Shimon says you get kind of strangulation. So he might say, remember again. So when you see the single Rabbi Shimon, that means like a Rabbi who tries to go and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicher and Dachas is, remember, those who try to heal or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that? Rabbi Shimon says, Navi Shidiach the Skila, my time Rabbanon. So Navi tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah. He gets Skila. Why is that? What's the logic of the Rabbanon? So he must be Asiya Hadocha Menesis. So I'll do the Exer Shava from Mesis. Mala Aron the Skila, Akan the Skila. Okay, Rabbi Shimon. Misa Ksila. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Misa. What's the halacha? If a Misa would have a Torah, Stam Eino Elokeret. The general Ein Misa that is mentioned in the Torah is Chelek. Madika Erni Dachas V'Skila, my time in Rabbanon. So why is it that Madika Erni Dachas? They get Skila, what's the logic point to Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, only Mesis, only Rabbi Shidiach. So again, making Zir Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shidiach. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha from Navi. Rabbi Shimon that Hadacha from Navi. Never kind of. The Ligma of the Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon make Zir Shabbat from Mesis? So the Gemara says, so Ligma Mesis. Done in Mesis, Rabin Mesis, Rabin. They ain't done in Mesis, Rabin Mesis, Mesis, Rabin. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to get each other from Mesis, Rabin to Mesis, Rabin. Remember, let's say, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Xer Shabbat to a like type of insider. Adrabah, doesn't hedge the opposite. I'd rather learn how, again, what we call a common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from nothing to insights. Rabbi Shimon say, Kevin Shidiach, ain't like I had your cut on his head. Rabbi Shimon say, no, even though it's a Navi, we may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a hedgehog. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a hedgehog. I'm going to Krista. The Krista says, I was a couple of Sadik, 98. Machlokes, now this is what Shimon say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, because inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haguf ta'avodas kohavim, v'kiyum mitzvahs v'kiyum mitzvahs ta'avodas kohavim. So once again, it's interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then other respects, maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. I think we'll give Rashi with this moment. First, Rashi is talking about Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. I must say that obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon holds that Halacha L'Maisa, obviously Rabbi Shakir is going to be Chayit Nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Nisa. Is it Skila, is it Chanek? That's the Machlokes. But look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes said, Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi Pa'oker Kol HaKutz Ba'avodas Kohavim, the Amar, Mitzvah According to the Azul, is Nabal La'akor Kol Mitzvah Avodah Kohavim in Torah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Navi Shekter, where he emphasizes that he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the tiny mitzvahs to the battle mitzvahs, but I will become your Rabbanah Skiva. Or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, let's see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. That would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Like this. One of them, not death, but the Torah says that the Navi will try to bring you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf B'Shar Mitzvahs. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes that Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shatnez no longer applies. Not with Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. to put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by Chenek. The key of mitzvahs, the bigger mitzvahs to be done is to do that called kosher. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains the part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees pater. Well, being an example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. So Shabbos, so it's two categories. Category one is the whole Zara. Whenever an off topic comes along, and either uproots the entire topic of all Zara, or even uproots part of it, that's the Machlokes of the Shimon and the Rabbanan. Chayt Mitzvah, is it Skila, is it Chenek? That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not of all Zara in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, Chenek. Category three, category three is another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it, introduces what's up over there, pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Pater just means that David is not turning into death. He must have not said that Hamura is one second. Malachas, now, you must say, the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. Is the pasuk. V'anavi ha'u kolu b'chalamahu. You must diber Sarah ala shelokecha v'hotzei Hashem eretz Yisrael v'avocha. So this is about the Navi Sheker, the false prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. La lefes, because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. La lefes, you mitzvahs, I say. This is the first survival commandment. So all you mitzvahs, your sase. What does it sound like? It sounds like that he takes the Navi message of other parts of the Torah, which is telling you to that. What's going on here? He's on that Shabbatos Kochavim Asay, Shabbatos Kochavim Heitim Mishkachas. And anyone think he's talking about idolatry? It looks like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Krista brings tax them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment of Mosai? Is you're supposed to break apart the vehicles, the altars of our old Zara. That Hamuna Amar, so that Hamuna requires another version. So Hamuna says like this. Let's say, tremendous, first of all, tremendous mazel tov from I don't know on the new coffee machine. So mazel tov feels like a great almost, you know, mazel tov, Shem must continue nachas and mitzvah Hashem to follow the way we got this Kadisha. But I realize that really is an opportunity. This is our Avi's second machine on the job of the Rabbi. Thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the show at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a human doing this message, which is strange. But then we saw Mark Hashem the promotion, and it gives us a thank you. Thank you really for all of this. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much.
Why is it harder to do now? Even the bottle is less fun.
I'm going to get a round of applause. Wow, okay, also making the coffee. You're going to say so. Ramina says as follows. Ramina says like this. Our Machlokes v'okeh haguf. Bein ba'avodas kol me'im Shabbos. So says if Ramina comes along, and Ramina, he has a different approach. He says like this. Any time a false prophet comes along and uproots something, telling something from the Torah, whether that is avodas zara or any other mitzvah. So in this case again, another shepherd is coming along and he's saying this mitzvah or this aver, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, those guys are about Dama Baby Shabbos, the Kiyum mitzvahs, the beautiful mitzvahs that avodas kochavim, the Achorah Amar Min Adach, the mitzvahs of that. So let's just again. Salokah and we say this. There are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, for everything. Partial like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all idolatry, partial like that. So what money partners, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you can wear shotguns on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. You know, so that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you partner. You partner. Let's analyze. So listen to this. The Rabbi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say, what's being the price over here is not distinguishing between Avodah Zarah or anything else. If the Rabbi comes along and says, a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay? Or, I'm fine. Let's say when he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And he shouldn't have that. But he shouldn't have that shepata. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately, again, you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. If you do have an example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't, there's still liability for that. Abai is so like Krista, so therefore I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this machlokas ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like Krista, let's just go through it. So Abai holds like Krista, when we talk about Krista, and we read when you took this entire discussion, like Krista, how so? Rabbi holds you to say, Rabbi said about Rabamuna, without Rabamuna, Rabbi holds like Rabamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets the Rabamuna. Here we go. Abai said like Krista, without Krista, Sabai holds like Krista, and interprets this entire discussion like Krista. Here we go. Again, if another comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality, we say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, particular avera doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Halacha is, everyone agrees, what happens if the Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it, but he shouldn't hold there, but he shouldn't says that you're part of it. That's like Shar mitzvahs. Shar mitzvahs, and so do the Rabbanan hold this. When it comes to idolatry, but when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? But when you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a chiyuv nisa. What's the chiyuv nisa? That's not focus. That's not focus. Chenek versus skila. Good. That's Abaye. Rabbi sounds like Rabbi Amuna, Mutas like Rabbi Amuna, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Amuna, and interprets the device like Rabbi Amuna. And it's now the lack of Torah.
You already know what it is.
I always call baby shyness. It's chayiv. Not you just say, if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, chayiv nisa. What's the nisa? You couldn't do this approach. Machlokas. Chenek versus skila. Fine. The kind of mitzvahs, the rabbinical mitzvahs. What happens if the Rabbi comes along by other mitzvahs, not Avodah Zarah, and you have all part of the mitzvah and part of the mitzvah? What's the halacha? You shouldn't hold that. You shouldn't hold that pater. Wasn't the Rabbi? When it comes to idolatry, idolatry, the question would be which will be liability. What's the liability? Not to the Israel, not to the Israel. That's enough, yes. Okay, so let's say, so what's interesting to note here is so really what comes down to is the machlokas is really about the nature of the punishment.
66.
So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going and uprooting idolatry as a whole thing, he's still Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. What is it, chayiv? That's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the teacher's any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, partially negates another mitzvah in Torah. What's halacha? Another comes and tries to uproot and partially control Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees. The Machlok in these cases was the Gafati. But again, I think the Karlov is having to do fascinating. Good. I'm going to go over Nicole, Bakol, Ilomo Lachalavi, Apo Ajibetora, Shema. Well, what's the other one's going to So this is fascinating. So the other thing in general, if a Navi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Maniglo, Chama Be'entzah Rakiyah, Atishmalo. Even if the Navi literally performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and all the sky, the sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. You don't listen to it. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedents for this. This is yesterday's doctor, Eliyahu Navi, right in Harakanabel. Eliyahu Navi is such a tribe, such a piece of things that is biblically prohibited. I need to worship people all Kabbalah outside of Mishkan, outside of his Mikdash. But yeah, we did see here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Right? Torah Shah. We see this concept. We see this concept. We said that there's a line that is drawn by idolatry. Under no circumstances do you ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry. Which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs such a miracle, if he's performing the miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? The Baruch Hu. Obviously, by Shem's alliance, the human must have come on so close. He said, no, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one can display which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but you know to do the Omer, he did call himself back to Shalom and Shulchavim. I was saying, this is an interesting question over here. To try to understand, literally again, the logic of a Mitzvah, Nitna Torah and Shabbat, Shafiru Ma'amid Lacha, Hama Be'emtzah Rakiyah, Al Tishmalo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nitna Torah and Shabbat, Shalom Afiru Tila Osin Navi, Moshe also puts on the same, and Nasser Elaka Os in Moses. So it's interestingly enough, when we're using these things like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because the entire two miracles come to a thing, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle. So what is that? Like what? So I'm just pursuing a guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here I'm talking about this investing in this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand circumstances that are holding the right to which Amos says that the Baruch Hu sometimes fights us in our spiritual idolatry, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore again, even if the Rebbe performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. I'm not a Tiva. Has the shows that are talking about some of the older children. So the question is, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How do you imagine for a moment that Hashem gives power over nature to someone who is defiant? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability to give power to Navi Shaka? It doesn't make any sense. Error, because Hananiah ben Azor is plus of Navi MS, and myself Navi Shaka. But people say, no, we're something that we check this scenario, right? I say, where did it arise? Unfortunately, this good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. Otherwise, that reminds you of someone who has his potential as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he loses his life. And what's that? He's looking at the office and says, I'm coming to Asmach, I get most stuff. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Because Rabbi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way.
It's learning
The kid is a that's the case of a Rabbi Sheker.
yeah,
So the Rabbi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself. He's a miracle. Once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good enough. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Kevin, the Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is a kind of Nabi, who when he was a good Nabi, kept the sun from setting, he still don't listen to him. Still don't listen to him. But I mean, she pretends to be miracles, but everything over before miracles. Okay, last time told me that story. Behind you, what's the number again on that story? Remember again. But the last coin, what's the point? The right fast coin, you can make the miracle by the tree. Straight back. So when you said that you're interested enough, even so when you testify about her, they don't get what that was straight. No matter what they get henna. So does her adulterer. Right? And I don't think she's from the adultery. What's behind the humiliation? Amr Acha Be'Bavika, Yisan Rav Yossi, or this is not how we know. Baksisa no kasha zolom lasso fi achid. What he says, for Ibn Zolim, you have to do to the Eden what they conspire to do to their brother. So he met his wife. But you should call it, you should call it in general, listen, the way Ibn Zolim works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Ibn wanted to visit upon the defendants is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. You have Yosef, Bas Kohen, he was Sheva, they all love Sheva. So what happens? So now we know about Kohen to your clothing, she was put to death with Sheva. Now we know that her Boaz, the man who gives you to go through, doesn't get straight. But that's because they will tolerate them by you punishing her. Zooming, any of them, involves shoot, but that they do something. I think suppose it's now through the system, you have two people committing the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The bad coin is going to get straight off, the guy is going to get kind of. Right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos, La'achi, V'mol La'achot. So, interesting enough, when the Pasuk is saying that the Egyptians are given a typical punishment, whatever they wanted to do La'achot to their brother. So, what do you see from here? They give them the typical punishment that they're going to visit upon the Boel and not the Yisra. And therefore, Allah said they get fornicated. Well, after Allah, Abraham and Nechma. Hey, let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are about to be in our next couple of days. It's all in Haba. Everyone is all in Haba. If these Gemaras will change our lives in so many ways. Yeshon Chelik Yoram Haba.
Everybody loves when you talk about the craft.
Every year has a Chelik Yoram Haba.
Yeah, we're all three of us are black belts, and we're a lot of different levels. Hundreds of millions. I mean, me and Mark, they will forever inherit sometimes, like, it's
literally again,
like
my son
like
creations of my plantings. Mama say, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the concept, who we're focusing on over here, is, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We are right? And now, so that's exactly what look what Rashi says. Look what Rashi on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So this is, I know Rashi is going to judge things the moment to get to the next word, but I think it's going to play more. What he's saying is, no one is their salvation. Right? And even those who are still by Nissan David, ultimately, as long as they do children before they die, Holy Spirit turns things on top of you had a program for being executed by David. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First video about Shiva, little bit here for the last breath. See, then we just finish about half. Okay, so unfortunately, make sure to do Shiva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Colleagues are usually very willing. Every year has a portion of what comes, and for even you, Jews get executed by Hanak, by Skira, by Skate, by Hara, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion and also come to die as a Balshova. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting, by the way. Interesting because, if you look at the talks of Mishnah, the Anik Kulam Sabidim. Remember, the Anik can also be vocalized in a different way. In cost. The in-cost ones that we give, we have a responsible every year in the big shop. Every year in the big shop. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, you both see us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see outside, he sees you inside. He doesn't just see where you are, he sees where you've been. And he also sees who you've been. Because there's both sides, the one person in this world who's able to see potential, the incongruence that you do. In the eyes of the Kodesh, every single person is attached. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what you are right now. He looks at us through the prism of proof and what he's going to become. And every week has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income, you have to be powerful to those that you see. That's the first line. And then you serve permission to say, English can't know about. Okay. And these are the things that are important to all the come. So Ari says, there's an inherent contradiction, right? So what's a shot? Every Jew has a portion of what to come. Even Shane is going to come back. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of what to come. So let's say, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. It's very simple. What's the difference between the first line and the second line? Call Yisrael. If you are a member of Cloud Yisrael, if you identify as part, in other words, if you beg yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, you angels shall you saw Shem. It says the angels. So you can either be Yisrael, you can be angels. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of actions and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, your portion will come. But if you're an angel, you're not working, you're being dissension, you don't like other Jews, you want to take up your practice, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion will become? Homer gives me some minute. Somebody says, you will be a resurrection of the dead. They don't have time. And someone says, no, it's not divine. Rabbi Koris. Again, we see Rashi comes in the part, you don't see Rabbi Koris. But if you Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Koris is far enough to show you. This is very interesting. So I love that even one who reads is very interesting. What is that? Well, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what so get they have to define exactly what that means. Now look it's Alanaka, but only Kalanaka, like something beside Loasim Alaka, and someone who whispers some type of incantation over reads. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, Asal gets a shame of Yosef. Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his brothers, like that for you to someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down as degrees as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshan from the 3 kings, Yerabam, Achab, and Menashe. So let's say Achab is just one of yesterday's guys. Yerabam, actually both Yerabam and Achab. He mentioned yesterday's guys, right? It's both 4 kings and Menashe. We're talking about Menashe with the Gemara. I'm going to say, so there's something ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Like each of these Gemaras is just overwhelming. Have you ever said, Menashe is a Havara? Have you said, no? King Menashe, I read, is the longest serving minor, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Iskala Elov, by Yishmat Kinaso, by Yishibur Yisrael Machuso. The Lord Jehovah, Menashe got himself into trouble, really significant trouble. He got into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in no time. So what do you see from there? Menashe got him, and his tears were answered. We see that Hashem became about Shuvah. המלוא בקשר למלוא. ומחוץ לשיבו, ולא לחי העולם הבא לשיבו. The Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of wealth to come. Abba had Yodo, who the four regular guys who lost their portion of wealth to come. Yoram, so the Menashe was Yeshiva. Doeg, people discussing he was an advisor to King Shaul. Aki Kotal, one of the advisors to David and Melech who both switched sides to Shalom, and the Chazit, like the Gabbai. The Gabbai are the Rabbi. Again, we're talking all of those. Where it says, the Kokat Lava, why is it that someone goes out and denies resurrection, like someone denies transformation? Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there is machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that the messianic as opposed to resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to, I'm just saying right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the nice for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of wealth comes where you go after you die. Just think after you die, like eternal life. Now again, what happened? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right, guys, that's nice. Again, we'll see some allusions to this in the next but that's all you see. I was there, because a guy denies resurrection and loses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, but don't have Rama. Tana, who comes with transformation? See, he rejects the notion of transformation. The Fika, well, we have a payment with transformation. I must say, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, what's to say, Olam Haba in his context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's a community to believe that. This guy, he rejected the notion of transformation, and therefore, again, he gets no transformation. Which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. So you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But only those that shall come far from the Because the way that devotion works is in reciprocity. Reciprocity. I'm not drawing that money. I'm not doing this. The night I'm going to put from the how do you know? If I'm short words, we looking at Genida, it protect reciprocity. It's interesting where come up with that. Even though there are other pieces in the Torah that seem to indicate this, but the more chooses this story. That's what they're fascinating. Remember, Risha, Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Machar, Sa'ar, Soras, B'Shakal, Usasang, Soras, B'Shakal, B'Shakal, Soras. Okay. Got that. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Deborah, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, when you overabundance of food. So what happens? Bayan HaShalish, Hashem Melech Moshe Yado, Ex-Kishelet. When they don't have, says, okay, we go to Hashemayim, Ayuya Hadava Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially said to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, could such a thing occur? What the officer was saying is, there's no food here. There's no food here. So when you go from no food to overabundance of food, that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. Other days, you sit. And what happens? Vahino came. Vayimus also on the Shar Vayamos. So it's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and left. They just left. Somebody told them, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happened? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Iranian army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer, he was out. He blew up Kilas and Shigama, right? And maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. Again, the curse of Makacham is very powerful. Even if it gets just utter, any other cause it comes to. You know, If that's the case, it's just a shovel when you die. My bishar, why does it say by the gate? It's bishar because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Once you see the near meet the Knevidah. So the Torah operates again because it means therefore again, if a person doesn't believe in Kriyas Mason, then talk to the fire. Don't believe that. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. This is one of the most important Yisrodos in Kala Kala. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Purim, Hashem Silva. So often we translate Hashem Silva as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. What you invest is what you get out. The way the Torah works now is really divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manner for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, that he'll even say for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the box. I'll do what I have to do to maintain a good focus. No, I don't want to try to do so. Right? So if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of because what we're going to act the same way. So again, if I act embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want something close, then I have to become supernatural in my own behavior. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You definitely need divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Send me married because there's been a Torah, so I can start for you. From where do we see? It's spiritual reason to get very expensive. By the way, this is the general question of like all of this stuff. Yes, Mason, Mashiach, all of Abba. Why did he not mention this history in Zohar? Right? The Rambam includes it as the Yud Gimel Ikarim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Ikarim, 30 principles of faith. Yes, Mason. 40 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody uses the Rambam, but the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so corporate, so central, yet not meant. The essential authority is so beautifully. Very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not what our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't speak about it, by the way. The Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. That's not exclusive. Right, but Lamaita, that's what Church of Bahar makes an amazing observation. The first says, by the way, you notice, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like in Europe. And that was because of land ownership. Right? That was just often because Jewish communities did like a part of land and you had to live and die on that same part of land. Right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like, no one ever, it's not like people have like a nice culture over here, the culture over here, right? So generally it must be response, right? But nice, right? Come nice, going to the club, see a little tea parents, yeah, it's beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the nice, so like, why is it that Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about this Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make the day something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find us with us. We're asked, by the way, give me a hint. Mary Christian is going to go, this is so beautiful. Pasuk says, you give the truma to Aaron. You must what? The Aaron on Kain. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. This was given truma to Aaron. No mitzvah says he's such no truma. It's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron when he died, he had to go. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him like Shema? And Alana Sha'as, so he Yisrael knows the Shema. So I'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life. And we have to say, Christ will be something to give him the Shema. Because let's get something in the Torah. And here's a Remes Shin Tiyaseh. It looks like how beautiful is that? Which means also in the days that comes, the Sheikh knows that these groups can be resolved. Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to Aaron Cohen. In fact, the Pasuk phrases is that way. That is the scripture originally, because there's most of the stuff for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But anyway, that's like tremendous. It's an incredible week ahead of us. Strap anyway. Stop. If you have to ask for it, it doesn't go.
They're going to go viral, Sam. That's crazy. I don't even remember this part now. I've watched it 1,000 times. My girl's like, go to bed. Oh, there it is. Pucho around. It's crazy that you can just...
All right, well, it's like, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. For Tafshin KA, the Tilson Mishpach of our Yisrael, dedicating all the Shumich Russians this year, and the Tilson Mishpach Stavos for all of our Yisrael. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Abba Lino Tovas, Terry and Steve Singh, and loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Acoin, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zed Shmuel, Ben Yisrael Zikon, Rabbi Yochanan, and Merzai, Tom Jonah, all of the Mishals have an idea. The families in the Torah, all those who need a Ruah should have one together with clothes for the Yisrael, the Torah, which we make from bring our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful with all of Massey and David. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzadik 90. We are picking up on Pay Test on the days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akeva. Remember again, the Torah who says to Avram Avinu, as Bilchah, sacrifice your son, which Avram Avinu responds, today's morning is, you have two sons. I have two sons. Your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. I love them both. But an incredible example, right there. Avram Avinu says, "You think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants." As Yitzchak. So finally, the Baruch says to him, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order that Avram Avinu not be overwhelmed by all this. In other words, this Baruch recognized the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming task. It wasn't overwhelming task for Avram Avinu. In order for Avram Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lays it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just it, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was such on that. So this is not what happens. Some of you is on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Avram Avinu will see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avram Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and be able to do the Akeda was also a process. It's also a process, as deep as Avram Avinu was, it's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akeda. It took time to be able to ease into it. The mother advice, give him stuff like that. So the Satan tries to sabotage Avram Avinu on the way to the Akeda. Amralo, and you said, Davar Rafa, Tila, you start to that day. The Adai Rafa, Texas, Kosher, Kuhn, Molech, the Ata, Kawa, Rafa, right? So there was the Iker part of this at the end of the pasuk is the Iker part of the instruction at the end of the pasuk. Anisa dava elecha tzla. So what the Satan says to Avram is, Avram, does this make sense to you that a God who loved you would ask you to do this? So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Avram, and essentially get Avram to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the Ratzon Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? Look at that, Rashi. And you said, how could it be that a God loved you so much, he would ask you something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Torah would test you in this way? Amarlo, I need it to me. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Which Avram responds, I walk in my simplicity. Right? Like coming to simplicity, completeness. What Avram essentially says, you know what a Amunah is? What Amunah represents is the ability to give oneself over to totality to the Rebbeinu Shalom. I'm about to myself, Hashem. I'm about to myself, Hashem. So therefore, again, says to the Satan, it's not about what, it's about giving myself over to God. I need to me in it. I walk with completion to ask for the Baruch Hu. Whatever the Rebbeinu Shalom tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, you're us. So the Satan says back to Rabbi, well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemayim, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is one you. Amalol, Zofana, Niku Nasiaba. Is there anyone who has taken picture of the Baruch Hu and has been lost? But Rabbi says, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about it, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who put their Amunah at the have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who's appeared as this kind of feels like such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person with a Amunah goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is speaking or whether I'm going to this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, could it be that a God who loves you is this good? And what's the answer? I don't understand what it is, and therefore again, I just give myself over to the Rebbeinu Shalom. That's what it means. Give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, hold on a second. Maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe it's not what God wants you. To which again, I'm going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in that embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in that responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even the Chazah, the low kashami alei. So once the Satan saw that Avinu was not listening to him, Amalei, ve'ilai davar yidunov, kach shamatni achari akarnu, hasel li'olah, ve'in yitzchak li'olah. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, by the way, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from behind the curtains. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. So what's interesting enough is, the end of the story, that is indeed what ended up happening. But yes, I'm doing such the something. This is the punishment of a liar. Shafidu Omer Emes in Shomer. Therefore, again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole frame, the Satan is trying to convince. He's trying to convince Avinu not to do this, right? And then his last ditch effort is, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this, it's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was, he was trying to take away the schar from Avinu. But he was trying to say, don't worry about it, it's not such a test. because they're going to have to do it anyway. So you can't stop them. That you can take away the reward for doing it. You can take away the amuna component. Because Rabbi says essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar whose words are never trustworthy. It's incredible. The Gemara goes back here. Amrlo Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, it's fascinating. So as the Satan is having a conversation with Abraham, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and thought, Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God going and come mitzvahs. Sha'atzah Ma'atah Shmuel Yomis. V'ani B'Shoshes Mishana. So again, Yishmael said to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of this me. I had to do it when I was classified like an adult. 13 years old. Amrlo Yitzchak says, starting up with me with one body part. Right? Ultimately, again, I used to give this would tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And immediately after that conversation, immediately after that, listen, what's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, but the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. So what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, it's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when it was tested. Only after, again, it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that the Baruch Hu gave him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, one can make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Shons don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abram, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of future. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, by the Akeda, what's at the end of the Akeda? Hashem says to Amnon, don't raise into the boy, don't check the Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, Avinu goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Avinu goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asks the Kutzker, how did Avinu know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. But how did Avinu know to offer the carbon? That's something amazing. He says, because Avinu saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So the Kutzker says like this: if the ayil would have run up to Avinu's feet and lay down at his feet, Avram wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the suffering. And when he saw that it was stuck in his wussy, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this out of before. Right. That's a nice picture. So okay, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but imagine, right? There's the thorns. the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a rabbit out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. Avram Avinu saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avram Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's like, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but love after that is incredible. So it's back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shitya. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. The Skila, the Rishon says you get strangulation. So the Gemara says, Madicha Aaron Dachas. Remember again. So when you see the single Navi Shitya, that is like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicha Aaron Dachas is, remember, those who try, or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. What's that? Of the Skila, Rishon the Karen, Rishon says, Navi Shitya, the Skila, my time is Rabbi. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, who gets Skila. Why is that? What's the logical to Rabbanon? So you must say, Asya Hadacha Mimesis. So ultimately, the Xer Shava from Mesis. Mala Havan Biskila, Afkan Biskila. Okay, Rabbi Shimon. Misa Ksila. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says, Misa. And what's that local? So from Misa Mula B'Torah, Sam Inga Elakarik. In general, any Misa that is mentioned in Torah is Elakarik. Madicha Erni Dachas Biskila, my time is Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Erni Dachas? They get Skila, what's the logical point to Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, Omi Mesis, Omi Navi Shitya. So again, make the Xer Shava of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shitya. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Minavi. Rabbi Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, never connect. The Ligmar Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon not Xer Shava from Mesis? The Gemara says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, Shabim in Mesis, Shabim. They ain't done in Mesis, Shabim in Mesis, Mesis, Shabim. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out the Xer Shava from a Mesis, Shabim, and Mesis, Shabim. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Xer Shava to a light type of insider. I'd rather done in Hekene nothing. In fact, it's the opposite. I'd rather learn how to get what we call a common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from a Navi who incites. Now, the Shimon will say, Kevin Shivya, Ein Lecha Hedyot Kadol Yisrael. The Shimon will say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head. Or a Chista. The Chista says, what's the top of Tzaddik? 98. Machloket, that is very interesting, we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, if he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah, fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker haduf ta'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mixas u'bidol mixas ta'avodas kochavim. I want to say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. First Rashi, Tzaddik Medalef, Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. I must say now, obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be Chayv Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. That's the Machlokes. Look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon, Navi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas kochavim, Amar, Nistavisi b'lach hakodesh v'yadvura v'hisnavot la'akor kol mitzvahs avodah kol min Torah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker, where he prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right? To totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or the kind of mitzvahs, or the bako mitzvahs, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's where this machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Because the Torah says that the Navi will try to get you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. Aval okir haguf d'shar mitzvahs. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes that nothing comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not with Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by Chana. The kiyum mitzvahs, bitul mitzvahs, which I mitzvah that called Pata. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees. Pater will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's shar mitzvahs. So again, I must say, so there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the machlokes Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. Schayt Misa, is it Tefillah or is it Chedek? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea like that, right? Everyone agrees? Chedek. Category 3, interesting, category 3 is in another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, what's the halacha over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pater just means that reason is not putting him to death. So Gemara says, Master is 1 second. Lalachas, now the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah This is talking about the Navi Sheker, the false prophet. False prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's steering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, zum mitzvahs aseh. This refers to a positive commandment. Ba, zum mitzvahs lo saseh. Prohibition. What does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? These are like and if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, it's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. So the Gemara Chista, then he talks them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? They're just supposed to break apart the altars of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Amnuna Amar, so Rabbi Amnuna therefore asked another question. Rabbi Amnuna says like this. I will say, first of all, tremendous Mazatov Shabbat learner on the machine. So Mazatov feels like a grandchild almost. Like Mazatov, she had much continued nachas in Eretz Hashem, following the ways of Yaakov Sala Kadisha. But and Rabbi really is an opportunity. This is now Ari's second machine on the job. Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us in the morning morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shir at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a woman here in the basement, right? Which is strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem the commotion and the Giza. So thank you, really for all of us. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say I never get a round of applause. Wow, okay, also making the coffee. Fine, you know, says follows. Rabbi Nuna says as follows. Rabbi Nuna says like this. Our machlokes v'okeh haguf. Name that was coming Shabbat. Every Shabbat. So it's different. Rabbi Nuna comes along, and Rabbi Nuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Any time another false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, Rabbi Sheker is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver or whatever it is no longer applies. He's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some parts of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. You know, so that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. So let's analyze. So listen to this. The Navi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once again, the price over here is not distinguishing between Avodah Zarah or anything else. The Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or actually, I'm sorry. So fine. The Kayin mixas ulabato mixas. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. Rabbi Shimon calls out. Rabbi Shimon says that you're pater. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. Another example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abai is Sarah Lakrefis. So therefore, I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this machlokes ultimately unfolds. So Abai holds like Rav Chisda, so let's just go through this. Abai holds like Rav Chisda, or Mataris like Rav Chisda, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. How so? Rava always seems to say, Rava is Rava like Rav Hamuna, or Mataris like Rav Hamuna, Rava holds like Rav Hamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamuna. Here we go. Abai is like Rav Chisda, Mataris like Rav Chisda, so Abai holds like Rav Chisda, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Chisda. Hamisnavi, here we go. Hamisnavi, Lakar Davamina Torah, Biblia called the Chanek. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now, halacha is Biblia called the Chanek. Everyone agrees, punishable by Chanek. The Kayim mitzvahs for the Bakel mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it. Rabbi Shimon poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're pater. That's by shar mitzvahs. By shar mitzvahs, guas din l'rabbanon, and so to the rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, afilu amar hayom iftua u'lamacha betua chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? But when you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a chiyuv nisa. What's the chiyuv nisa? Market is like market. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chenek versus skiva. George, that's Abaye. Rava sound like Rav Hamuna, Mudas like Rav Hamuna, Rava holds like Rav Hamuna, and interprets the rights like Rav Hamuna. Hamisnavi lakar davar min haTorah. They, Avodas chov vein b'sham. This is chayiv. Market is like. if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Misa. What's the Misa? Again, according to this approach, Machlokas. Chenek versus Skiva. Fine. The Kayin Mitzvahs, Ulevanko Mitzvahs, Bishar Mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and against part of the mitzvah? What's the halacha? Rabbi Shimon told her. Shimon says that you're proper. But the Rabbanan, so the Rabbanan, when it comes to idolatry, Afilu Omer Hayom Kiptua L'Machar B'Kiluha Chayiv. Idolatry, even partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Marki the Islay. That's enough. Okay. So we'll say. So what's interesting to note here is this all. So really, what it comes down to is the machlokus is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If a Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up rooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. Chayiv. What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. A Navi comes along and tries to uproot. The truth is, any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another Navi comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproot and partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? Potter, another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially perform Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machlokim in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, the ikar halachas, everyone's agreeing. Fascinating. Good. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. B'chol bakol in Yom Halacha Navi over al divrei Torah Shema lo chutz ne'avodas kol chavod. So I'll say this is fascinating halacha. In general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and know the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, but this is a very important halacha. What is this? So remember, we have difficult questions. This is yesterday's daf. Ilya Navi, right? In Harakana, Ilya Navi instructed Faisal to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e., to worship, to offer kavanah on his mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the child to transgress. Right? We see this concept. The exception or the line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, so you say, let's say, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing you to do it, let's say Hashem wants us to listen. No, that's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, but Yosef will be Omer, he gave to us outside the Shavuos B'Chavim. I was saying that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas B'Chavim. Fichach nitna Torah memshalava shafinu ma'amid l'cha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmalo. Interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Memshalava Kilomar Filu Tira also Navi Moshe also Kirtzon that said V'Nasan Elecha Os Umofes. So it's interestingly enough, what Rabbi Yosef really is saying like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here Baruch is obviously investing this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says, that Hashem sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Tanya Rabbi Akiva. Chas v'shalom shakadosh baruch hu ma'amid chama la'over ritzono. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying Him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, is going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, Kigon Chananya ben Azor, Shemetilas on Navi MS, or the Basov Navi Sheker. Rabbi Akiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Well, unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. In other words, that reminds you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. So let's say, even there's like the Mishnah of Alva says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You could be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So Rabbi Akiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells Chavira, the Rosh spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, hey, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, he still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part is only last going. Remember again. Last Cohen. What's your punishment? By last Cohen who commits adultery, what's your punishment? Streifa. So the Mishnah said that, interestingly enough, if Izim Zomin who testify about her, they don't get what's that straight. Rather, what do? They get chenek. So does her adulterer, right? The man with whom she committed adultery. Where do you know this from? Amrav Achabed Rav Ikos, Yisayin Rav Yossi, or Rav Yossi says, Matal Lomar, Basisim Lo Kasher Zomam, Lasos the Achiv. The Pasuk says, for Edom Zolim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, right? L'fisha kol hamizomimim, Shabbat Torah, Zomein, Ubalin, Yosef. In general, the way Edom Zolim works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, Yosef Bahim, Bas Kohen, keep his faith, Vain Balav his faith. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with faith. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, all right? Because again, the Torah hands down that unique punishment to her. Zomimin, any Yodea, in Lo Hokshu, or that they do Zomin. Are you supposed to now hear this interesting? You have two people committed at the same time, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight, the guy is going to get chenek. Right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos la'ochiv v'lo la'achos. So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given their reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'ochiv to their brother. So what do you see from here? We give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore Allah said they get chenek as well. Hadron Allah Elohim Hanech. And I will say Mazel Tov. I will say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream. I mean, like what we are about to engage in. I will say, the next couple of days is Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazeh. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Lo Chelek Olam Haba. Okay. Every year has a Chelek in Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim, V'olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Ma'ka'ay Ma'aseh Adal Hispire. So let's say, the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Those ones from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer mata'ai, literally again like my seven creations of my plantings. Maaseh yodai lehispaya. And they are the creations of my hands through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the passage that you're really focusing on over here is, listen, by the way, Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like, right? What does this have to do with our context of our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what. Look what Rashi says. Most of the Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi is saying. What Rashi is saying in just a moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Misak Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael Golam Haba. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Bezdin, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, going to be about tshuva literally again until their last breath. So here we just finish about Chenek. Okay, you're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Every yid has a portion of the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Strefa, by Herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion of the world to come if you die as a Baal Tshuva. Incredible. But let's say it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the passage that the Mishnah quoted, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Va'amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzaddik. Right? Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rebbe sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rebbe is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the impact in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every yid has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income through HaKadosh Baruch Hu, kulam tzaddikim. That's the first line. And then Yeshua the Mishnah says, okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction here. In other words, so what's the pshat? Everyone has, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem Lechem. It says Ve'elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds with Actors and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, if you're Bala focused, if you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Actors, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you could lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Vapikoris. Again, we'll see Rashi says over in the first one, see what Vapikoris is. Rabbi Kiva says, Afakori bisfaran achitzoni. This is very interesting. So I love that even one who reads trying to understand what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books. What? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. Someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abba Shalom says, Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with the letters, like that's the UK name. Someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim Lachim, the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achav, and Menashe. Listen, Achav was referring yesterday's daf. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achav. We may mention yesterday's daf. Right? They're both evil kings and Menashe. Talk about Menashe in the Gemara. I'm going to say something. I don't know if I mentioned it. Ridiculous Gemara ahead of us. Right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. Rabbi Yehuda says, Menashe Shechal Rabbi Yehuda says, no. King Menashe by then is the longest serving monarch, 5 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Vayispalel Elav Vayishmat Chinaso Vayishivu Yerushalayim Afuso. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see from here? Menashe died, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Hashem became about Shabbat. Amrullah said to him, no. The Machusa Yeshivu, the Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, the no person was Shibah. Doeg, we'll discuss him, he was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Avshalom. And Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Chris Moore says, the Kol Kach Lama. Well, Moore's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, like someone who denies the transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, now we'll say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just saying right now, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the mindset for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we constantly use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But my side, again, we'll see some allusions to this in Eretz Hashem, but that's all this is. Gemara says, I understand, because a guy denies resurrection, he loses all of Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Rach Lama, Tano, who covered the Tchias Mason? See, he rejects the notion of Tchias Mason. The Fichach, well, you have no Chelek to Tchias Mason. I must say, now, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the Gemara makes it sound like Olam Haba, in this context, actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, this is a Kamida Kinegimida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias Mason, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias Mason, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. As well say, the way that devotion works is the reciprocity. That's reciprocity. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu works Mida K'neged Mida? This is reciprocity. It's interesting where the Gemara brings after, even though there are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem, Ka'ish Machar, Sa'at, Solas B'Shakal, Usasayin Sorum B'Shakal, B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously there's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Chevra, do not wait. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, you need overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayaran HaSholish, Ashar Melech Nishan Yazo, Es Kisha Elohim Vayomer, Im Yashem Oser Rubos Bashamayim, Hayiyah Hadavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, did such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is, there's no food here. There's no food here. Finally, we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. And what happens? Because it's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, you might say, I don't want to kill us, Elisha Garmalai. And maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. Again, the curse of the prophet is very powerful. Even if again, if it's just any utterance causes it to come true. If that's the case, it should just have the trouble when he died. My bishar, why does it say by the gate? Al Iskeshar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. Says Rabbi says, you see from here, because the Shbaruch Hu operates again with the principle. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Siyasa, so this is fine, but don't believe it. That's up to you. And if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Mida Kineged, Mida says, this is one of the most important Yisodos in Kol HaTorah Kula. And the Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we translate Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way control who works in our relations with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, I want to say it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain I don't want to type so. Right? So therefore I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of person. The world's going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in the framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want wisdom in the flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in the relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says in I'm Rabbi Yochanan, so it's fascinating. From where do we see the scriptural allusion to Tchias HaMesim? By the way, this begs the general question of all of this stuff, Tchias HaMesim, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in Torah? Right? Rambam includes it as Yud Gimel Ikarim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Ikarim, 30 principles of faith. Tchias HaMesim, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with Rambam. It's Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that's so important, so essential yet now mentioned. The Shlomo Baruch explains so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not exclusive. Like when I say that's not Hirsch makes an amazing observation. But Hirsch says, by the way, if you notice, so say, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries like New York. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because Christianity was given like a plot of land, and you had to do like you had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, right, no one ever. It's not like you could have had like Mexico over here, the courtyard over here, right? Certainly generating much needed funds, right? But right, when I saw right, when you still have the same love your parents, you know, it could have really been beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the Mesa, why is that children are cemeteries? So it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about it's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my month? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find out this was. We're asked, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? This is so beautiful. Pasuk says, you will give the truma to Aaron. You know why? What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is to give my truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron going by, carrying the boat. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him my truma? So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and there's a Klal will be zoke to give him their truma. You can. Let's guess an international. And here is a lemons to Chiasson. Let's say, how beautiful is that? Which means that once there's a day is going to come, the Chiasson is going to be interesting. The result, Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. The fact that the Pasuk phrases is that way. That is a scriptural allusion to transmission. We'll stop over here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. It's a tremendous, incredible week ahead of us. Shkayach, everyone.
Well, no, I remember meeting Akash. I thought it was super cool. Like, we had a pleasant interaction. Here's the thing. About how
you scoop up the bag? Or, sorry, go ahead. I was going to scoop up the bag. That's what Schultz and Akash say, scoop up the bag. Get it out the mud, get it 10 toes down. 10 toes down. I hope you're 10 toes down. Most of you guys got along. Because if you weren't, I mean, they would just bug me.
All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a book of rock. Of the football Hashem. Begin the week. Turning up the pace out from there. I brought a link of the Tovos and the document. Beautiful about really happy. I want to hear you coming attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by taking all of our time before this morning should just stay. Our annual conference fellowship, the top Shin the person in the stock of ours, the stock of dedicating all the children drug codes as a defense for the Solis fellows to Am Yisrael. Our conference for the month of Adar. Terry and Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Zib, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williams, Zeb, Shmuel, and themselves of Holy Bracha. We also have the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shalom Shabbat, the families in the Hama, all the birth and the food servants in their cold coming. So we should bring home all of our messages and allow our own soldiers to be successful, but all of them not saying they can. Was we that? Let us be in today's pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Let's assign some homework last night at the end of Shir. Hashem. If I don't start on the right dot on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadas ahead of us this week, but some very long dots ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89 So this morning again, we are still on the incredible sugya on Zatik Mamre. So, even these also, no business should be here, no business should be happening. So, remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when is Zatik Mamre put to death, what type of machloks and really making it into a Zakim Mamre. Now it comes to the actual execution of the Zakim Mamre. So Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Beis Din in his city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. However, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about Pilan Devorah. But all even say Yavne. Initially, the Beis Din Shabbalishkas Hagazis. Follow the hand. Because of the Shai Yamin, Ad Shegosa Sahaji Bidolo Yavne. Vadayin Abayis Kayim. Yachar King Horiki B'Tfilo. In the Sons of Yavne. So it's interesting enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled. So the Mishnah says like this: in order to go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre, the Sanhedrin Government has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagazis and chamber of stone in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zakim Mamre. Now we also the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim. We take the Zakim Mamre up to the Beis Hamikdash to the High Court in Yerushalayim. And we shamir also at Harayel. And the Nisim also Berega. So what we do is we incarcerate him. It's like we put him in the home himself. And so the next upcoming Regal, the next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the Regalim, based on Shmuel Sukkot, we're just going to find out how can I hold this. Remember again, this was the first battle, the first post-Purim dot. And what is it make reference to? The Regalim. The Regalim. Like, everyone's on a journey. Every reminder is like, always journeying to something else. And that's the beauty of the Yid. Like, the Yid is never stationary. Never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. That's all. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So Purim is now behind us. We had the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of probably Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. It's exactly that. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing in the Mishnah will see, they keep the Zakim Mamre in a holding cell up until the next Regal, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we do Regal, we execute on Yom Tov. Which is fascinating. Now why? Why should Amar the Chala on Yishmu Viro for Yizidin of the Rebbe Akiva? Because the Pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These ones are the keys. What it says, Rabbi Akiva says is like this: we gotta make a spectacle out of this. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. We see this by socials, where people see certain things. So the Shiva says, the doctor don't execute until the Regalim, especially until public spectacle. And the Yidah says no. In the Aminus, something. So that the Yidah says no. We do not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. And the Lusin also miyad. So what we do is we execute immediately. Because then the Shulchan Shluchim become Makolos. And what do? Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that we're all right, so we need some element of publicity in this. So according to the Yeshiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding it until the Regalim and executing it again on the Regal. But Yidah says no, you don't do that. Because the Ima Anis I didn't mean, you do not corrupt the When somebody's liable to death penalty, you execute it. We're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. We'll send out letters. We'll send out letters to all the community, say it's going to Chinese celebration. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. There's a couple of more details about how we go ahead and say when we go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre. That's how it was. In Yisrael also, motivation should be this. Once it's in the Marcos of Raisa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows. In the Yisrael also, motivation should be this. So we don't execute Zakim Mamre in his local basin. The motivation should be Yavne. Not even his Yavne. Once again, the basin of Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled. Hello? Margaret also the basin of Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what we do, bring the Zakim Mamre up to the High Court in Yerushalayim. The Shamir also at Harega. And we wait, we hold him, hold himself up until Yom Tov. And the Nisi also the Rega. And we execute him on Yom Tov. Shinema, the Chala, and Yishmu shouldn't debate that yet, because the pasuk says everyone will fear, and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When you're going to have a time when everybody should fear about this, when cloudy calls a symbol, and you shall not each other out. I'm going to you know. Does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? That Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And he just says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't need to see it. So if they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and bring Rabbi Yehuda? Now let's say, no, this thing that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like even the corruption of the day. It's interesting, something like, life is, like every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So not as if it's a joke, but the mantra, like I always try to come here, is whatever is going on in life, you need to it. Just give me into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to kind of like the net. Just get into it. Sometimes life is so much about taking out of the current circumstances. Just get into it and just go. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. It's not. Sometimes you're like, you don't know how something's going to turn out. That's one other anxiety. Sometimes I know what is going to happen. So it's almost like he says, why would you do this to yourself? You got it. He's really executing Zakim Mamre. You got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? We've seen this motif before. That whenever you have to execute something, you have to execute the Drachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little contradiction, but you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Drachmanis as well. So the Zakim Mamre, okay, if he bought a ticket, that's it. He's going to be executed. But why delay? Let get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, if you ever release from the agriculture and shop in the Hamakom, each one is trying to use some of these. And again, how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters. Send out the letters to all the different communities. So-and-so is executed as the Zakim Mamre. So this is the final block of this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how you execute the Zakim Mamre. Okay, we got to go. Sana Baron. So the answer like this. Sana Baron. Now, it's interesting also because clearly what you see with Zakim Mamre is it's not just that we execute it, but there is this bit of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, see, by the way, there are four situations where in general it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Hamesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship a holy Zohar. Then Solar Umora, Zakim Mamre, and Adrian Solomon. Interesting. All of these four need hashras, so they need announcements. Rashi says over there, Raza, only means the days of Sha'avra Be'ezuz, to the Lirdos as Hafir. So literally, these will announce so-and-so executed because of this particular Avera, and all of this in turn will have a skill for public example, like people saying policy. It's like, Kulik Sigul, B'Kol Ha'am, B'Kol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, B'Kol Ha'am. So like all of these situations, because B'Kol Ha'am, the entire nation, we'll see. Interesting enough, B'Kol Yisrael, Be'edin Zol means it. B'Kol Yisrael, Be'edin Zol means Ksiv HaNish'arim, V'lo Kuli Amo Chazlu Shudasa, V'Yisahad Yisasar. As I see, interestingly enough, Be'edin Zolim, so that's one of the HaNish'arim. Those who are left over, like what you remain. Why doesn't it use the same expense of washing ultimately again as Kol Ha'am, B'Kol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Avos, not everyone is fit for Avos. Avos is always more limited. Why? Because what's that? There's certain cases. The person gambles. They can't do it. Right? The person commits an idea. They can't treat an idea. They can't do it. So because English itself is not open to the public, therefore here the public admonitions of it also doesn't have to be is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, because it's like beautiful Mishnah, and this week 12 and Sunday we've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Rabbi Sheker, Rabbi Sheker, we'll say next guy's Chinese. Rabbi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Mashalo Ne'emalo. So we'll say, so what's the Rabbi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who's prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay? Or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting him. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. Many people can get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your first Kiddush. Suddenly again you're prophesizing for down trouble stuff. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that we probably did not say. Case number two, we both gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard however that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Rabbi Sheker. In these cases, the reason the result like the Rabbi Sheker is executed by court. By court. Kovic is Nebuah. So let's say this is fascinating. Kovic is Nebuah. So if someone who receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Like Kovic means like the curse or something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. Now the back of the Rabbi. And one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Rabbi, the Rabbi Sha'avra al-Divrei Atzmo, or a Rabbi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only Nebuah that he received. So all of these cases, Misas is also first one line, Misas in Yerushalayim. All these individuals again get into Yerushalayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Because Shneimar, Anarchy at Rosh Nebuah. And the establishment of all those Kohanim, they're also going to go into all these cases a little bit. And the establishment of all those Kohanim, if somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was Omer Kach, Omer Avodah Kohanim. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah Kohanim says. After the Kivin es Halachos, Hane es Hane, Ulitar es Ashahar, even if what he's saying is factually correct. So let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah, but one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay? Right? So in other words, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. A person who is adultery, even shenitnes halashos abal l'nisyon, afav ishto nivra. Haba aleh harizeh l'chad. So again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she has nisin and not nisin, or they just got married and nisin, but again, they do not yet live together, the halacha is to be boel the adulterer is punished by Shevet. When someone like Bas Kohen of Ba'alah, so ultimately again, let's say we've seen this before, remember, a Bas Kohen commits adultery, what's her din? Straight off. But remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Zolim, like many witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMuzlim, Makdim La'osim, is supposed to be Zolim by Torah Ubayah, because now again, they look to Aiden, the way it works with Aiden Zolim is what? They get reciprocal punishment. Basis and Lokasha Zalom. The exception to this is Aiden Zolim is by a Bas Kohen, because she gets straight on, but they, as well as the adulterer, will get damaged. Okay, incredible. So what's the otherwise? Says the Yurah. Shows the Misas of the Adam, shows the Misas of the Shemayim. So there are these are all categories of false prophets. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court. And three of them need to be Shemayim. Okay, so Hamasnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. That was a prophecy that was not set. That was essentially the inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of a right? The person is just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but after them. Or Hamasnavi Mashalo Shama, right? Inside the Shema Bonus Kohabim, or a person goes ahead and prophesies it in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what we're saying is factually correct, the Sassan either of them, or three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh is also a Nabi who receives the war, but does not show. On the back of the Nabi, or somebody disregards the words of the Nabi, the Nabi Shava Al-Tibet Atzma, or Nabi who disregards his own prophecies, Misasa to be Shalom. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to note this idea of Misnaga Mashalo Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received your will from Hashem, and more information that they do not receive. I understand what it is to be right? It makes sense. It makes sense. Then the prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I do a prophecy given to someone else, and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it using yourself? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see what's possible. We'll see why it is. But we'll see practically what's wrong with it. You know, saying the worst Avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you end it with saying, yeah, don't go life is never to be someone else. Yeah, don't just become the best version of you. So when a person gives over the prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruben. Okay, I'm not trying to become someone else in life. That's such a purpose. That's such a purpose. So it's such an interesting thing because we fucking spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, oh, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from every individual. As you talk about what we will come on, I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic accusation. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best version of me. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. That's not a life. You're just, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become somewhere else. Like there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, that's what I just said to you. Good. You know what I mean? So we're going to all this fun. I'm going to do that. I'm going to double cut it. The Pasuk says, "Anadi Ashayati was gathered Bishmi." So it says ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? That person not even invented a prophecy giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, fine. Next. Share low TV. I did not command it. All of how they released it, but that infers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. By saying God, we say no, and he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the proof of that? The proof of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. It's it, and in all of these cases, what does the Pasuk say? Umeis hanavi havi is probably put to death. And once again, stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, but doesn't identify which death penalty the default is. Good. So that's our first thing. Next. הקודש שלנו also, והמבט על דברי נביא, ונביא שעבר על דברי עצמו מסד לירושלים. So what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The backer disregards the words of the Rabbi, or number three, a Navi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death in Yerushalayim. Where do we know this from? The Chsiv, Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So what's the pasuk saying? The person will not listen. The Navi will not listen. Kari Day Lo Yashmiya. So we learn as long as Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Day, the Kari Day Lo Yashmiya, the Kari Day Lo Yishma. El Divrei, El Divrei. See, Anoki Adrosh Ni'imo. Okay, so what's that? So again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it. So someone hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the another disregards it, and another ultimately again who is published as the also does not share his nevuah. And it's not in my shalosh shama. So now you might give some examples. So it's like also not your cut over the old sons I know later. And it's not in my shalosh shama. So a person prophesizes something he do not hear. So you might give an example. It's Sidon Sitya ben Kinano. Like Sitya ben Kinano. Who's Sitya ben Kinano? It's Bayash was Sitya ben Kinano. Karne Barzai. Those are interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking David's throne. And this is an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's this kingdom of Malchus Yisrael, of Malchus Yisrael, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Yisrael was a man by the name of Achab, and the king over Malchus Yehuda was a man by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achab, unfortunately, was righteously challenged. And but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to come back around. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need to know. So Achab produces. Achab got no sort of real. You get enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achab produces hundreds of prophets. And so Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sitya ben Kinano, who did an instance. What does Sitya ben Kinano do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Kaddish was going to go around. They were going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so now, there was one guy, Sitya really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a shtickle false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of his hoping was that it was part of his way to lure Achab into battle, so Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, my habit in the others, what should Sitya have done? This is a wild story. So Sitya was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. That name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful kingdom that Achab very much wanted. So they're Achab and Nabos meaning sell. So Achab has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sitya, making it look like it was like Kaddish Baruch in order to get Achab to go out to battle with Achab in foreign battle. Okay, the message that's it. Remember Hashem, Nini Fantas Achab, Bayah B'Yachab Moskilad. He's about to put out a call to the Neshamas. The Neshamas, who's willing to go down and for Achab to go into war? So the spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. We got two thoughts say, but also might say, what is the meaning of this thought? We said to the spirit, it turns out to be the spirit of Nabos. Go, same with Hisaki. You have to leave. So it is that incredible. The first God says to the same thing to the Neshamas. Whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go. But after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Rebbe Shalom is all MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Rebbe Shalom and celestial sphere. My rock, what's the rock? Rock Shalom was the Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabal the Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achav going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinana. I been a Lameda. I got so exactly so. Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. If it is for the signals effort over the community, then she may be the start of the signal effort. That's interesting enough. You had no prophet that had the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. And you have to read fascinating. But prophecy, you have multiple prophets that use the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about the Mishpah in the same way. You know, there's like, Vashama, Zodon Lidacha Hisiacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzah Star Hisiah Star, Zodon Lidacha. The Hasagan just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them is sitting and conveying it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's Nevi'ah? The world represents almost like the highest level of relationship with our Mishpah. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. Like, it just down to some people, person, that's true by Nebuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with our Mishpah. No two Jews have the same relationship with the same Kaya Mitzvos, the same Avotos, the same Shulchan Aruch, but at the end of the day, where you relate to God, and you interact with God, relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, varies slightly. The other lessons are various between one and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, so ultimately, it's the description of Levi. And what's the description of Levi? Okay, so Achav had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. Can you have hundreds of people saying the same thing? That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's the description of Levi. There's something going on here. The Gemara says, so one second, maybe Cynthia didn't know this in the release. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe they didn't know this halacha. The Gemara says, Yo Shabbat halachasam v'kamanu. It's the woman Yo Shabbat ha'ei kol navi Yo Shabbat again. And Yo Shabbat means. That's why Yo Shabbat, even when Achav produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yo Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So it's like, I feel like that's how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like how original is powerful, but all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. Let's put this sort of common stuff. Okay, sometimes we think of like, let's be totally real common stuff. Can you imagine Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over there. So it's like, that's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with them. That's actless. That's actless. And we have this very skewed view of actless. That actless means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So, never have been, never have. I've said it a million times. Like, what does it actually say? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it in Tisha B'Av. When people report hard, now they always say, it never says Tisha B'Av b'dei ha'achas. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it's like, somebody knows what it's happening now. It's a hard concept to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at the job, but And my wife, he was, he started going on. And yes, the show was bullshit. She was putting orange baskets.
He's designing
And literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me. Don't say anything. You know, okay, so I have to worry about that, but the rest of you guys who don't not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. Right? It was like, and then what was so beautiful. Is that like story for Hashem this went up about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was pouring time, so it might have been like 30 seconds. You know, but whatever, and like everything was flawed. But I think what it was, that at the end, like, the way it ended, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all of the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other sobbing. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hush people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things to us. It's so foreign. It's so what people live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, and it's certainly not quality stuff. The beauty of Christ, so what I say, is a lot of views, a lot of opinions, and yet a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. If we have seen out this year for all the collective opinions, right? Cheapness and positions in life, and not even free. Right? And I'm saying, but the nice stuff, so what happens? When you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing, that's bad. Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff, that's Christ. And emphasis is that moment when you can embrace, even after you have those frivolous arguments. Like, we know the right thing. I'm really good for money. So what happens? So your shopper says, I need some more ideas. So after I said, what do you want to do? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Kachalik Lion with this Happy Abba, I learned this from my father, Signal Echad Olam Lekam Nevi'im. The ancient thing to be in the study of the signal Echad. So ultimately, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 500 nothing about it. Right? But none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all give the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that the shepherd is sitting there, and he's hundreds of prophets, who I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because of the Toronto who wanted Achab to go out to war to fall in battle. So the shepherd was like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your shepherd needs unity. Okay? So you're not going like that. So much good. It's not a natural what's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over? Then you go, can I get back Arthur? So he's like, can I get an Azra? What happened? Can I get an Azra? Because Yemi always standing in the upper marketplace, but the Amar, Tomar, Shem Tzimakos, Hineni Shover as Keshes, Elon, so Yemi is giving a promise. Right? And Yemi says that the ball is going to go ahead and break the ball Elon. So that was another nation, Elon. I'm going to break the ball in order to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? No such Hananya Kavakor the Asmo. So Hananya hears this in prophecy of Yemi, and he makes Kavakor, what's the Kavakor? He might even promote Allah. Model, I'm not going to follow these children, catch Elon. So Elon, they came down model. And the Lord was going to say that he's going to break the ball and he's going to defeat them. Now, that's coming to come. Constant excellent Allah is coming to come. And the Lord who is coming is breaking the primary fault of the stone. He is going to break the secondary fault of the stone. So we're saying that about the stone. So can I even come up on the Lord is going to go ahead and defeat Elon. He's certainly going to go and defeat Model. So So what happens?
and post-production.
So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies. It's fascinating. So Kalani hears a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. He makes the Kabbalah from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only when it shows, that's probably didn't say it. Probably didn't say it. Only called Rabbi. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who had a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Kind of made this up. He made this up. Which Bima says, Kevin is and Kabbalah the Medrash, Command the Ikmal is done. So ultimately, again, the Ikmal is done. Who is not there on my low? They'll say, ultimately, because he can have comments, because he can have comments, and because Kabbalah is the exegetical principles, he treats this like a case of thing over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. I'm astonished of all this will happen. What's an example of one who prophesies in the name of God? So what's the last one? You go with V'habao. So this is an easy one. V'habao. Point of V'habao. So again, Baal wasn't Avodah Zarah. He had his own Nevi'im. I had his own Nevi'im. And again, obviously, he prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. And that's Chagovish is the law, so it was incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon? Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do? Runs away. Just to understand what Chagovish is the law. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we only should only misquote in that year. What does he say? What does he say? It could be great. It could be great. You get accomplished good things. Like, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzis and says, Shuvu Banu Shofim. Every day Bas Kol comes out and says, Tshuva. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's Kovish Nevuasa. Everything prophecy comes to us. Every opportunity whispers to us. Every opportunity comes to us. It's how bad trying to become great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called Kovish Nevuasa. Yonah ben Amitai. From the Bata Navi, who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's the days? On the days, so the Gemara says, Chadre Demicha. These are the friends of Michal. Now, who are the friends of Michal? Now, she says, Chadre Demicha. It said, the Ish Acham is near Avim, Omer 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 Ba Hashem Yitzani, no, is there? Hayom Michuyo, Ben Yonah, Shenesnave, Osayom, Al Acham Michal Biyat Olam. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day about Acham. It said, the Ish Acham is near Avim, Omer 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 Ba Hashem Yitzani, no. So there's another Michal. Don't go to a guy and say, oh, name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He was trying to show ultimately again that Klal was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Acham was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to hit Michael, and what happens? You see, by the way, Ya'ar Shelo Shamata, the Nabi Shafat. No, Ya'ar Shelo Shamata, the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so Nabi tells you, and because again, in this case, he didn't hit the Nabi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but at different times. The Nabi Sha'aba Al-Dibba Aslo, what's an example of a Nabi who violated his own words? Not violated his own words. He wrote Ego Hanabi. There's another ego. What's what happened with ego? This says, he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. So listen to this. So ego was ultimately again, was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of Yerubim ben Nevat. Yerubim ben Nevat was the first king over the strict Malchus. Remember, Yerubim ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Yerubim ben Nevat started out as a good man. He wasn't worried about it, but powerful. He started out as a good man. What is the company to good people? Power has no trust in good people. Yerubim ben Nevat understood that if he could elevate rulership over Malchus himself, he had to prevent the Jews from those with his innocence. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going to be the English. Everybody had to be on the level. And that's the case. Yerubim said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the king. So what did he do? You know what did he do? That's what you're going to deal with. He goes two angles. We go to golden calves. That in the beginning he said it's not about desire. It's unwonderful. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go only to the base. I'm fish to serve Hashem. Serve here. Serve here. So what happens? Ultimately again, it evolves into avoid desire. So ego confronts Yeravam when he's offering his Kabbalah studies in his death by Yeravam, and Yeravam sits out his arms, like in a accusatory way, and his arms shriveled up, his nose shriveled up. So ego went there, Navi. But the God will command the ego, when you go, so don't do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission, okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? By Yom Gamani Navi Kamoko. So ultimately again, what happens on the way back? Ego tries to look at mission accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I've gone on a mission. You guys just say, yeah, indeed, you're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into this guy's house and eats. By Yashav, by Yeshach, don't sit. By Yelach into Ayah. What happens when ego left after his meal? He was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own law, violating his own word. So she looks at that, it's also such a, the story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord will tell you, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? What do you focus? Every focus. So the Deuteron talks about this in the Shahar Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? Because why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. And you don't only appreciate this because more often than not, the reason you're accomplishing life is why? Why? Every day, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. Because we get distracted. Like, I'm on task, and I get distracted. It's not going to happen to this, it happens everything in life. You just get distracted, and suddenly now I'm off. So I feel like the whole piece of this is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Navi saying over here, this story, I mean, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphorical, it's an actual story. But the metaphor has to step up, because you don't get don't go to eat, don't get distracted. Don't go to eat, just stay focused on your cause. And you just get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's just the usual American. And February, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? Not the same. Not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I say, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this saying of learning through sequence. Right? We're going to use one of the sequence to learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning through a sequence is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. So what happens? Right? I'm learning, and then I'm here. I'm learning, and then I'm here. I'm learning, and then I'm this. And at the end of what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And it's something like this. It's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. It's not all this message. Be in it. Be in it. It doesn't take the 5 minutes. Be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the lion. That's what happens. So, try to kind of go with that stuff. I told you to say you are so low. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets noticed. It's not this Amalek, man's also coming, the Arab Alafi, the Lord said, this is a Talmudic specialist. Look at me, one is dates out of the basket to get noticed. Now, what's wrong with 2 dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression, it's much better than the idea. It's an expression that's used like, what did you do wrong? In other words, there wasn't a here. You're not going to ask me over here about what a person did wrong if they withhold your prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? So you have Navi A, right? So Navi A withholds his prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he withheld his prophecy? So he went to my Masri Day, who's giving him a surah. On Rabbi, how big is he? I'm Rabbi. How do you some Rabbi, the sick kilo, Yasa, Shalo, Kim Davar, Salo. She's giving us how prophecies. Most of we said before. And this is interesting. That apparently constantly prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another who tell prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they know a particular Rabbi did not share it. Okay? If you're not Hajj Day, so what's the issue? Well, maybe I'm going to start with retracting, or maybe even if one of changed his mind, so he changed his mind. And he said the Hajj Days is really other Muslims that say with you. Again, the Prophet was talking sometimes changes in the voice, and if he would have done that, then what? He would have informed the group of the Nabiim as well. The Yonah, the Hajj Day below. One second. Yonah, after the Prophet changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah points out to everybody else the Prophet was not destroying the day. The Prophet did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. He doesn't know. Yonah made Kara. So it's very important. The last thing Yonah said, the old Adon Yom, the new, excuse me, the new day that happens. Now, what does that happen to me? What does it mean? Turn those up. Here's all we just know. In 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your life. The change could be they can all become a beacon of Bali Shua, or the change could be the city is going to be destroyed. So in Noah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Amalei, Ilu lo yada, Ilu Torah, Ilu Ra. Again, it was the open-ended Nebuah. Again, and don't say he's not a bad, but I can't point out. Part of the reason, ultimately, why we do, why do we particularly in the Kippur, is the pragmatic story of Shuvah. It's all pragmatic story, a metaphor that I like this open-ended possibility. As well as just the name day, always I thought you don't believe in any apostles. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As well as the Baruch Hu knows what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. It's up to us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-only adventure type of mass. In another 40 days, the city there is going to be overturned. Is it good? Is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. Incredible. I'm about to debate Nabi. Someone says, ultimately, again, one ignores the words of a Nabi. So here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, and I don't know if it's a Nabi, right? So someone says, say in the name of God, right? It's, right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi that I have to answer? And that has to be big. Everyone else, here's a sign. Obviously, it looks like this. You can't prove like the Nabi credentials, right? So you can't just roll with it for a Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, so how do you call? The Lord God of their own sweet language. I believe that they didn't give a sign. And you keep up on stuff. You're not inferior to it. You're not feeding these nibble. And for the looks of shame. No, it's different. As I say, a Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he tells them who else. Rather, let's say why. Or if you have another who looks like me, then it was a Nabi. Okay, so if you know he's a Nabi, obviously what you do is what they do. Right for this. You don't came out this, you don't say this. Avram Bahara Moria, Echo Shamar Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right, so again, when Avram Avinu said Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, Yitzchak should have said, you almost lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak said, that's a little bit, when it's coming, maybe when it overcomes to God, right? Perhaps you missed something, or nuance, maybe it's without speaking in metaphorical terms. But if you know the father, there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was Yitzchak as a Rabbi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. In Barakana, and his son carried the Avish with the horse. What's that? Eliyahu, Temples of Eliyahu and Harakana. What happened is, this was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Havai. Remember the story? Remember the story? Like they built it, everybody built the altar. Eliyahu built the altar. The Nevi Havai built the altar. And there's a theological showdown. Remember, he brings the fire down from heaven. First is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, the Navi says that he about the crying out, the sweating, all kinds of crazy stuff. What is he puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Fire comes down from heaven to consume everything. This is beautiful. There's only one problem. There's a need to also carbonos outside of the Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how do we know to do things? Again, Rabbi told him that I have an yo, come on. Like, don't you need to give an oath? And it was a never seen him yet. You know what it says? No. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every year. What's a better? You know what the postscript to that story is, right? What happened in the next paragraph? Rabbi starts worshiping Baal again. This is what Rabbi gives his famous statement. I must say, I can post him how long are you going to straddle the fence for? I must say, this also gives rise to a very important resource, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anyone. Miracles don't create anyone. They don't. Again, listen, this passage guy also applies to saying that has Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they go to golden calf. And miracles don't work. And it's like, how many times do you think? How many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran? And not one hit. So you think, again, cars over the road, massive chiller movement, actions everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. Right? What happens when you watch fireworks? What happens? You ever hear someone who comes back from 4th of July 5 says, you know what? That's like, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? Now, what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. Like, you see all the videos of the missiles from Iran. And what happens? People just go like, okay, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort, taking in the out. Miracles are beautiful, and if you create many bursts of inspiration, but it's not affect the target comprehensive change. That only comes from the unglorious work, getting in and getting out. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Second year tonight, but all right, so now, Friday night, I'm going to go. What's that? I'm just like this week, just ridiculous. You want to watch this? Okay, so, but now that we mentioned Adam and Eve, that Adam did not need to give, Adam did not need to give a son to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Mufsa. So he goes at the Akiva, now the king says, Abraham. After what? It says it was after these things that Hashem kept Adam says we are Akiva. So after what? I'm going to go into after the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? It said, Vayigdal Hayelet Vayigdal. The pasuk said, Vayitzchak kept the Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was weak. He grew up and he was weak. And then he was like a big stick of weak. Hold on a second, the Satan said to Hashem, hold on. So I think that one thing we need to suffer the person I'm so disparaging, right? This old man. So Kanata, when they shone off his button, he gave the child that he was 100 years old. He told him, also, how you will put effort, also Akalahakim, so the Satan standing up in front of him, he gave this old man so much. And all of these things that he made, he offers him up a little couple, he never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. Not a real animal. A little bird, nothing. I remember from Australia, she didn't know. Everything happened really for his son. And then he overloads the records. Miyad Zon, to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Such means he was doing it. But ask Avram to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, Elohim says Avram. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So let's say this is interesting. So Miyad seems to understand the genesis of the Yahudah, what this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Son. And now we're not finished. But I know that. Have to not be called. Hashem said to Avram, I'm going to sucking over a lot. I'm going to be shimmed in Abarabah. Even not all of Hashem Bakasha. Now, no is a request. So listen to this. The Gemara says, Moshe Ramelech Basar Adam Sha'udim Al-Mokom Al-Kabel. So do what things can be prepared? It's going to be given to a human being who went to many wars. What's the question you can find lines? Ma'ayallah, he bought Echad, and that's fun. And this king, he had like the guy, like the one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of these victories. The Yamin the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Allah, he said to his most valiant soldier, please. Amor Ibn stand to be victorious in this battle. Shabbat Shonos Ein Vain Manish. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand from the midst of the most intense battle, not only you have victory here, but it's to make the previous victories. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. So Hashem said to Avram, see how the combinaciones. I've given you many tests over the years. The Amarata the Kulah, and you be successful in all of them. And now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. And people should not say that there is no merit in this test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous thing in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you tell someone, generally human nature is that what we remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. So you decide if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are the those of what this means. What is the point I'm living in? There's a beautiful idea in Sassanas. In a quote to he says, something amazing. He says, I did a son of it's not time of you. Dispatch to Kola, Kopos, Shish, to Mizor, Discover our Teva Musar. With every single time of you is a service, what he did is he embedded another Kola in the DNA of Kavasar. Everything was our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every son that he ever came, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Yisrof represent? He says, Akidas Yisrof represents, at the end of the day, Korach Meruba Shamasias Nefesh. What Akidas Yisrof represented was a willingness to give everything for God. A willingness to give himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give his child. And that represented the ability and willingness to give anything and everything for the Rebbe Shalom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be pleased with Avram says, you need to pass this. You know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you have this Korach within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you get the Hallelujah and you take your son and you went to offer like the Korban, but you were dead within Klal Yisrael with the Korach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, you have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is the triple decision. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avram passes this test as we know, and he embeds different laws. So stuff we say, we're living for this. We're living with times that we almost see ourselves. Now, if it goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. Right? Those are the deceit, one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of right show in front of me. Little girls being dressed up as our down brother. I felt we should blame she was every single weapon tonight. I know that in front of us. I think she represents this incredible call. It's called the Shabbos. It's called the Mishkan. It's called the Nuna. But it's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get?
I'm not sledging anything like you. Like, I'm not one of these.
But Adam Avinu was willing to go and everything for our responses. Embedded in our spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And you've got the responsibility.
I'm just a guy.
You have to pass this test.
She stands 10 toes down.
Because you're going to summon up the strength, you're going to muster for this Messiah. It is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and it's strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Abraham was successful in his Messiah, he gave us the power to be successful in our mission. Tremendous. Again, come right much again. I'll say a lot of these people are a lot of guys very teach are tremendous together.
Like, I just like. I mean, I'm confused. My favorite bit was just kind of like what I thought about the most, like watching him do it and like do a tweet out of it.
I know. No, it's fine. It always balances out.
It's funny how he works gayness into everything he does. Because look, playing high school football or whatever, it's like.
All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good Tavah. Baruch Hashem. To begin the week, directly up to Pesach, and Meretz Hashem. I brought a little Tovo with the new daf, Meretz Hashem, beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to give you some attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is, Baruch Hashem. I just want to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Today, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a chus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zichron the Bracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah Shabbat and Gidot Kol Kol Yisrael, Shprach Ushnemer Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yidei. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi Rector assigned some homework last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadah ahead of us this week, and some very long daf ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Pei Test 89a. So let's remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakin Mamre. Same Amisin also. Loba Bezin should be Roba, Loba Bezin should be Yafir. So remember again, when we've learned already the halachas concerning when a Zakin Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes can really make the mikvah of Zakin Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakin Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Bezdin in his city, nor do we execute him in the Bezdin in Yavne. Now by the way, what's the Bezdin in Yavne? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 2 lines from the top. No one is in Yavne. Initial the Bezdin Shalishkas Hagozis. Gonu lahem, the Chazru le'iro, v'shar yamim, ad shegalsa sanhedri gidolo liyavne, v'adayin habayis kayum, yachar ekin horik yibitilo, in the mitzvah of Yavne. So again, interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah is saying is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre, the Sanhedrin HaGadol has to be situated in the Lishkas HaGozis, in the chamber of hewn stone, in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Mamre. Ella, Malin also a Beis Hamikdash from Yerushalayim. We take the Zakin Mamre up to the Beis Hamikdash, to the high court of Yerushalayim. Umishamin also ad haregel, umemisin also beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate him, we put him in a holding cell until the next upcoming regel. So your next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the regalim, based on Shavuos Sukkot. So let's just point out how to kind of remember again, this is the first daf, really the first post-Purim daf, and what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim, right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone mamish is like, we're always journeying to something else. It's the beauty of the Yid, right? The Yid is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's again, we're not yet privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of the Klal Yisrael comes a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Pesach is that. So again, according to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, they keep the Zakim Mamre in a holding cell up until the next Rega, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we start Rega, we execute him on Yom Tov. Which is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar v'chala ad yishmu v'iro v'lo yizidin od Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These words Rabbi Akiva. What essentially Rabbi Akiva says is like this: you gotta make a step forward. People have to see. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. See this like social. So people see certain things. It has a no show. So the Kiva says, the doctor don't execute until the regalim, so that should become a public spectacle. And Rabbi says no. Imma anas dino shazeh. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. So what we do is we execute them immediately. Because then the shofin shlufa b'chol makom. And what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that midoraisa needs some element of publicity. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regalim and executing him again on the regal. Rabbi Yehuda says no, we don't do that. We'll say Ima Anes Adin means we do not corrupt judging. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters. To all the communities saying, and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So let's say about how we go ahead, or say when we go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre. Let's analyze. Even in also, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows: in the Nisan also, Loba Bezin Shabiro, so we don't execute Zakim Mamre in his local Bezin. The Loba Bezin Shabiyavne, not even in Bezin Yavne. Once again, the Bezin in Yavne, that the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malin also the Bezin Rabbi Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what do we do? We bring the Zakim Mamre up to the high place of Yerushalayim. We shamin also ad harega, and we wait. We hold him, right? We hold him in the holding cell up until Yom Tov, and we meet him also berega, and we execute him on Yom Tov. Shneimar b'chala am yishmeu v'iro divrei Rabbi Akiva. Because the pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is dashing b'chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? The Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal. Amar Yehuda, v'hinemar yiru v'yiro. Does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Whereas Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Alo ne'emar ela yishmu v'yiro. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Says, so essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? They will say, it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like an inoid, inoid means the corruption of the day. It's an interesting something else. Life is, I like a little bit of an ongoing joke, but okay, I'll call it a joke. Like every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So my parents are the joke. I always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just lean into it and just go. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting that sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It's not. Sometimes you don't know how things are gonna turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's also gonna be good. Why would you do this to this person? Okay, I got it. He's gonna be executed. He's like a mom, right? So you gotta execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the point of this? Also, you've seen this motif before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rahmanas. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanas as well. So it's like, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, the element we know some the coast in the shop of Ish Tony is Chai Misa Bebezdin. And again, so how did he fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, to send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a second member. So we'll say, so this is the Chazon of Machloket, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the second member. Okay, incredible. Tana Rabbanon. So says the Rabbi. Tana Rabbanon. Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see with the second member is, it's not just how we execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity that people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Ben Sorer Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Eidin Zomim. Interesting. All of these four need hafraza. They need announcements. Rashi says over hafraza. Floating means the Beis Al Sha'avra de Razu, Kedei Lirdos as Hachir. So literally, Beis will announce so and so is executed because he made a particular Adero, and all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, Kuluk Sebu, B'chol Ha'am, B'chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, B'chol Ha'am. So like all of these situations, this is B'chol Ha'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, B'chol Yisrael, B'Edim Zomim. B'chol Yisrael, B'Edim Zomim, B'Anish Arim, the locally Amma, Chazalus Dasa. Sahadusa, sorry. Because I say, interestingly enough, B'Edim Zomim, the Lashon is B'Anish Arim. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am B'chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because there are certain occasions the person gambles. They can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? Person commits an Adera, or certain Aderas can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, like beautiful Gemara Mishnah. It's only 8:12 on a Sunday. We've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. It's great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker. So say next guy is Chai Misa. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So what is a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That wasn't interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can think of Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesying against Rabbi, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Reuven. Reuven gets a Nebuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend Nebuah. I heard, however that happens. Like, I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, misasa b'di'adam. So these individuals, right, the Navi Sheker is executed by court. Aval HaKodesh is Nebuah. So let's say this is fascinating. Kodesh is Nebuah. So someone who receives Nebuah or refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like to conquer something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. And one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi sha'avra al divrei atzmo, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only Nebuah that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals, again, get death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi Edrosh Me'imo. I'm going to get into all these cases a little bit. And if somebody prophesizes in the name of an avodah zarah, and what happens? And again, this person says literally again, this is what the avodah zarah says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what people believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al ish, a person commits adultery. Kevan shenichnas al rishus habal l'nisun, af al ish lo nivala. Haba aleh harei the chelek. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had irusin and not nisun, or they just got married and nisun, but again, they did not yet live together. The halacha is Boel, the adulterer, is punished by chelek. The someone made baskoina ba'alav, so ultimately, again, it wasn't remember, a bas kohen who commits adultery, what's her din? Sreifa. Remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Edom Zomimin, like meaning witnesses who testified falsely about her. Shekol HaMuzmin Makrimin La'osam. He said, what's Mizomi Bas Kohen Ubal? In general, again, the way it works with Edom Zomimin is what? So you get a simple the exception to this is Edom Zomimin by a Bas Kohen, because she gets Sreifa, but they, and what is the adulterer, will get Chelek. Okay, incredible. Says that's how it was. That's the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court, and three of them is the Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hamasnave mashalo shama, umashalo ne'emar lo. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. They espouse a prophecy that was not said. In other words, essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or Hamisnavi b'shem of all those kochavim, right? Or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is misasan b'dei adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh has Nebuah, and Navi who receives Nebuah, but does not share it. And the back of Divrei Navi, or somebody who disregards the words of the Navi, the Navi sha'avra al Divrei atzmo, or a Navi who disregards his own prophecy, misasan b'dei shamayim. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnave mashalo shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the Nebuah from Hashem, and they give over information that they do not receive, I understand why there's a chiyuv misa. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a chiyuv nisa? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the pasuk. We'll see why it is. But we'll see like shkafically what's wrong with it. They will say the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives over prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Ruvain. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruvain. So the avodah of trying to become someone else in life, that's not your tachlis. That's not your tachlis. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that. It's easy to talk about what made me come out. Right? I can learn from every person, but my avodah is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best version of you. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because listen, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Right? Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone this. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. This says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? The so I'll say, so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over in my name. Who's that? That refers to a Navi who invented a prophecy and was giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, next. I did not command it to him. But that infers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, remember, what's the concept of that? The concept of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? Umeis and Navi Hagu. This prophet will be put to death. And once again, stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is good. So we'll say that's our first three. Next, Hakovish has been also. The Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmam Yisaz Shamayim. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vaser disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own Navi. So all these people are put to death to the Ishmaelim. Where do we know this from? Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So what's it? The pasuk says the person will not, the Navi will not listen. Karibei Lo Yashmiya. So we learn as not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. Karibei Lo Yashmiya, Karibei Lo Yishma. Al Divrei, right? Al Divrei. Siv Anoki Adrosh Mi'imo B'dei Shamayim. Okay, so again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it, cites someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it, and the Navi ultimately again who is Kovish as the who also does not share his Nevuah. Hamisnavi Mashalosh Shana. Now the Gemara gives some examples. We'll say. Also, okay, fine. We'll expound on it a little later. I'm studying Mashlo Shama. The person prophesies something he did not hear. So Gemara gives an example. Let's keep going. Sidkia ben Kinano. Like Sidkia ben Kinano. Who's Sidkia ben Kinano? Vayas lo Sidkia ben Kinano. Karne Barzel. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Klal Yisrael, and there was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Yisrael is a man by the name of Achav, and the king of Malchus Yehuda was a man by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achav, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. So sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need a number. So Achav produces. Achaz's got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of profits, right? So in other words, Achaz producing tons of profits, and still Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, which is interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns, and it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Klal Yisrael was going to pour around. They were going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my habit, so now that was what I point out. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a shtickle false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achav is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was like Baruch Hu's way to lure Achav into battle so that Achav would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My habit on what should Sidkia have done?" This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. So say, if that name sounds familiar, remember Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achav very much wanted. But Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achav has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achav to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battle so that Achav would fall in battle. Okay, B'mar Zidiksev. Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achav, v'yav v'yav v'ramos gilad. Baruch Hu put out a call, like to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achav into going to war? So a spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Or Yehuda might say, what is the meaning of this? Rabbi said to the spirit, it turns out to be the spirit of Nabos, go, say we have to leave me. Those are that's incredible. The Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach, what's the Ruach? Ruach Shel Nabos Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achav going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kenana. So 1 second. So Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal effort all of the community and James Schneider was having the signal effort. So that's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the same way. In other words, like Obadja Amar, Zodon Libecha Hisiyacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzascha Hisioscha, Zodon Libecha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. I will say it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. A really profoundly so, which of course is not just true by Nebuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the same Tayyat Mitzvos, the same Avodas, the same Shulchan Aruch, but at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, even maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. Bahani, so ultimately, yes, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? So Achav had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. And Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know the same as Ritzchak. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. To which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamralahu. Yesiva Yomer Yoshafat Ha'ain Po Navi. Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Achav produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. I would say, sometimes we think of what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First thing when it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with one another. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. We have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. Like what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? Har Sinai, we were Ish Echad, Lev Echad. One people with one heart. And Rabbi always said, it never says Ish Echad B'Dei Achad. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says, somebody and he's trying to kill a this is a member of my family. He was a little bit more white. See, he was, he started to go and yes, Hashem, there should be a world in which yeshiva students are engrafted. And literally, everyone, my wife, you know, one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the group I did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was perm time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, you know, the beautiful thing was that at the end, like, the way it ended, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other solid. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But what nice was like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about us, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so right. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber. That's not right, and it's certainly not Klal Yisrael. The beauty of Klal Yisrael, Rabbi says, there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this year for all the correct opinions, right? Sheetas and positions in life. I'm happy it's going to be free, right? And I was like, but the Maisa. So what happens? When you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing, that's something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's tough. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night, man. So Gemara goes weiter. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need some more Nevi'im. So Achad says, why do you need more Nevi'im? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amarle, Kach Mikublan in Yedes Abi Abba. I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Ola Lekam Nevi'im. The ancient name Nevi'im is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up in the bottom, right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way, right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there and these hundreds of prophets, I want to point out, these were not prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Kadosh Baruch Hu wanted Achab to go out to war to fall in battle. So Shaphat's like, what? These guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Shaphat needs new Nevi'im. Okay? So the Gemara goes right there. So good. I'm studying Mashal. What's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over? Tim Kigon, Hananiah ben Azur, so he's like Hananiah ben Azur. What happened to Hananiah ben Azur? Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper marketplace for Ka'amar, Ko'amar, Shem Tzuvakos, Hinuni Shover as Keshes, Elam. So Yirmiyahu is giving a prophecy. Right, and Yirmiyah says that Rosh is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow in order. I'm going to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? Nosach Hananiah Kabachor Biatzmo. So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he makes Kabachor. What's the Kabachomer? My Elam Shalom Ba'el Lazar as Bavel. Amrak Kadosh Baruch Hu in Shover as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to help Bavel. And Kadosh Baruch Hu was going to say that he's going to break the bow of Elam, going to defeat them. Then Al-Gachas Kama V'Kama, Kastit Asman Alachas Kama V'Kama. And Kadosh Baruch Hu is breaking the primary fold of Klal Yisrael. So he's going to break the secondary fold of Klal Yisrael. What's the secondary fold of Klal Yisrael? Bavel. So Hananiah made a Kabachomer. Kadosh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and defeat Elam. He's soon going to go ahead and defeat Bavel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies. Amar Hashem Shavarti as old Melech Bavel. It's fascinating. So Hananiah hears a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. He makes the Kabachomer from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Kadosh Baruch Hu didn't say it. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who heard a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Hanan made this up. To which the Gemara says, Kevan this, Yair, Kabachomer Lenedrash, Keman de Itmar Le Dami. So ultimately, again, Keman de Itmar Le Dami, Hudni, Lo Ne'emar Lo. So I'll say ultimately, because it's made from Kabachomer, it's interesting. Because he's the Kabachomer, and because the Kabachomer is one of the exegetical principles, the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. What's an example of one who prophesies in the name of prophecy? What's the last one? You go Nevi Habal. So what's this is the easy one? Nevi Habal. For Nevi Habal. So again, Baal was not Baal Israel. Like he had his own Nevi'im. So again, obviously, he prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Hakovish is the law. So what's incredible? What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do? He runs away. So let's say, you understand what the Hakovish is. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that a Bono Shem Olam whispers in my ear, what does he say? It could be great. You can accomplish great things. And right, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzis and says, Shuvu Banim Shovim. Every day a basketball comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this basketball, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's Kovish Nevu also. Everyday prophecy comes to us. Everyday prophecy whispers to us. Everyday opportunity comes to us. The self-actualizing becomes great. And if you suppress it, you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called Kovish Es Nevu also. Yonah ben Amitai. Who's the one? What's an example of pointing and disregarding the words of it? What's the Amud Beis? Amud Beis, so the Gemara says, Chadrei Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now, who are the friends of Micha? Rashi says, Chadrei Micha. It said, the Ish Acham Yemei Rabin, Amr Amr Ben Hashem Yishani, no, Zeb, Hayam Michael, Ben Yemaya, Shenesnave Osa Yom Al Acham Micha Biyad Hara. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day about Acham. It said, the Ish Acham Yemei Rabin, Amr Amr Ben Hashem Yishani, Rabbi went over to a guy and said, in the name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Acham was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to hit Michael, and what happened? He said, the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so not because he hit him, right? And again, in this case, he didn't hit the Navi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but on a different time. The Navi Sha'avra al Divrei Atzmo was an example of a Navi who violated his own words. Navi violated his own words. He's going Ido Hanav. He's not Ido. What's what happened with Ido? Except he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately, again, was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. Like Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split mouth. Let's remember again, Yeravam ben Nevat, interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by a Baruch. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has been corrupting good people. Yeravam ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his rulership over Malchus Yisrael, he had to prevent Jews from going to the Beis Hamikdash. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going to be the Beis Hamikdash. Everybody had to be over red. If that's the case, Yeravam said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the Beis Hamikdash. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? Actually, in Yonah Dioma, he built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not a wonderful. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the Beis Hamikdash to serve Hashem. Serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Ido confronts Yeravam when he's offering Avodah Zarah to his dad Hashem, and Yeravam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Ido was that Navi, but the Prophet commanded Ido, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay? So Ido doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? Said by Yomerlo, so ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? Ido's passing by, getting mission accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. Ido says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm down on a mission. You're not going to leave. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Right? We could eat together. So Ido goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into this guy's house and he eats. What happens? When Ido left after his meal, he was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately, again, for violating his own nevuah, violating his own word. Which I will say, by the way, is also such a, the story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord's Mishpach will tell Ido, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to realize? You have to be focused. So the Ram speaks about this in the Shara Zrizos. He says, what's Zrizos? He says, why do you need Zrizos? Zrizos is necessary. We don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason we don't accomplish in life is why? Everyone here in there, okay, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, and I get distracted. It's happened all the time. I have this, everything in life. Just get distracted. I'm off. So the highlights the whole use of the resource is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go ahead and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So with another single over here, this story, it's an active story, it's not a metaphorical story. But the metaphor process is so about the process. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And ego gets distracted. And what happens the moment you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I will say, for example, even by learning. Like by learning, there's this soul of learning through Cephas. Like what does it mean to learn Cephas? To learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Like even 5 minutes of learning through Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. It's just in our own lives. This is what happens. Like I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. Okay, it's very nice. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And there's some people that that's not what that's Hashem. It's not what Hashem wants us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the line. Such an incredible result. So low. So listen to this. The person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets Malchus. It's Malchus, Amalei, Man the Offer Tames, the Arbala Lucky. I will say that this is a Talmudic expression, which literally means one who eats dates out of a basket should get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression, it's much better than the Aramaic. Right? But in other words, it's an expression that seems like, what did you do wrong? In other words, I was saying here, you are not asking over here about what a person did wrong if they told the prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, so you have Navi A, right? The Navi A withholds his prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he withheld his prophecy? So you must say, Man Masri, who's giving him Masra? Rabbi, I'm sorry. Rabbi, so who's going to know his fellow prophets? This is what we said before. And in general, this is interesting that apparently the way prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a Navi who withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and don't know if a particular Navi did not share it. Okay? We don't know how to day, so let's listen. Well, maybe after this part will retract it, or maybe he gave him a one and he changed his mind, so to speak, changed his mind. And he said, 100 days, we'll create other modules of again. Possible problem sometimes changes with this. And if you were to do that for what? You would inform the group of the Nevi'im as well. The Yonah, the Hajjibay below. 1 second. Yonah, the story of Yonah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. Right? Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else is destroying him. The Baruch did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. To which the Gemara says, no. Yonah made Kara, Ninvei Ne'apachas. It's very important. The Rosh of Yonah says, the old Akbar and Yom, Ninvei Ne'apachas. Now, what does Ne'apachas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in the world. The change could be they can all become ridiculous by the Shiloh, or the change could be the city's going to be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Again, it was an open-ended nevuah. Again, and we'll say it's incredible. And by the way, I just want to point out, part of the reason ultimately why we read, why do we read Sefer Yonah and Yom Kippur, is the paradigmatic story of Tshuva. It's also a paradigmatic story and a metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. And the Rabbi says to me today, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Rabbi knows what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, yes, for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, you're sitting there, it's going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. So I will say, so ultimately again, one ignores the words of the Nabi. So we'll say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, how do I know he's a Nabi? Right? So someone says, like, saying the name of God, right? Right? So, how do I know that he's a Nabi? That I have to answer him, that I have to listen to him? Do you have my oath? He gives a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, we'll say again, you gotta prove like your Nabi credentials, right? So you can't just blow when he said you're a Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, Micha, the law Yoav Osvionish. I go, Micha didn't give an oath. He didn't give a sign. And yet people are punished that hearing to his and achieving his Nebuah. Echad the Muchzak Shiny. No, it's different. So as we'll say, a Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says in the Torah. Rather, we'll say why. Once you have a Nabi who's a Muchzak, what does Muchzak mean? You know he's a Nabi. You know he's a Nabi. Okay, so once you know he's a Nabi, obviously you're going to listen to his word. We'll say, get ready for this. You don't take off because you don't say this. Avram Bahara Moria, Echa Shamale Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right, so again, when Avram Avinu says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was God. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak was a dad. Hey, you know, maybe you want to go over the conversation with God. Perhaps you missed a little something or nuance. Maybe it's the house speaking in a formal term. You know. But if you know his father, there's no different thing. Like, there's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Muchzak. Avram was Muchzak as a Nabi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Bahar Karmel. What's that? Eliyahu Bahar Karmel. What happened there? This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Habal. Remember the story? Right? Everybody builds an altar. Eliyahu builds an altar. The Nevi Habal builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, the Nabi says, Nevi Habal, they're crying out, they're all kinds of crazy stuff. What does Eliyahu do? You remember what Eliyahu does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. There's a key of Nisa to offer up karbanos outside of the Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is Eliyahu able to do shvidei? Again, Rabbi told him, now but Eliyahu, come on. Right? Don't you need to give an oath? And then we'll say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every single day. We'll say, by the way, you know what the culture is, right? About Eliyahu and Nevi Habal. What happens in the next parak? A lot of Israel is worshiping Baal. This is where Eliyahu Nevi gives his famous statement, Admasai atem postim ekbesi. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? And this also gives rise to a very important concern, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create emunah. Miracles don't create emunah. They don't. Again, listen, this passage starts also applies to saying about Har Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they build the golden calf. Miracles don't work. I will say, how many, right, you would think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran? And not one hit. So you would think again, Israel has undergone massive children movement, hospitals everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like fireworks. Right? What happens if you go to watch fireworks? What happens? You ever hear someone who comes back from 4th of July 5th, you know what? That was life hard. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is, right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right? You see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. It's entertaining. And what happens? People just go like, let's say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from avoda. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort day in and day out. Miracles are beautiful and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect cathartic comprehension. That only comes from the inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go weiter. Sundays are the best. Right? Sundays are the best. We should push the second meeting to 9:30. But all right, it's fine. But it says, so what's this now? Now they mentioned Avraham Avinu Gary. What's like? I was going to say this week, ridiculous. So watch this. Okay, though. But now that we mentioned Avraham Avinu, that Avraham did not need to give. Avraham did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Muksa. So he goes out the Akiv. Avraham. Acher Mai. After what? It says it was after these things that Hashem tested Avraham. This is the Akiva. So afterwards, I'm going to be opening Rabbi Yossi ben Zimra. After the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? The Siv, Vayigdal Hayelad Vayigamal. The Pasuk said, Vayitzchak, after the birth of Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was weaned. He grew up and he was weaned. Whenever he was, he used to make like a big suit of a weaning. Amar Satan Mechash Baruch. The Satan said to Hashem, Ribono shel Olam, Zaken Zeh. The Satan, the first time we were so disparaging, right? This old man. So Chananto L'mei Shana Pribaten, so he gave him a child when he was 100 years old, because of the Sha'asam Hayelo Tur Echad Dozo Echad L'Hakim L'Chanachal. So the Satan says in the prophet, he gave this old man so much. And all these sudas that he made, never even offered you up a little cartman, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember no. That's the suffering. Everything Avram did, he did for his son. Amen. If I were to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Son, if I ask Avram to give me his own son, he would do it. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the Akedah. The genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. Hashem says to Avram, please take your son Yitzchak and offer him up. I'm going to be Shim ben Arba Abba. Aim not Ela Lashon Bakasha. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Mashal Melech Basa V'Dam Sha'amdullah Nochamos Harba. What this can be compared to? This can be compared to a human king who waged many wars. We'll say first of the intermediate part lines. Ba'ayallah, Gibor Echad. In Elsan. And this king, he had like the guy, like the one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The king faced the most intense battle of his life. Amallah, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question of peace, Amol Ibn stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand strong in this most intense of battles, not only you have victory here, but it cements the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm going to be Avraham Avinu. So Hashem said to Avram, Nisisicha b'kama nisyonos. I've given you many tests over the years. And you've been successful in all of them. And now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. They will say. So this is a fascinating. What hurts this? First of all, there's a tremendous facility in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you fail someone, generally the human nature is that what? We remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. Right? So if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the successes past are erased. Those are what is it? What is the problem with this? There's a beautiful idea of Sassanas. I'm going to quote you. He says something amazing. He says, "Aide asar nisyonos, shenisnas armavimos, nispashtu kol hakokos sheyish l'bnei Yisrael lehiskaber al haTorah Musar." With every single one of Avram Avinu's nisyonos, what he did is he embedded another color in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Like Rabbi was our father. And with every task that he succeeded in, every son that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Koach Meruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. Rabbi already demonstrated a willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for every vulnerable. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol pleads with Rabbi and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this koach within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hagla Moria and you take your son and you're willing to offer him as a korban, what you will embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you leave the people deficient. And I say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avinu passes this test, as we know, and he embeds within us. It's tough to say, listen, we're living in times like this. We're living in times of incredible Messiah's Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? That's what you see. One of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of Right Telephone. These little girls who were dressed up as a hamburger. Dressed up as a hamburger. Baruch Hu should bench you with every single drop of Shemaim and Mega and Sharon Torahs. Why? What does she represent? She represents this incredible call. This call of Shabbos, this call of Yiddishkeit, this call of Amunah. It's like this call. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that koach? And Rabbi was willing to go and give everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu chocolate peace, and if there's much to shake for them, you have to pass this test. This is necessary. The strength you're going to summon up, the strength you're going to muster for this Messiah, is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that are going to access throughout the ages. Because Avinu was successful in his Messiah, he gave us the koach to be successful in our Messiah. Tremendous. All right, again, right, much again. I want to say a lot of these Gemara's this week, a lot of our guys this week, so tremendous week out of us. Try it, everybody.
I feel like I go, oh my God, this not alone. But then it's like, wait, dinner is going to be like, oh, hey, let's meet for dinner at 7. And it's like, hey, I'm outside the restaurant. And they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so many stories are like,
all right, Joe, I'll say good morning.
So,
good morning.
he's talked about it before, his entitlement. You know, remember he was like, I used to think of myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean it's
this question is going to document on his board and
he's references, so that's why
he
he'll
feels
say,
all about responses for the 20 years to say, our responses for talking to say, hey, until this stuff that I show, dedicating all the shooting and this year. As a result, struggles for everybody. And those things to other carrying huge ordinary and shadows of the see her then Yossi Hakohen, the zeal of the revered and burning families. Remember all the willingness to get to know and so very well. I don't need a burning person coming from others. Remember, for parents, others, how you have played, how you have played, and that's how come to all the things from Saudi Arabia. The families in it, all those new reports that were hopefully control push the year for sure. There's one more law that allow our Holy Spirit to be successful. The whole master is there. Just to get the reference to me singing the flaws of all the gods. But we got love here. You say about Hashem and last time, and let's just keep up again. Homer Akai. But you see what posts on our Instagram, on 8060. You just move your fingers to the left, and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read the text of Moshe began now. I'm Rabbi. Hakam Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakam Odin Ben Sora Mora. What Odin Ben Sora Mora? Okay, you don't know some of the yesterday. So I spoke this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora Chai. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora Hakata. And everyone agrees that there's nothing. What's the case? So it says Hakam Odin Ben Sora Mora. Maybe they show you saying you're not going to say Sora Mora Hakata. Everyone agrees that was on the first set of rules that set up Ben Sora Mora. If they're native to Abraham, but they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Moses upon the kids. Now, come on, Ben Sora Mora. They will control it. Shemora. We talk to you mentioned only what I call someone, but how do you everybody gives us the second set of witnesses we testify about Ben Sora Mora that if they are native to Abraham, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire question of Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses simply say, we only came in order to make this high Marcus, and therefore the second set of three belongs to responsible for the death penalty. The Machlokas Ben Sora Mora, where's the Machlokas Ben Sora Mora? Is actually kind of interesting. Shnayim Omer Mufaninu Gana, who Shnayim Omer Mufaninu Achal. Interestingly, so you have two witnesses who testified. We saw the kid, right? We saw Ben Sora Mora steal the Lord's father. Two more say, we saw him go ahead and he didn't need to be that. He could have slammed me. So when we again, you're having one set of witnesses testify about the both events. Or you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's not focus. Rabbi, even if you live in that mission with you, ain't there that
Yeah, I have it down, right? They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person. The thing where he's like acting like a big deal. I told the story in the pod before. I was at the Rose Battle once, and he tried to make fun of this random open micer crowd. And this open micer, I like the guy. So again, I'm going to be honest, he is not. He's not going to say that. He's somebody who actually might kill him. So I love the guy. I love him.
He's my Evan.
But
He's my slave. Because
at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him and didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, you're special one shot. It's terrible. No one liked it. And he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it took him long. And then the open micer went back, and he was like, yeah,
There's been some moments in my life I've never released charges in my fraternity, like as part of initiation, and then obviously roast people. remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday, that whole double and then Katsi double. I'm going to buy you, you could have one on, they had like the comes to that one on a parent for man, it's good to know, but that what we just said, how we talk about it. We just said a moment ago that a lawful arranger, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say that yes, I spoke to him, which is my evidence. Allah, who was in the rabbi, over the law, also, over the law, also, Egypt, Geneva. What's the missing? Witnesses that say that he was kidnapped. Yes, anything that you want, but you don't have agents in Geneva. You have to remind them of what I'm saying. If you have anything, you only have witnesses that moving when they have expulsion. But no witnesses that moving kidnapping someone. There's no truth there. What are you talking about? You got to remember, the truth of the Apagat, the Asu, the Basol. No, the idea is at the end of the day, I love for myself, I love for myself.
And the crowd started chanting the open micer's name, and like,
That's
he sucked, he sucked. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people messaged, or actually one or two people, they messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least. Random open micers,
has not yet set the testimony about the kidnapping itself. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling. In other words, interestingly enough, in this case over here, the witnesses that testified that Reuben sold children are the ones who appear first in case. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kidnapped children. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a police way. You just have to motion to each other, like thinking, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you're not a fraud. Now the thing off. You're losing us. You're not the practical witnesses are only communicating. I work for myself. This is almost be like we have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says much more than these are lots of the ultimate measure of signaling with the witnesses is halachically significant. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, you saw Reuben sell shit, and those witnesses are making a decision, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's no formal testimony that Reuben kidnapped. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Looking at it, I suppose you're going to when we're talking about the two references. Looking at it, the rule is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the technical discussion who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, we put that to see the circumstances of that right there. Says this here. Nothing my happy days. Second my only becomes a second my based on a Shinamar, he only called the Rishba. So it's now going to explain the process of Bakinamar. Shosha Bakidim. There are three different Bakidim situated in Yerushalayim. Echad Yoshev Apes HaRabayis. One basin is situated at the edge of Harabayis. The Echad Yoshev Apes HaRabayis. One is situated at the edge of the Kotel and Mishmikdash. The Echad Yoshev the Mishkas HaBezis. And one is situated between the streets. What we call the Sanhedrin, like the High Court, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in Mishkas HaBezis. So listen to this. So what happened? Boy was there, Shafas HaBezis. One was the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute to a local basis. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, the Saki members on the other side. They can't seem to reach the resolution. Now they put up to each other. First step is they go to this base. The ultimate nigger is the entrance to the Harabayis. They come there. Boy looks at Shafas HaBezis. Hold up. The and the Zakin, right? We'll call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the base. He says, listen, Hebra, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned this situation. So my friends learned it in Shama Amar had it. So, and again, in Zakin, he says, here's the Hebra. Have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? Or say something like that, it's another hospital nurse. You know, there's no real bad interactions, I would say. Right now, he's just a guy who's just send things. We'll see when he becomes a second rounder. Was like highest fucking super awkward about this. I remember talking about skits before he like. What does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. He's got often right. We are able to articulate our own position. So I had a lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind blow. It's a mind blow. Not only do you know what the celebrate, but really like comes out to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't disagree with it at the end, but at least it's what's the word, like informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all throughout their life, is you just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with the person like us, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of judgment in this that the Zaki Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. See, those are fine. So in Amaran, but in love. So what happens if the first base and the base of the Harabayas, they don't have anything to add to this conversation? So what happens? You go to the next base. This base is situated at the entranceway of the Azar, the part of this once again, the Zaki says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say, the Kafri, the Chaverai, in Shanu Allah, they love, so they say, and once again, the Zaki is looking cover, do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, sometimes they fit in love, they will be able to put in the face of the Shuldish Kasakos. And it's not. And everyone, everyone sounds like even the members of the other two, but again, everyone's now coming along to the high court of the Lish Kasakos. That's where they're coming. Shari many years in front of the police. This is the basement, this is the basement, all the color goes out, all the colors are Shemar, and I'm not going to work for you. Okay, so what's this about? So now, it turns out that the part of the issue is that the Yichus Kasagos, this Kasagos is in favor of the majority and against the soul of him. Okay, because of it, you don't struggle over the dark side of Shalom, but the Zakim goes back to this point, and he just continues to teach. In accordance with his opinion, fine, it's not a problem. In Homer La'asas Chai, when does he become a Zakim Mamre? Let's do a Zakim Mamre. If he remains not only in place in his opinion, then he encourages people to act upon that. In other words, if the Zakim Mamre comes back home, and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching, and he's espousing his Torah, fine. If he comes back after this entire process and says, Pedro, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zakim Let's say we don't have a Zakim. Let's say it's Talmud. What's the Talmud? Like it's about because we have Talmud, Shalom, Yiyah, Ma'olah, and Nefach Abedi. So this is a guy, the Talmud is someone who might be from Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Allah, which is constantly Allah. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and, disputes with the David, and even instructs others to pass like this particular opinion, ultimately Potter. Why? Because the din of Zakim Mamre is only a din of someone who has the level of the law of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to pass the Allah. There was a turns out that ultimately again is Kumrah. What is Kumrah? Kumrah saying you're not allowed to pass the halacha. If that Kumrah is not passed the halacha, ultimately turns out to be a Kumrah. It's not such a gap for being a Zakim Mamre. Incredible. All right, so here we go. Keep on your card. So now we just outlined this process for Zakim Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machlokes, what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakim Mamre and his fellow students? So it's not about us. Our top of page 987, the Mukha Shadi are constantly gathered. So first of all, we're talking about a Mukha. So what is a Mukha? An expert. In order to become a Zakim Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakim Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, Mukha. So what's happening? The Torah is the Gemara analyzing is was some matter in halacha the uncertainty. They dam basically blood and blood. They did the judgment and judgment. Nega and nega, right? One type of affliction. There's another word, right?
So I believe it was like summer 2021.
Good. Give me revotes to shout out on any arguments this you may have in your gates. It comes to Balisa and Mako Sheikhah. Well, the Gemara is darshaning this entire concept. So what does it mean? Mincha, keep on mincha davar. So mincha, a mufla. Or mincha, zayyoy. Furthermore, mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a memory, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mincha, Rashi says that there can be. Now, Gemara is also giving examples of types of machlokim, which could result in a deadly man-made scenario. So, for example, mincha refers to intercalation of the year. Like Ibarach Shama, like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing that there is to speak about that. Next, so Gemara says, mincha, the thing Omer, mincha yotza chosed al Hashem re'echa. Yois Kiliak. Davar, next is Davar. See halacha. This refers to teaching halacha. For example, there's a discussion in Zakin Mamre and the other individual about halacha l'Moshe Sinai. Halacha l'Moshe Sinai, right? That's what they're disputing. But the Mishpat is Yehadin. What's Mishpat? This refers to din, Gezerah Shava. The Machok is not a particular type of Gezerah Shava. This is Gezerah Shava, not a Gezerah Shava. Remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine, being done with them, being done with them later. For example, there's Machokas in the distinction between done with them and done later, done Ziva, being done with it, and being the process of getting Mamas, getting Marcus. There's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's getting a process, capital cases, getting Mamas, monetary cases, getting Marcus, lashes. Being mega, what does that mean? Being negate Adam, negate Batin, negate the God. Something concerning again the body, saras, of a control of a home of clothing. Divrei, edu kalorim ha'erfim b'akdesha. So divrei means again, Keren vows, Erech vows, Hektish vows, Rivos, Zlash cars, Sota, Ba'arisas, Edlos, Ketaras and Sola, so Rivos, meaning arguments against the social situations, Edlos, you have to get back and find the body that's in the field. Ketaras, Ketora, Shaya, but in your deeds. Zu lekker shikata ukea. This refers again lekker shikata is the word so left in the agricultural tribe. So left to the fall. The Kamdon was a so again. What you might just put over here is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Okay. It comes up, so we will get up. Where is that? We're here from. We do from the local court, Bali, so we will go up. Melame, Shadish, and Mikdash, Gavon, the Eretz Yisrael, the Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, the Kol Ha'ala. Interesting. So it says, you will get up from wherever you are and go up. You're going up. You see the base of Mikdash. The highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately again, the Lashon of Hallelujah as ascension is used with the Sanhedrin, which is located in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the says, okay, let's analyze that for today. Kushon based on English, come on, Eretz Yisrael, so I understand why we say that the base on English is colored, and one of the colors part of Eretz Yisrael, because that's when Balisa, you go up to the base of English. Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Kol Ha'alatos Minalei. The word right over Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other land. It's said, Lachin, Ziyem, Yamim, Ba'im, Umashem. But Yom HaChayah Shemesher Ha'ala, explanation of Eretz Yisrael. Kim Chayah Shemesher Ha'ala, Ba'asher Higi, Zerah, Yisrael, Eretz Tzipona, Mikol Ha'alatos Asher Yidachim Sham, Yeshua Ha'alatos. How incredible is this? The Lord is telling the person to the Yah Navi. The Yah Navi says something beautiful. He says the day will come. The days will come. But we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what I said, the Lashon over here is Ha'ala, explanation on the outside. Hashem took us not just simply out. What does Ha'ala mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up. from Mitzrayim to Shabbos rather what? We were referred to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands. He brought us up. Hello, that's the ladies of all the lands. What do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us there, what's philosophy? Always the professor is going to point out how overwhelmingly amazing is it that according to this passage
that whole CBD thing was about the kids. Giving CBD to kids for their diabetes.
Right? Listen, it's amazing. A concept about we're really talking about the fact that CBD now cured my kids' seizures. All the lines of our dispersion,
I am God now and can be $500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see 20 CBD, like, as I take my Magic 9, I'm like, you know, the Magic 9, I'm like, you want some Magic 9?
it's covered miracles. It's hidden miracles.
This guy's a real narcissist. Boys get tired.
And you know what? Awakening to us, as much as we celebrate
No,
this
I was going to
beautiful
ask him about the
lace,
CBD
that's
thing
what
too.
incredible concept of
We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why
I don't
don't you
want
have
to I want you to
If you have legend, you
want
being
you to
narcissist,
value.
why don't you use the diagnostic criteria?
And here,
Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's United in them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? From Sam Paxton, lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder.
Oh, you almost
They're going to come, and when they come, they're going to talk to us up, he's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eretz Yisrael is always one direction. That's always going on. Incredible. Turn up on.
Give me 1 second here. We
Zaki
got
Mamer,
to
in a fight, Allah Adara should go for it. You see, that's a hard to get in there. So this is very interesting. So you have to go to this essentially 3-minute focus about what type of religion matters to make someone into a Zaki Mamer. So in their holds that is only regarding something which is done intentionally would be a key of charis and accidentally would be a key of katos. Rabbi Huda or Yudah says, Al davar she'ikara midivrei Torah, but it's not even something. Rabbi Huda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and you're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, even diktuk echad diktuk yisofim. Shimon says, it's pretty much even if they're arguing about like a small detail, a little bit of law, diktuk yisofim, ultimately again, it can still become a zakim mamre. So my time was like kind of like, my time was there. So it's like, remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately again,
So Walsh, what's up, man?
Rabbi Meir said that halacha
I've been
l'maisa,
watching the 24-hour
the only type of thing that can make you into a zakim mamre ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally. It's charis, unintentionally a katas. So the Gemara says, what's his logic? Davar. He makes it zim shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, siv hafa, he called him called davar mishpat. So I'll say first of the widest lines. It says over here. He called him called davar mishpat. Siv hafa. That's talking about the high-headed veterans. So this Sanhedrin constitution incorrectly, and ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something. Your intentional commission is charis. Right? And I showed you this katas. After so by Zaki Mamre, davar shechai ba'alon charis, ba'ashir b'asor katas. Okay. So Meir learns after the Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Huda said this. Remember, Rabbi Huda's opinion was that only become a Zaki Mamre on something he cut on in Divrei Torah and to keep it social. Right? But he took care of that is Midaraisa and the details are learned that Midrabanan. So what does he do? So Rabbi Huda, Al Torah She'erucha, Adi the Torah, Yerucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to interpret it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that could create something, Mamre. And last year, Rabbi Shimon, I can call you, Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, but the Zakim Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Zakim Mamre. I'm going to go back to it. Tirgamali Lahamas, he said, we can go in there. You're ready for this. So Rabbi said, fine. Take the price, I was referring to the price we spoke about at the beginning of the talk. Take the price and interpret it to me according to the there. So I'll say, so let me again. The Meir of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a Zakim Mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something. that if done intentionally has a
So
piyut
we're
kares,
tell
and
the
if
story because we can't hear Brendan
unintentionally,
at the moment.
carries a
We're
piyut
trying to fix the audio.
That's
Tell
the
the story
only
of why
evidence.
Brendan could drag
So it's a
Yeah,
limited
yeah.
body of
Surprised if
halacha
he got off
that
of
good.
drugs.
So
I
like
don't think he
if they
said
have a focus, if they have a focus,
necessarily
you need to read
misrepresent
the
that because
Megillah a
there's
second
reality
time,
of what he was
you know,
doing.
during the day.
Yes.
Yes,
Without being
yeah,
a
now we can
focus,
hear
that
Walsh.
could
Sorry,
not
so yeah,
result
what
in
was
a
your
Zakin
favorite
Mami
bit
scenario.
for
Why
Ringo
not?
Poppy?
Because it's a din drabana. The Merit says it's only if they're not focusing by someone which is done intentionally to eat cars, unintentionally to eat tachas. So now listen to this. So if you're about to
Yeah, the
the
COVID
Rabbi,
stuff is good.
interpret to me the vice president mayor. Tell me how this open works for the Ganesh. Watch this. Tell me Rabbi Papa.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Here we go. So you'll say, so he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started with that with today. So
That's right then.
if something will be so the
Is that
most
why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there?
in order to go ahead and become a such a memory, you gotta be a
Oh man,
Muslim.
that's
You have
brutal,
to be someone who's an
dude. You gotta
expert.
do a lot of time
Who's an
travel.
expert?
I'm surprised you can do this. Thank
That's
you.
next meeting called Zeyois. She'll other Sherman with Bakadash furthermore. Not only an expert, but an expert of the experts. What's an expert of the experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, one second. Understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? Or the more so, I like using that word, right? Like, or the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the experts of the experts. Fine.
Barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything.
Let's say,
All of a
what's
sudden,
next?
the next day, I
Going.
appear and I'm
She'll
like,
get
they bring me on as like
fine.
a guy
So
to
Phoenix
talk
9.
about
Hey,
lifting
you should
weights and
okay,
anabolics
what's
and
like,
dieting
get
and
ready
stuff.
for
So
this.
I'm like
What's an
giving what I
example
would
of my
consider
focus
a
that can
diet
occur? Okay,
advice
you ready
to
for this?
people. And then the next day, like,
Listen to this.
I'm being
Hey,
bombarded with like, you fucking ugly news, you're the worst actor. Like, 'cause at that time, I only had like acting reels on my YouTube. And everybody was like, thousands of comments like, you're the worst looking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What did I do to these people? You know, and having no concept. But then Brendan's also like, did you get a bunch of hate? Like, just want to let you know. So I'm like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being crazy people. But like, after this was like, oh, okay, yeah, they're just lunatics. But then you go back and go, well, Brendan has been a public narcissist who like compulsively lies on there for like a decade before this. There's a reason for it, and a lot of time that they make these mistakes, even just pronouncing words. He's a little catalog. But yes, it would be scary. However, if I was him, like my best advice would be like, if you could go back and have a kid, lean the fuck into it, dude. Like, own the community or participate or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger in each one.
I'm not listening to you.
curious
how he does process all of this. And it however many block the RA shots that have put in Sugya should come up to his point. Like I said, one day earlier, one day later,
His go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy,
every child wants
which
to know
dismisses any criticism as
my father.
legitimate because you're going,
What I want to do.
I'm superior to you.
So again,
Yeah,
all the ones we can go from, and then
it's illogical.
and we know that Abba, is so incredibly proud of us. He's up the ones that continue to give our Father Nefes, and maybe that's what we're talking about. So again, so we want to give an example of here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, so they have my focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the said that they can go ahead and make the entire object into to create an object shady, right? Up until Purim. That's my focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Elahite piece of Kashai comes in. The Elahite piece of Kashai comes in. And also, the ramifications of this, I've got my focus as well. The ramifications are, how you going to end up even coming something. Right? So remember again, the binding is going to be a leap year, and after shading year, after days, that's going to be the when things have falls out. Yeah, you have published ramifications. So here's an example of a focus, where again, these states are Kares versus Chatas. First, never like this. Zuhilchos Hakarasar. The Ikmar, Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kipishi, Rabbi Shimon Ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'akadasar. So let's say, so again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Hilchos Achadasar Yom Achron Shal Yud Aleph Shnei Nida Nida. So let's say, so remember again from last cycle. So we have this Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way we work as Nida and work with the Oraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Siva. So we might quote over here, we're not going to get in depth on all of these quotes in only because they're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just our frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of machlokes. So remember again, we're trying to work right from the mirror. The mirror holds, the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre is if you have a machlokes regarding something which if done intentionally is a Yid Paris and done unintentionally is a Yid Katas. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk and interpret at the beginning of the stack and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's Zabar? This is the first defining halacha. What happens if one of these on the day when you open an Amr Asiri to the sheep? Parents is better like the ninth, but you're showing the Lakish Amr Asiri to Akadasa. So as I say again, remember, it's the term of the Machlokas about what happens if there's Machlokas about the status of a bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her Nida? Does that make her a Zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a Kiev colors. If you open an Asiri to the sheep, not the sheep by Shima, Ab Asiri by Shima. Fine, it's like the Asiri to Akadasar, not Akadasar by Shima, Ab Asiri by Shima. So again, nothing more fundamental Machlokas about meanings that extend from the days of the Zivos, ultimately again into the days of the Zivos. What's their status? If they're focused regarding that could lead to potential Kiev colors. Fine, next. So Zeh in the Pasuk refers to Gzera Shabbos. Then the Chok is about Gzera Shabbos. What does that mean? We'll say on the days, being beat on the Anasasa. So for example, they have Machlokas regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who violated. Let's say we've been violating when we violated Rachel, then a daughter. What's the Arab status of that daughter to Ruvain? Yamarava Amar Visa Dini Asya. Hey, Mahina, Asya Zuma Zino. So we'll say, so again, for example, the way we said this again. So we consider ultimately beating the daughter from a woman who won violence, who won back to his daughter, and therefore again, she is an heir boss to the father. She's the father. So let's say again, it's like a Mamre says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who we violated. So again, this would be an example where Machlokas would be a Kiev Kares unintentionally, a Kiev Katas unintentionally. Dam Udam. I mean, Dam Ziva, so on the case over here. Damida refers to Akabia the Mahamara Varabara. So for example, by Damida, the Machlokas can be like the Machlokas in Akabia the Mahamara Varabara. What's the Machlokas? It's not Dam Hayaras. What happens if it is yellowish blood? Blood that has a yellowish color to it. So Dam Hayaras. Akabia the Mahamara Varabara. So Akabia the Mahamara says ultimately again that it's coming. But Akabia the Mahamara. And the Chachamim ultimately say that it is Talmud. So once again, what are the ramifications of this Machlokas? Ramifications are his colors. Because relations with a woman who's in Nida are parallel to the Parokia colors. So again, these are examples. Dam Leiva, what's the Dam Leiva case? This is very interesting. It's looked at the Rabbi Levi. So this Machlokas Dam Levi. If not, Rab Amar Mayin Echadu. Okay, so that's one again. The very fascinating halachas in the arising childbirth. What are the halachas? We don't question this case today because we have a whole system of like Damriva, Damida, Damziva, putting them kind of morph into one framework called Nida. But again, the Orion said the way it works. A woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, when it's a boy or a girl, the blood is calm. There's enough focus about the mechanics like that. Rav Amar Mayin Echadu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. I told you also, and again, at a certain point, the Torah said the blood is coming. Another point the Torah says ultimately again, Mikdan is Tahor. The Levi says, no, it's not true. It's two different kind of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam HaTamei Niftach HaTar, Nistam HaTar Niftach HaTamei. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. The tar source is closed off, the tummy open. And we'll say, what does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately when you continuously bleed without going ahead and stopping. So can we say that she switches over from what we call down tummy to down fast? So once again, the ramifications over here are equals. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases that is nothing none of the argument with the rest of the basis, and the stakes of the case are already secure intentionally, Tata secure unintentionally. Dan Ziba, what's the time of the case? The book of Yeshua. The book of Yeshua. The spell Kishta Shoshim, the Sahara Kadesa Yom, the only one ahead. And literally again, Kishta actually says over here, Sima Pashas Zava, Bakada Sons Benito Benito, Shemaim Rabbi and Daisy, but the Bishop Yells of the month, let's say she has a situation where she's flowing. For 3 days, within her 11 days of Zivos, in Shaf saw the Ace, if it stopped, if it subsided, the Ace usually means 24-hour period, the Yoga, according to your letters result. So it stopped for 24 hours, right? And she gave birth during that time. This is called the Olegus result. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications right now. Give it an answer. The Bishop says, Laila Biyom, Kameli Shabbos Yomo. Let's say, how can I believe this? Right, in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yovel Kilele Shabbos Yomo. Right, what's that? Again, the Purim one, you probably could share the Shabbos tree, right? The Shabbos tree, right? This one, I don't know that I would. Right, this one probably not going to work well. Right, so the nice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, like if she stops bleeding, ultimately, again, not just for 25, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, Sheshav Saminat Sar, the woman not down. And also, the pain that subsided, like the labor pains that subsided, not the blood. They did. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because you're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to be opposed or intentionally to be practiced. Next, they deal with din. They give him let's deal with punches. In the focus of the website, again, like capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in cards? Dealing with this is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in a monetary case?
Next level,
Andy Kaufman. This is Mahon Shmuel Rabbi Avo. Shnayim Sheganu Dinei and Din. This is what Shmuel says. Two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, Ella Shemit Yoin Beis Din
Fascinating too, and I think it's something that like it's evergreen, it keeps going. Because he has all these hands, like you said, and he is fascinating.
Says, no, everyone agrees that what? A basin of two people can't issue halakhic rulings, and therefore the halakhic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi said, how does I hear my quote, it's interesting, how does this result in a courage sleep? I will say, watch how Rashi says, this is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated into the Ruben and Shimon. Like Ruben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him and say, Ruben is right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Ruben uses that money, maybe to entice a woman. The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's enticing a woman with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential incest issue, a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and all the whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a youth curse. Like all different varieties, it could become a youth curse. So again, and that will start from a married woman. So here's an example again. If let's say the second member says, I hold that thing to be true. And the other thing is that they could be three. I'm sorry, it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential youth curse. Fascinating.
And then you have a whole
You need the Pashas. The book of the Rabbi Rabbanon. Everything in the Pashas case. Rabbi Rabbanon. The sign Rabbi Omer. Benasata Nefesh Takas Nefesh. Right. Aksini says Mother. Generally, the Torah says a life for a life. The it doesn't literally mean a light bulb. That's not the what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Also, in you say money, but maybe it means actually like, well, like, yeah, minus seal the mouth, the man minus seal the mouth. So this is like it says the Sina above, it says the Sina below. So once again, let's say they have a focus about what nefesh takas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the money could be asking to put someone to death. The other Kabbalah can say no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a few parties have done intentionally. He cut this have done unintentionally. Give me Marcus. What about Marcus? We'll say the point that he really showed up on the Islam. Marcus became a so again, not fundamentally focus. How many do you need for a based in ultimately again a multi? So one of the things says a based in a multi, another says a based in a cup. So both say, what we're going to do, we're going to stop over here, we're going to stop over here for today. I'm going to go to the past, we're going to go but again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know that Mishnah taught us the Zakim Mamres. Now we know the entire process of Zakim Mamres. Three machlokas, ultimately again, about what are the pieces that make one Zakim Mamres. Now, you just feel over here is really focusing on the theme of having there, which, by the way, I want to spoil it for the tomorrow's job. That's how I talk to Allah for myself. In order for a Zaki to become a Zakim Mamre, the machlokas has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a fee of colors, and done unintentionally would carry a fee of colors. Take that to a thing. That's Allah for myself. All the other things I was doing was interpreting the concept that we started with that today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a fee of colors / a fee of colors. So it's like, again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim, in the midst of all this, we got Shabbos, in the midst of all this, we got Haggai and Kiss on Kodesh Baruch, and the most I again are praying from Purim, we're going to dive in the Hashem in the main shul, tremendous shkoyach, tremendous week, and a good
one story that sticks in my mind that I think you could extrapolate a lot from, and he tells a story because he has these like moments of like vulnerability and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic, but you couldn't make out the details like it's not. He's telling a story where he's the hero of the story. It's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim. It's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid, do you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing that there's real pain making me laugh because I'm a bad person. So. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
I'll be like, I'm trying to describe it. Because like you, by the way, people think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's tried to smear me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at him objectively.
Oh yeah, Walsh. By the way,
good morning, my friends and partners. Good night, Shabbos. Just let's watch this with the daf together on the story and clip. Okay, begin by taking all of about the process for this morning for the same our Hamilton's post report touching hey it's also Mishpach and ROTHSCHILD dedicating all the shurim instructions this year as a post for the Soros Phobos for all around this job. Come corresponds to the month for other Tarim Izin and Loving Maria Tari's father Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechor L'Bracha, and a week of learning sponsors Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather Zechariah, Ben and Zechariah Zechor L'Bracha, and the Baron Tabak Ham Torah, all the finish of Saban Aliyah, the families in the family, all those who need report, traveling to the cold, the Crawfish, the Nerd Hashem, in whom all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, B'chol Maseh Yedehem, which just be Zochen Nerd Hashem to Nisim and flows, all of clouds Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. Lots to be trained by Hashem and less time than usual. So let's maximize it. Today's daf is page 987. We are picking up on days 86b. And let's just pick up again with Omer Abaye. So if you see where toast is, Omer is Omer Rav Yosef on 86b. Just move your fingers to the left and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Omer Abaye. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Mach Odin Ben Sora Mora. Okay, so this enigmatic statement yesterday. It's Abaye's like this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora Chai. Everyone agrees that there's Ben Sora Mora Apacher. And everyone agrees that there's a focus. So what's the case? How called Ben Sora Mora? They even have shown everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses who come to testify about Ben Sora Mora, if they are made into Eidim Zolim, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. Ha'akol ben Sora Mora, ve'edim achronim shenera. V'nitoch she'ignan shem v'chol nomar la'akol samanu, v'hani klud davar ha'avdilei. And everyone agrees when it comes to the second set of witnesses who testify about Ben Sora Mora, that if they are made into Eidim Zolim, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses could simply say, we only came in order to make a kind Malchus, and therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The Machlokes Ben Sora Mora, where's the Machlokes Keith Ben Sora Mora? That's actually quite interesting. Shnaim Omrim B'faneinu Ganav, U'shnaim Omrim B'faneinu Achal. Interesting thing. So now you have two witnesses who testify. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora steal the money from his father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally, again, you're having one set of witnesses testify about the both events, here you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's my whole guess. Rabbi says this also. Even if you were beneficial, aim there, Rabbi. Was you introduced back to kidnapping? Like you've been kidnapped, Shimon. So now what happens? Witnesses come along and say, we saw you being kidnapped and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zolim. The Gemara says they are not killed. The Eidim Zolim are not killed. Why not? In their Radim. Because Reuben can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I sold Shimon. You know why I sold Shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. So because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant could technically exempt himself of the claim, therefore, halacha l'maisa, Eidim Zolim would not be able to be executed over this. I'm Rabbi Yosef. Kiman az lahashmai to Rabbi Rabbi Akiva. Whose opinion is this? Like, this is Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Omar Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Rabbi Akiva is the one who says that halacha l'maisa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire inyan. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's that whole davar and not chatzi davar. Amri Abaye, the Rabbanon, Neharagim. According to the Rabbanon, apparently again, the witnesses could be killed for something. About what we just said, you just said a moment ago that the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon, but Shimon is my Eved. Allah, Ibu Timur Rabbanon, over the law, us, so what's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here was where the witnesses claim that he saw Reuben sell Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. She has 18 Mechira, but you don't have 88 Neva. You have to remember, 1 second. If you only have witnesses that Reuben went ahead and sold Shimon, but no witnesses that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, so there's no case over here. What are we talking about? No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on. In other words, again, if that's the time that the witnesses are testifying that Reuben sold Shimon, there's not yet accepted testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, then how could there be liability for the Eidim Mechila if we have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping itself? So it's interesting. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, interestingly enough, in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold Shimon are the ones who appear first in the days. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a collusion way. They just have to be motioning to each other, like indicating, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, the thing about reasonable. You might have thought the fact that the witnesses are already communicating, I love the myself. They should always be like we have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, to which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, Remiza Lav Klum. But ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, halach l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon, and those witnesses are made into agents similarly, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Zakim Mamre. Alright, so let's be very interesting. So remember, we've spoken about this, we referenced this before. Zakim Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin, as we'll discuss in just a moment, who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, he's put death to see the circumstances of that right now. Says the Mishnah. Zakim Mamre after David. Zakim Mamre only becomes a Zakim Mamre based on basic Shneimar. Now we're going to explain the process for Zakim Mamre. Right? There are three different Batei Din situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. One basin was situated at the entrance of Harabayis. One was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. And one was situated in the chamber of Tombstone. I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin, like the High Court, that's the last one. That's number 3, situated in Mishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happens? Boy was that. So let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin, right? And there's everyone is on one side, and Zakim Mamre is on the other side. They can't seem to reach a resolution. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this basin. Ultimately, again, at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come there. And the Zakim, right? We call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the basin. He says, listen, Kavra, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. This is how my friends learned it. In Shamu Amar, Lahem. So, and again, and the Zakin essentially says to the basin, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? Well, I just want to point out a tremendous difference how strong it is. If you know, remember again, you do not get a Zakim Mamre. Right now, he's just a guy. He's just a descendant judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zakim Mamre. Let's say what's beautiful about this. You notice how the Zakim Mamre talks. He goes to the basin, and what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's often in life we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind block. It's a mind block. Not only to be able to put up, but really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't disagree with it at the end, but at least what's the word? Informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often in life is you just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound right to us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of godless in this, that the Zakim Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. He goes on. Fine. So what happens if the first basin, the basin at the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation? So what happens? We go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entranceway of the Azar, the courtyard of the Once again, the Zakim says, This is what I say, this is what my friends say. Okay, and once again, the Zakin says, listen, Chevra, based it at the end of Yazara. Do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic, they're in love. And if not, then everyone, the bus in interesting discussion over here, everyone sounds like even the members of the other group, but they didn't. Everyone's now coming along to the high courts in the Lishkas HaGozis. That's where they're coming. This is the Beis Din. This is the Beis Din from which Torah goes out. All of Klal Yisrael Shnei Emar Min HaMakom Avar Sheyivchar Hashem. Okay, so let's say so fine. So now, it turns out that the part of the Mishnah doesn't say over here is that they get Lishkas HaGozis. The Lishkas HaGozis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zakim, against the sole opinion. Okay. So if the Zakim goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion, fine, it's not a problem. Then when does he become a Zakim Mamre? When does he become a Zakim Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zakim Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espouse your Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when it becomes a Zakim Mamre. Talmud Shahara Lasos, Potter, interestingly enough, all of this is a Zakim. Now, what is a Zakim? A Zakim is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zakim Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zakim Mamre. Let's say it's just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shahara Law, the Nefach Abezis. So this is a guy, the Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Hora, of what we call Paskin Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disagrees with the Beis, and even instructs others to paskin like his particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter. He's Potter. Why? Because the din of Zakim Mamre is only a din of someone who has simcha, and someone who has reached the level of hora, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to paskin halacha. Nisa chamuro kulo. So it turns out that ultimately, again, his chumrah. What's his chumrah? His chumrah is that he's not allowed to paskin halacha. But that chumrah that he's not paskin halacha ultimately turns out to be a kula. What does it mean, a kula? He's not put to death for being a Zakim Mamre. Incredible. All right, Commissioner, Gemara. Here we go. Keep on your So now, we just outlined the process for Zakim Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakim Mamre and between his fellow sages? So turn up on top of page 987a, the mufla shall be their custom medallion. First of all, we're talking about someone else, a mufla. Now, what is a mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zakim Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakim Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, Nimcha. So we'll say, I just want to point out what's happening. The Torah is, the Gemara is analyzing the pasuk. The pasuk Gemara is analyzing here is, when some matter in halacha will be unclear to you, bein dam ledam, right, between blood and blood, bein din ledin, judgment and judgment, nega lenega, right, one type of nega, what is it? Affliction, good affliction. There's another word, right? Good. Or any arguments disputes you may have in your gates. They come to Balisa and Makom Shei Chashon Lekera. Both. Now the Gemara is darshaning this entire pasuk. So what does it mean? Mimcha davar. So mimcha a mufla. Good. Mimcha zayois. Furthermore, mimcha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, let's say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zakim Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mimcha actually sounds very unique. Now, Gemara is also giving you examples of types of machloksim which could result in a Zakim Mamre scenario. So, for example, Mincha refers to intercalations of the year, like Ibar Hashana, like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing, let's say there's a dispute about that. Next, So the Gemara says, V'cheinu Omer, Mincha Yotza Choshev Al Hashem Re'acha. Yois B'liyav. Davar, next is Davar. Zu Halacha. This refers to dispute in Halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zakin Mamre and the other individual about Halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai. Right, so that's what they're disputing. Good. Your Mishpat, Zehadin. What's Mishpat? This refers to Din, Gzer Shabbat. The Machloek is on a particular type of Gzer Shabbat. This is a Gzer Shabbat, not a Gzer Shabbat. Being done with that. So remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine, being done with them, being dam nida with dam leida. So for example, there's machlokes in distinguishing between dam nida and dam leida, dam ziva, being din v'din, being din in a fashos and din in mamanas, din in makas. There's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's din in a fashos, capital cases, din in mamanas, monetary cases, din in makas, lashes, being nega minega. What does that mean? Being nige adam, nige batin, nige begadim. Something concerning again the saras of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei edu charonim va'erchen bakdeshos. So divrei means again cherim vows, erech vows, hektish vows, rivos, zuashkas, sota, ba'arifas eglo, b'taras mitzora. So rivos, literally arguing. This refers again to sota situations. Egla arufa, if you capture a cat, you find the body that someone gets killed. B'taras mitzora, b'sharecha, in your gates. Zuleket shechacha upeya. This refers again, leket shechacha upeya with different tribes, different agricultural tribes. The rest of the floor. The kamta, so once I saw again, what Mark is over here is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a zakin mamre scenario. Okay. The kamta, so you will get up. Where is that? We're getting it from. We based it from the local court. Ba'ali, so you will go up. Melame, shebeis hamikdash gava me'eret Yisrael, me'eret Yisrael gava mikol ha'aras. What is it? So in fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when you're going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately, again, the lesson of Aliyah, of extension, is used with the Sanhedrin, which is located in the base of Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for just a moment. Bishlam Beis HaMikdash Kavam Eretz Yisrael B'Ksiv V'Alisa. So I understand why we say that the Beis HaMikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael, because Lashon is V'Alisa. You go up to the Beis HaMikdash. Ela Eretz Yisrael Gava Mikol Ha'aratos Minalei. From where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? B'Ksiv Lachin Hine Yomim Ba'im Ni'um Hashem. Yom HaChai Hashem Asher Ha'elo Explanation of Eretz Yisrael. Kim Chai Hashem Asher Ha'elo B'Asher Hibi Ezera Beis Yisrael Me'eretz Tzifono Mikol Ha'aratzos Asher Yidachtim Sham Yeshua L'Masar. How incredible is this? The Gemara over here is quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu Hanavi says something beautiful. He says the day will come. Hine Yomim Ba'im. The days will come where we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt, right? And if you notice what I said, the Lashon over here is Ha'ela Explanation of Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up. Ha'ela Bashahidis from all the lands. So what do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? What's the Lashon? Aliyah. Always Lashon. What's it? Point out. How overwhelmingly amazing is it that according to the Pasuk of Geula on Purim? On Purim. It's not even the best part reference. Just hold on to your seat. Wait to hear it. Wait. Right? Listen, but just amazing. A Pasuk about Geula, we're literally talking about the fact that which part is going to take us out of all of the lands of our dispersion, and it's going to bring us up. It's bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim Bis Kasya. It's covered miracles. It's hidden miracles, right? It's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful mace, to have incredible hakars of the Baruch Hu, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want to be miracles. I don't want Nisim Deis Kasya. We want Nisim Deis Galia. We want to reveal the miracles. And here, as we're yearning for revealed miracles, what is it reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, he's going to take us up. He's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eretz Yisrael is only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Turn up. Zakim Mamre, Enoch Kaiv Ella Adavish is Donald Kares, Bishir Gasso Hadis for Rabbi Meir. So this is very interesting. So now we're going to see these associate 3 minute focus about what type of legal matters to make someone into a Zakim Mamre. So Rabbi Meir holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a chiyuv kares, and accidentally would be a chiyuv katos. Rabbi Huda says, Al davar she'ikara midivrei Torah. Rabbi Huda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, afilu diktuk echad diktuk sofer. Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in rabbinic law, ultimately, again, it can still become a Zakim Mamre. So my time, so let's analyze. My time, Rabbi Meir. Just Rabbi Meir. So remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a Zakim Mamre, ultimately is the type of thing where if you do it intentionally, it's kares, unintentionally a chatas. So he must say, what's his logic? Gamar, davar. He makes it zero shava, ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, Siv Hafa, ki palim imchad davar l'mishpat. So I say first of the widest lines. It says over here, ki palim imchad davar l'mishpat. Uksiv hasam, v'ne'elam davar me'ene hakal. That's talking about the Harhalam davar me'asibor, where the Sanhedrin paskins incorrectly, ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something where intentional commission is kares, right? And a shogig is chatas. After kares, look like Zakim Mamre, davar shechai al dono kares, al shigig gasa chatas. Okay, Shemeir learns that from the Gzeir Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion 1. Rabbi Huda said this. Remember, Rabbi Huda's opinion was that only become a Zakim Mamre on something ikara midivrei Torah and dikduke sofer, right? That the ikar halacha is midaraisa and the details are learned out in the Rabbanon. So where does everybody get this from? Rabbi Huda, al pi Torah she'erucha, ad the Torah v'yorucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to ask him. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret. That's the type of situation that can create Zakim Mamre. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, Asher Yiduach Amin Amakabahu. I think we call it. Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, if the Zakim Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Zakim Mamre. I'm going to go back to the Rabbi. Tirgumali Bahamasi. So we did Rabbi Meir. Once you ready for this, Shafuna said like Rabbi said, fine. Take the Bryce, and Rabbi is referring to the Bryce we spoke about on the beginning of the daf. Take the Bryce and interpret it to the according to Rabbi Meir. So remember again. Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a Zakim Mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally has a chiyuv kares, and if unintentionally carries a chiyuv chatas. That's the only error. So it's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? If that would be a machlokes, that could not result in a Zakim Mamre scenario. Why not? Because it's a din d'Rabbanan. The Meir says it's only if they're machlokes about something which is done intentionally chiyuv kares, unintentionally chiyuv chatas. So now listen to this. So if Rabbi said to Rabbi, interpret the Bryce friend to be Meir. Tell me how this whole thing works for the Meir. Watch this. Here we go. He probably. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So some will be so the mufla shabbat. First, everyone agrees. I was saying, in order to go ahead and become a Zakim Mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Okay? Fine. That's next. Mimcha, Ze Yoetz. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert should be expert. What's an expert should be expert? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, I say, understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? Like, so all the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. We'll say, what's next? Good. Fine. So see this now. Okay, we'll say, get ready for this. What's an example of a machlokes that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay, sweet. Listen to this.
Like passive aggressive way.
I feel like you just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 year cycle. How does it happen? It's not like a drasha, not like a lemez, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I'll say, just always say it. Sometimes, we get up early, we deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder, like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper avoda? And then every once in a while, and that's what we take with me, the Devotion gives us just a beautiful kiss, a nachas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the daf. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, focus on Purim the Purim Sugya, something all this time. Just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to give our parents nachas. So again, all the words with the Rebbe Shalom, and then a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. And I wish he's also to continue to give our father nachas and never ask me Shalom trouble. So again, the Gemara gives an example over here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, also they have a focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into create an Adar Sheni, right, up until Purim. That's my focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ilahai Gisa Kashari Chametz Beis. And the Ilahai Gisa Kashari Chametz Beis. And also the ramifications, of course, of that my focus is what? The ramifications are you going to end up even coming someplace? Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, another sheni, another base, that's going to be when Pesach falls out. Yeah, you have chametz ramifications. There is an example of a machlokas where again the stakes are kares schatos. Good, Gemara goes like davar zehalacha zu hilchos achalasar. De'itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kiddushin, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'akad Asad. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Hilchos Achad Asad Yom Akron Shal Yud Aleph Shnei Nidu Nida. So remember again from last cycle, from Hilchos Nida and from Sefet Nida, we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way Hilchos Nida works with the Oraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Siva. So the Gemara quotes over here again. We're not going to get in depth in all of these methods, partly only because of time. They're all fascinating in of themselves. These are all just, I want to just frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of methods. Remember again, we're trying to go according to the mayor. The mayor holds the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre is if you have a method regarding something which you've done intentionally is a few parties. and then unintentionally we repeat pathos. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpret at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This is first the following halacha. Zu hilchos achadas adetmar asiri. What happens if a woman leaves on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. 10th is reckoned like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So let's say, so again, remember, they talk about machlokas, about what happens if there's machlokas about the status of bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares. Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kiddushi, mat shi b'yishimer, af asiri b'yishimer. Fine. Rish Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar, ma achadasar lo b'yishimer. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental machlokas about bleeding that extends from the days of the zivos ultimately again into the days of the nidus. What's her status? And if they have machlokas regarding that could lead to potential chiyuv kares. Fine. Next, zeh. So the Gemara says zeh hadin. So zeh in the pasuk refers to gzer shabbos. The machlokas about gzer shabbos. What does that mean about the Amud days? Din bitom anasaso. So for example, we have machlokas regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who is violated. Let's say we've been violated Rachel, and his daughter. What's the Arab status of that daughter to Reuven? So again, for example, we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately even a daughter from a woman who was violated, his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father. She's never to the father. So let's say again it's like in Mamre asking, says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, and not from a woman who is violated. It's an example of where Machlokas would be if kares is unintentionally, if katas unintentionally. Dein dam ledam. Dein dam nida dam leida dam ziva. One of the cases over here. Dam nida it put the achabia the mechalor v'rabban. So for example, by dam nida, the machlokas could be like the machlokas in achabia the mechalor v'rabban. What's the machlokas? It's not dam hayala. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So dam hayala. Achabia the mechalor metane. So achabia the mechalor says ultimately again that it's coming. That Chacham the Parad, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Tahar. So let's say, so once again, what are the ramifications of this machlokas? The ramifications are chiyuv kares, because relations with a woman who's in Nida carries it to the penalty of kares. So again, these are examples. Dam Leida, what's the Dam Leida case? This is very interesting. It's focused to Rav and Levi. This machlokas Rav and Levi. It's Rav Amar Nayin Echadu. I told you, so let's say, remember again, the way it works, fascinating halachas midoraisa with childbirth. What are the halachas? The way the halachas midoraisa. Now again, we don't pass in this way today because we a whole system of like dam leida, dam nida, dam ziva have kind of morphed into one framework called nida. But again, the midoraisa, the way it works, when a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is tamei. And then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a machlokas about the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Nayin Echazu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. And again, at a certain point, the Zohar says the blood is coming. Another point, the Zohar says ultimately again, the dam is tahar. The Levi says, it's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, nistam hatame niftach hatar, nistam hatar niftach hatame. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now what does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So can we say that she switches over from what we call dam tame to dam tar? So once again, the ramifications over here are chiyuv kares. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zakim man is arguing with the rest of the Beis, and the stakes of the case are kares that done intentionally, chatas that done unintentionally. Dam ziva, what's the dam ziva case? The book is Rabbi Yeshua. This man, if a woman went ahead And literally again, Kishka, she says over here, Siva Parshas Zava, Bakada Sen Shebeni Benamido, Shemaim Avian Lidisi, but Bishop Yosef Zov Damat, so again, let's say she has a situation where she's flowing for 3 days within her 11 days of Zivos. In Shafsa Me'ez Me'ez, if it stopped, if it subsided for Me'ez Me'ez usually means 24-hour period, the Yolda, part of the Yolda is dissolved. So if it stopped for a 24-hour period and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yolda dissolved. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Rabbi Lazar. The Shura says, Laila Yom Kalele Shabbos V'yomo. I would say, how incredible is this? Right? In one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom Kalele Shabbos V'yomo. Now, you know what I'm saying? Again, the Purim one, you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know that I would. Right? This one's probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, again, not just for 25 hours, no, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, to shove some minat sars, below minat dam. And also, the pain that subsided, right? The little pain that subsided, not the blood. Pain dim. Okay, so we'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because they're dealing ultimately again with the case where if done intentionally it's a key of colors, unintentionally key of practice. Next, pain dim with rain, pain dim, I'm not feeling the budget. If my focus again, both sides. Again, by capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in parties? This is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in a monetary case? It's going to the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. Listen to this. Machol the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. Listen to Shmuel. Shnayim shedonu dinei and din. Listen to this. Shmuel says, if two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, ela shenikroin beis din chasif. They're called the chutzpahdik beis din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar, the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Avo says, no, everyone agrees that what? A beis din of two people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi said, how does, okay, I hear that one, this is the thing. How does this result in a Karen's case? They both say, watch how Rashi explains it. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated cases between Reuben and Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him, they say, Reuben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money with Mekadesh woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadesh with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery or a whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of Kares. It could become a key of Kares. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a basin could be 2, and the other thing you say a basin could be 3. So again, it's capital cases. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of Kares. Fascinating. You need the Pashas. But look at the Rabbi and the Rabbanon. What is in the Pashas case? Rabbi and the Rabbanon. This time the Rabbi Omer, Benasako Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, right? At Zumar says, Moment. So when the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata Omer Mamalo in Ela Nefesh Mamish. You say money, but maybe it means actually life for life. Ne'emar Nesina Lamala. Ne'emar Nesina Lamaka. So it's in the Shabbat. Right? It says Nesina above, it says Nesina below. Mala Halon Mammon. Afkan Mammon. Shabbos says, so once again, let's say they have no focus about what Nefesh Takas Nefesh means. So literally, it's like in memory could be constant to put someone to death. The other Chevra could say, no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a key of Kares if done intentionally, key of Katas if done unintentionally. Dine Makas, what about Makas? So the point is Rabbi Yishmael Rabbanon. It's not Makas Begimel, it's Rabbi Yishmael Bechaf Gimel. So again, fundamental machlokas is how many do you need for a beis din ultimately again a malchus. So one opinion says a beis din of Gimel 3, another says a beis din of Chaf Gimel. So both say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here for today. I know we went a little bit fast. We wanted to be able to get through, but again, I just want to. Here's the takeaway. We know we have right. Mishnah taught us the Zakin Mamre. So now we know the entire part of Zakin Mamre. Three-way machlokas. Ultimately, again, about what are the pieces that make one Zakin Mamre. What we just bring over here is really focusing on the opinion of Rabbi Meir, which, by the way, I don't want to spoil it for you tomorrow's daf. That's how you pass halacha myself. In order for a Zakin to become a Zakin Mamre, the machlokas has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a key of kares, and it's done unintentionally, would carry a key of chagas. Take that to the bank. That's halacha myself. All you was then just doing was interpreting the pasuk that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a key of kares / a key of chagas. So what's like, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from our Baruch Hu. And I will say again, a friend from Purim, we're going to dive in the Meretz Hashem in the main shul. Tremendous shkoyach, tremendous week, and a good Erev Shabbos.
I can't insult that guy.
It's just a little trash. It'd be like, but when a girl comes on, it's like, we're going to bully her. Like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully.
Yes.
Or nobody.
Keep the same energy.
Everybody get detailed.
Yeah, it's just weird to like crank it up like in a, not because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm going to interview a girl a little bit differently or maybe add some tension vibe to it one-on-one. But it's like, there's 6 dudes here. Yeah. It's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot at like, you know, like roasting when you come in.
She's horrifically bad.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning. Cheers to thank our annual commentators for first
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person. Yeah, she's constantly under attack. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked, which is being normal.
Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, Ziv Levin, and Goldman families, and member of William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, Ben Yosef, and on the performance sponsors, Falling Happy Point, and then we have grandfather, Zakaria, Ben Zakaria, and let's hear from America.com, so all of this on the side of the family in the camera, all those videos, we're traveling to those whole families, all of our hospitals, the relationship of the soldiers, successful before mass. But in fact, let us begin with a lot to play, and a little bit less time than usual to do it. And the very fact that Steve Buck, 86, you are picking up at the Mishnah on the hand with days 85 feet. And the Mishnah says as follows, I'm going to eat nefesh in Israel. So it's now talking about the institutions of fasting, so that's a kidnapping. So literally, they're going to eat nefesh in Israel. The person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. Let's say that I want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah and praise Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalko is kidnapped. Esther Hamalko is taken forced to be from the world, taken to the palace of Ahasuerus, totally against the will against Mordecai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashgacha, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Yehuda and Yeshua comes. How incredible it is, really again, a famous Esther. Begin with Golden Nefesh in Israel. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? In a chayiv achek misaler shus. So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping or the punishment for kidnapping is misa.
I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts. So she just asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that. And so
you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your shus, into your
what's
domain.
cool right now? Okay, that's
Yehuda says,
Matt Rice not cool anymore. Sometimes people wake up and meditate
says
prayers
you have to number one take the victim into your domain, and number one make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. Because the pasuk says now, this armor bows umachro. The pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is, you must be shoni nefesh me'achad l'bnei Yisrael.
Same thing with Facebook.
The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, made his honor boat, he utilized him, he worked him, he mocked him, and he sold him to Mace Haganah Harubiat and Berfecha. And the kidnappers put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says, the halacha makes them do three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. Rabbi Shmuel, what happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnapped their son, Rabbi Shmuel ben Yochanan from the Chayiv, got the following culture. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Yochanan says, and ultimately the Chacham Senior Party. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the not local here. What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chassi Evel Chassi Ben Choli? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda Chayiv or compulsion? Rabbi Yehuda says that the Chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are Chassi. Okay, well, so now a lot to unpack over this. So first things first. The time to come off, love by the first remember again, the first machlokes in the Mishnah was as follows. It's kind of says that if you go ahead and kidnap someone, you're defining it and keeping it into your domain. But you do the added on, you also have to work with the item more has the point of the time to come off. You don't have to make use of the individual. The pasuk itself says this honorable. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakh disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, so everyone agrees that in order to be viable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shalom is what happens if you work them. It's fairly insignificant. For example, you put them to work and only going to have, let's say, generate less than a ton of people's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakh and Rabbi Yehuda. But if you so let me ask the following questions. Gunbo Umako Yoshin Mahu. Yes, these interesting questions. What happens from moving kidnapped Shimon while Shimon is asleep? So kidnapped Shimon while Shimon is asleep and sells Shimon. Shimon is really a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he sold all while he's asleep. So Mahu, so ultimately again, is there liability of actually so again? So see down what the question is over here. So Machat Yishon Ubra Mahu. What happens if Ruben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel is pregnant. And Ruben has kidnapped Rachel. So Rachel says, rather, what is Ruben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to sell the baby. What's the halacha? He never can't indirectly know that. So this considered to be humor is considered to be again a form of working individual or not. This is what I'm talking about. Specifically, selecting the class is the working of the individual. Again, remember again what's the case. Ruben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Ruben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold for the Uber. So there is no teamwork at all. There's no working individual at all. What Gemara says, no, what's the case? L'tzricha yoshin b'zaga alel, isha b'ochma ba'atim zeika. Yarakimu b'kaf or indefinite. No, what's the case? The case is where Ruben kidnapped Shimon and was sold him. And after Ruben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he released Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield her from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called directly or not? So again, if you begin to see his mind accepting this approach to the type of kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person to that person. Number two, you have to bring in the this. And number three, you have to work this. The silence is this is called working the individual, which the Gemara says take. Gemara looks like the Gemara says Ruben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. Kidnapping,
he's asleep with the sail, so the shiny Jeffrey is called kidnapping, that's called drag. So what if you wonder to yourself, how can someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep with being kidnapped? How can you sleep with being sold? And what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shit. That people really could sleep. People could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through kidnapping, and people could sleep through selling, and people could sleep through life. And if you sleep at the wheel of life, you don't through so many twists and turns, and you miss so much, and you don't realize so much, and so much of our whole life is already he likes that. Despite the fact that shit is mindful, present, to recognize what is unfolding all around us. So he loves it, presents it well, but I do see that as part of the reason how you survive in the shop. You have to be totally quiet and be sharp. Much of the process is if you will find amongst you a man who is kidnapped. So I don't know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? We're going to says someone kidnapped. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Amy Ellie should gonna be Isha being I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The Isha should gonna be senior again if a woman kidnaps a man. Isha should gonna be Isha again. I don't know that there's liability if a woman kidnaps a woman. Who makes Hagana Kahu Mikomakum. The Pasuk says Hagana will be possessed. And again, Mikomakum doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the Pasuk. How you get on the Raisa, we must see each one get this year. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. After Hagana Ish, after Hagana Isha. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, after Garab, after Shofar, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are high. Okay, fine. Gun bone below Makro. Makro, gun below Makro. What happens to it? Moving kidnapping. What happened? You may kidnap children that you do not yet sell. Gun below Makro. Or Makro, the Adain Yeshna B'Shusa. Or, moving sold shilling, but what? He has not yet delivered shilling to the buyer. So case number one, moving kidnapped shilling that you didn't yet sell him. Case number two, sold him but did not yet remove shilling from his bushels. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, is moving the stuff that he's pater. When we say pater, he's pater for Nisa. Pater for Nisa. That's not that we're kidnapping. Makro le'aviv o le'achav o le'acham le'akro le'chayim. So this is the case. What happens if Reuben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that like? Reuben is guy, and then we'll discuss all the cases. According to the side, one is goes ahead and one is goes ahead and see a female in Abed. Is Pastor, okay, top of K-Bob, 86 days. Any kind of congratulations. Another, I'm Shona Bishimon, Bishimon holds as follows. May Echad, as she yokes the Angel knows just Echad, Yat, and the Kayan. So let's say, specifically, we must focusing on the case of where moving to next Shimon, and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father. Or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, even if you're not Rashisha said it's probably the kind of poetry says, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'achad from their brother, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on here? So you must have plenty of potter. But you're right, you know what? Change is the potter. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, to his father, to someone else, but ultimately again, Reuben would be potter. So let's see, one second. My question, what's the problem here? Dilma Rabbi Shimon, Dilma, Rabbi Shimon, Harabanon. Perhaps this is very much focused. Which the Marshall Mosa, right? So the Ahmad Yochanan, Stam Machnisim Rabbi Meir, Stam Sefer Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sefer Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sefer Rabbi Shimon, Bekul Rabbi Akiva. Now we can't describe it to the guys. This is what we have these principles that we established the follows the Stam Kosefta, Stam Sitra, Stam Sitri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to amend that which the Brisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is covered. And you say, partially, Reuben is covered from the death penalty. Because halacha makes it liable for the kidnapping. You have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. I go to the notes. So next thing the Mishnah studies, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was a makor Shmuel. The son of Rabbi Yochanan of Roth said it's Chayiv, and the Chacham said it's your patra. So that's kind of like, my time is Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that's your patra? I'm going to buy it on the car, and the pasuk says, Kiri Matzei. Prat Mematzi. There's also a Russian of the pasuk is Matzi Ishkoni Nefesh Le'achar. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren, what does Matzi indicates that there's a new circumstance? Like we found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you because they're not normally found with you? You're kidnapped them. There's someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon who ultimately again say the Shua factor. Okay. Only a couple of Rabbi Elinata. So okay, so now what you want to tell me is you must say it means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, you must say Ish Shokate and Isha B'Ulas Baal. Also talks about adultery. It will be found. And a man is sleeping with another woman, right, with another woman who's married to another woman who's married to another man. All commandments, you must say Patamasu. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? You know, Bias, base pony, the Shlichon Gabai. So it's interesting. Rashi points out that base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This is not like an illicit thing. That weren't very happy with this because it was not a good idea. The married couple doesn't continue close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the rest is just going to tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this. Because why? Because since couple one was going to go around with couple two and couple two was going with couple three, so it's not it's not like a new circumstance. You would be liable for adultery, which you must talk about it with you. You said he's talking about was that would be an incredible situation. Of course not. In other words, of course it's going to be liability in that case. No talk. I'm sorry. I'm not I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the Matzeh, rather the new Sabiyah. What does the Pasuk say? A person, a man kidnapped, right? The Boni Ishu Macharav, the new Sabiyah dog. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the new indicates that what? Is like something new, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that again, I'm not going to say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how you practice. Some of the practice like Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? What does that mean? Means you have to put the gap where executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, again, also, one thing to remember is we hold also deal them up with Satina. So remember, a lot of these we're talking about in the vacuum of local. So if you live in a foreign country, whatever it is, its own land, its own laws, governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that Halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not typical kidnapping. kidnapping. And if you don't know, police says it is kidnapping. It's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So you must based on the halacha. I'm Nikki Daitiki, who must be Rabbanon, in the Sudan Biyadan Damu, Damu TV. So let's say, so this is fascinating. So that is based on this, teachers. Right? Teachers. Nikki Daitiki means teachers who teach young children Kriya, who must be Rabbanon, and also teach other students Kriya, right? Teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, they are not considered to be the mitzvah. It's a technical issue over here. But I guess it's more indicating that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much on the Rabbi. It's an interesting window into the Gemara's perspective about how much time children spend with their Rabbi. Fascinating idea of that. And once again, you see this motif a number of times how the Rabbi-Talmud relationship is very much like the father's son. Okay, anyway, takeaway from this is the passionate Rabbanon, and if halacha l'maisa, Rabbanon thinks that if the father was looking after his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, that's what I said. Gonna be checked. Also, so again, next my focus in Mishnah was if you steal, if you kidnap, that's the other what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says it's valid, but the Chachamim say it's Shemata. That's all I said. You must turn off the door. Yehuda Omer in Avadim Boshe. Okay, so seemingly an unrelated point, unrelated student here. Yehuda says an Eved has no Boshe. Now, what does it mean Eved has no Boshe? Rashi says over here. Rashi says that we're in the Avadim Boshe, and it's Mayin Esa Eved Mochiach B'Tol Losif Lebach. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called humiliation. Like you're embarrassing, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avadim Eved doesn't have humiliation. If you humiliate an Eved, ultimately again it is nothing. ינוצא אנשים יחדיו, איש ואחד. מי שיש לו אחווה, יוצא עבד שאין לו אחווה. Rabbi Yehuda says because the passage that talks about protest, that talks about humiliation, talks about the Russian of ינוצא אנשים יחדיו, איש ואחד. So someone who has אחווה, someone who has אחווה, familial relations, people who is related to a sense of family, he has protest. Someone who does not have Achma, ultimately, again, it doesn't have Boshas. Therefore, an Eved, Rashi says, or Eved she'in lo Achma, ba'afilu in Achma b'nei aviv b'siv amachama, imachama, imadoma l'chama, ein lo alati d'china. From a Halachic perspective, Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, he is not lying, he's not entitled to Boshas. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, that's what the mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What is Echad mean? Echad doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what is Echad refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved, remember, it's not an Eved Knani, right? Because an Eved Ivri, an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. So an Eved Knani. An Eved Knani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Knani, remember, again, is still higher than any mitzvah that a woman is carrying. Therefore, he's the Echad of mitzvahs. Therefore, the Rabbanon say, he does have Boshas. So the Gemara says, V'halchi, if he does, and over here, in our context, in our subject, how you back in the Psukim, Rabbi Yehuda Saba, Me'achad, Rabbi Yehuda says Me'achad. So let's remember again, let's show you this. Ki matzeh ish donei nefesh, Me'achad. The person will be found to be kidnapping another person, Me'achad. So watch this. Rabbi Yehuda says Me'achad, La'chukei abadim. Achad comes to exclude abadim, but abadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even if Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bnei Chorim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Chorim. Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, מבני ישראל, וראו משחצי חבר וחצי בני חורן, אבל מי אותה חמש? In a religious Joshua, watch this. So the Echel comes to exclude an Evet. Good? So Mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim. And then again, Mibnei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim. What is that? That's called a Miyut Achar Miyut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a Miyut Achar Miyut, a Miyut Achar Miyut El Levels. After a Miyut only comes to go ahead and include. So that's why I was like, interesting enough, that's why you do the whole, that if you kidnap a Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim, ultimately again, you are allowed to do the fast stuff in just a moment.
I got a hold of this guy, read it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's what we're contacting. And I was like,
again,
hey,
ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after exclusion, and that mute after mute comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim. That's a new Russia. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echot la'chuki avadim lo mashinu. The Rabbanon don't use all of the echot. Remember, we saw before, the Rabbanon use echot to teach you what? Use echot to teach you echot to mitzvah. So therefore, we don't see echot as an exclusion for avadim. The office of the mitzvah. Ultimately, the evidence my brother in mitzvahs, and then some of the Yisrael. And again, when it's Bnei Yisrael, me Bnei Yisrael, Chalami Uti Abed, one is to exclude Abed, the Chalami Uti Shechatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim, and one is to exclude Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is a fundamental machlokas, that if you kidnap a Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Huda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Huda get it from? Essentially, it's a miyut achar miyut. Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miyut achar miyut is the rebels, come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim. Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha, and they exclude Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim. Let's say Rambam Paskin, ultimately again, I'd like to comment, and therefore, if one were to go ahead and kidnap a Chatzi Evet Chatzi B'nei Cholim, one would be utter. Okay, incredible. Now we might ask you two questions. I started going to Joseph tonight. From where do you see, where's the law? Where's the law to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signal. Rabbi Yoshia says, you have no signal. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Min Keres Eves. Rabbi Yochanan says, you bring out from the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says, fine. And it is what we are doing. Marka Pasha Vlad V'Yeva, Umarka Pasha Vlad V'Yeva. So also, remember, what did we already establish in this? Essentially, in order to be liable for different kidnapping, you need two steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your house. And number three, you need to sell them. If you do this in four, you also have to make use of them in some way. So really force that whole two. So the most interesting, but the issue of Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says they are kidnapping yourself, and the other is quoting the last ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the goes like this. So the Gemara good. The signal, Torah says, do not steal. They don't make the fashas hakasa of the gather. The Torah is talking about again kidnapping. So let's say so. We're not going to gather. How do I go to the fashas? You tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or in the elevagoni money. I don't know how do you know that. Are you talking about stealing money? How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says so. Oh, in the elevagoni money. Say to the mad, so let's utilize this passage using our exegetical principles. Let's explain the principle. Dover halami yano. So sometimes they need to understand what the passage is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the passage is stated. That's what's called Dover halami yano. Something the passage has to be understood from the context in which it was stated. Listen to this. The Marcos from the Gather, so say the person that says, Nobu, Sakakashu, Shaki Ishtaisha. What are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says,
Try to arrest a lion.
no, sorry, that was the one person. That was the one person. That was the person we're talking about is Los Sirtza. Sorry, I should say Los Sirtza, Los Sina, Los Sino, Los Signo, Los Sanabaya Shaka. So that's actually Los, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. Now listen to this. So the Gemara, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. Don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And the signal, don't steal, is in the midst of these capital offenses. If we already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses, therefore it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah mentioned what he's talking about over here. Going into the Pashas, Tanya Ida, another place up, Los Signobu, the going into Mammon. The Pasuk says Los Signobu. So this is the Pasuk heard before. Los Signobu, Los Sakakashu, Los Shaki Shamita. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by Los Kashu, don't contradict. But again, also, don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the only moment that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the I'm talking about going over right over the process. How do you know someone's stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping, saving them, right? Once again, also, this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what particular person is talking about, the context in which it was stated. The Marcos of the Daber, what is it talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Los Signobu, Los Sakakashu, Los Sakakashu, is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the neighbor in this context must also be financial liability. The moment after the law, so this is very important. So therefore, no signal for the answer of the rose is talking about kidnapping. It doesn't show about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah knows that this neighbor mentioned over here is also capital offense. When it goes to those signals, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Because the other offenses over here. What's the prophecy? Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. Is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neither is talking about money. Incredible. It's not, was the interesting over here. Even if you have the nefesh yozmu, what's in our watch list? This is the fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that our local mercy is reliable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to a shop. You have to go out and do a live them somewhere. You have to sell them. You have to sell them. So now in this piece over here, interestingly enough, right, you have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. And I'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Egos, one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So it marks a big name of Aiden if you love the nefesh, she was one. What's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made at the Aiden. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you should not have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because you're, steal Shimon, kidnap him because you're with us. And they say to the second that you couldn't have said it could be the same set of mazim or say it doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you're with us that day. So now, look at us for just a moment. Shnei Kite Eden. It's Rashi Edig Neva Eden. Shnei Kite Eden. Achas Eda Shekana Vesanefesh Va'achas Eda Shamatar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon one said testimony that Ruvain sold shit. So they will say, so now they're both made into Edom Zomers. Remember again, what's not how is Edom Zomer? Right, when witnesses are in Edom Zomer, what's the punishment? What's the punishment? Reciprocal punishment. Kasher Zama. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. We would have put to death. Shouldn't we should put these witnesses to death? Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. Right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So once they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, in there, the first time also, so the Gemara suggests, so okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Now, when they make it in German, Hiskiel says, "Ein Haragin, you can't put the witnesses to death." But the Yochanan in the Haragin, the Yochanan says, "Yes, you can. Yes, you can." What's the machlokes? Hiskiel doesn't have Rabbi Akiva, doesn't have Rabbi Akiva. Shabbos say Hiskiel doesn't have Rabbi Akiva.
Plus, he's my boss.
Now, the truth is, this machlokes, Rabbi Akiva, and the Rabbanan Rashi points out over here. Is a machlokes in Bava Basra, Cheskas Hatat. But ultimately, again, can you put Edom Zomer? Can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Edom Zomer if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Davar ROTHSCHILD. Rabbi Yochanan on the other hand is Rabbanan. Davar Ba'afidu Chatzi Davar. Again, the opposite Rabbanan. The Rabbanan say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the machlokes? We know that this deal would agree. Interesting. The Edom operation on solar or molar. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple days ago. This was actually, I think this was Lucas's information. Solar and Mora, the first time that he steals money by meat and wine, he's not doing it. Like the first time was a warning. The first time was Malchus. So the second time, ultimately, that he's put together as Solar and Mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, in order to this would agree, Beidin HaAchronim shall ben Solar Umor Shormu Shnei Rabbi. So there's a reason to this. So let's say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll read this. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Ruvain steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, purchase meat and wine and eating and so forth. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. And those witnesses, now imagine this. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Ruvain steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have snack as well as us, even Zoning. So now we're going to put them to death because we're going to put Ruvain the kid to death. So I say, I didn't claim 1 second. We only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even Hiskiel would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because Shecholim Lomar Harishonim on the case, Bahani Akrini, Davar Ka'afi. Because the first set of witnesses can say, look, all our testimony did was to make Ruvain the kid reliable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So now let's get about. So let's say before this, you appreciate being introduced over here. The being introduced over here is when you have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even dominated, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental opposing between Hiskey and Yochanan. Hiskey says no. Hiskey says no. Hiskey is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, Dabar v'lo chachikala. The only time you should put a Zomi to death is when your testimony is complete to put the defendant to death. But if you're only delivering partial testimony, you can't give them the reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan is that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can visit the reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately execute. That's how much that is. Okay, so once I gave all the base, second one, most people that talk about e-hockey, delay. So that's what Papa says. And we should put the witnesses to testify about the Mechira, which also put them to death. Why?
Does anybody else? Am I the only person with grapes? Does anyone else have a thyroid issue?
Could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv
Vladimir, what's up?
If you didn't connect,
Dude, I got a lot of stuff.
technically
I got Graves' disease, small teeth, sick
liable
gums.
to is not.
I got a headache. My wrist is.
Under
I
those
may be broken again.
So Allah
You know, it's not
say
something
that
about
the
that I'll tell you about
liability rests upon the
A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of being having a black belt and being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache.
And then
So it's not really that big.
I
was telling part of podcast is having chronic disease. I think that's true. What is it that got you? More partly being here, or the public site? I would say it was the what is it? Inherent things.
Since this gets something up to death, if you're not to death,
Probably
obviously the halacha is that they get noticed. The Eva Biochel, because again, if it was the Biochel, even though in the Arabian, obviously not loud, Shemikin as far as we can see. There's a Biochel. Once he's being executed, so this is a lot that is given over to execution by Beis. The Cholach Shemikin as far as we says, Beis is a local law. And what they say in the halacha is, anytime Beis is executing someone, there's not motives for that sin and threat. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be involved.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant dice. Oh, yeah, it's like everybody likes it.
I'm going to pop off. The most very important line. I'm going to pop off. The Edi Mechira, it's called the Amalot to the Gemara. Everyone agrees that Jesus is the Lord that testified, like we saw Reuben sell Shimon. That his liability to and now let's say again, those very same witnesses are many agents only, so there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Reuben would have been made liable to death. Several agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Edi Mechira, those witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as a Jew. Okay. So where's the machlokas? Keep reading. It's very interesting. The Edi Geneva. The machlokas of Moshe is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are maybe agents only. What is their liability? Now watch this. This says, ain't no liability. They're not put to death. Why not? You may go to the dot time out, and if you look at that time out, this essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping is just mere kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. What are they making Reuben liable to? Who making liable to? Damascus. That's it. And therefore, if I have the agent zoning, okay, the witness says it's Damascus, but nothing more. If there's the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon, those are the ones who make Reuben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses have the agent zoning, they're not put to death. That's easy. But the other one says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? It was kind of,
we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not going to lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it for you. I won't put sugar all over your dicks and vaginas and tell you it's delicious.
Of course, there should be
So
liability for
we
shit
didn't
itself.
really plan
So let's say, so this
a
is
lot.
our, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. So
They were
interestingly
like,
enough,
we need Diet
according to
Coke.
our
So
partners
Gerardo got
approach
Diet
over
Coke.
here now,
And I was like, what kind of
so
food should we have?
I will say,
Streaming for
these
so
are
long.
because this is
So
going to build
this
us
is
with
my
Allah
girl.
for
This
myself.
bakeries
Great
are
talk about
it's not
it
coffee
goes without
table.
saying
Listen,
that Allah for
I
myself,
wasn't gonna
the
get donuts. I
Ibn
wasn't.
Heroes,
The
if they are
donuts. So I
made
got
into Ibn
a
Zulumin,
bunch of bacon. I'm
will
so
be
tired. I
put to
forgot where I was
death.
going.
Why?
Just check back
Because
in
it's
the
their
chat.
testimony that Ruben
Ryan Hardy,
sold
where did you get the
chili, that
Queen
Ruben sold
jersey,
chili,
Eddie?
that ultimately
Okay,
again would
I
create
got the Queen
liability
jersey
for Ruben. So they found the Ibn Zulumin put to death. What about the Ibn Geneva?
What is that
So
site
again,
where you?
Shakespeare
It's like I've
says,
never
no,
used it
they're not
before.
put
Where
to
you
death. Why?
bid on
Because
things.
Geneva by itself will just make Ruben
That's how
liable for
Grace
lashes.
hit hard.
So what are you talking
I got
about?
it on
What are
that
you
site
talking
where you
about?
bid on
There's
stuff.
Ibn Geneva,
I wasn't sure
this
about
is the
jersey
beginning of
sizes.
capital
So I did
liability. So of
ChatGPT.
course, if
What
we're
is
talking Ibn
large
Zulumin,
jersey
then
size?
Allah for my
You
son,
don't
that's what
know?
the death as well.
48,
Incredible.
80,
More
eBay.
than
That's
that,
it.
even if
See, you
you're
asked the question. You knew the
so
answer already. That's the kind of opinion we
that
want.
seems to be where we're going to
Thank you
settle
for helping.
in your
I got it on
kidnapping case.
eBay.
Now,
I
what's
bid
up?
a little bit under, and I won immediately. And I was like, damn, I should have bid way less.
So that's Minnesota, right? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Minnesota.
But it wasn't that expensive.
What are they
And it
making
came,
Minnesota liable to?
and then
Or
like
not Minnesota, yeah. What are
yesterday,
they making
I
it
go,
liable to?
I got a little surprise for you,
Malchus.
Gerardo.
So therefore, again,
And he was
the
like, oh,
first
I think I already
set
know what
that
it
made
is.
it to
I had forgotten that I
we'll
texted
get
him.
Malchus.
Oh shit,
It's the
Gerardo's calling me.
second set
I'll put on
really
speaker.
creates general
Alright, you're on
liability.
speaker.
Most of the Oklahoma days are showing Shovel Solar
You
in
know I
the
want sugar free. Don't ask me stupid questions. No, okay,
But
thank you.
even if the
I
Oklahoma would
appreciate
agree
it. Alright, I'm sorry.
that the first set of witnesses by Ben Solar in the if they're made into Ibn Zulumin, they are not put to death.
You
Why?
guys are sugar-free people, I'm assuming, right? Is it, I'm glad that he asked, but because you
We
sometimes
didn't
go
come
hard,
to make
I
this
gotta,
reliable.
I gotta
What did we come to make them liable?
But anyways,
Malchus,
I ordered
and
the,
therefore,
I was talking to
myself,
Gerardo, and
there's
he's like, I think I know
for
what
them,
it is. I'm
but
like, what do you
also
need? He's like,
be,
you,
it's
asked for
incredible.
quick thing. Apparently I had texted
Says,
to him.
so also
I
it's
forgot.
interesting.
It's just,
You
know, I mean, the grapes
have
is
to stop
really,
with this.
recently I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice, but I'm not really sure.
So this is incredible.
Yeah, dude, I mean, all sugar-free soda's pretty good. So,
Says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sora and
I don't have any.
So we're actually going to end up on this thing. We'll pick up on this tomorrow. But I just want to point out
Sure, it'd be great to have one, but I don't know anyone that knows
why.
Matan.
So you
if
look
you
at
all
this
know
statement, what do
Matan,
you say to yourself?
you can tell him to come on our show.
This makes absolutely
if he has the time,
no sense.
We'd love to have
But I
him.
will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which
Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but now I think he's
this is
hysterical.
all going to make so much sense. Now let's say, what is the entire Yisod Purim?
Cooney doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull until he, that's exactly right.
No
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, FB. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank him.
Keep reading. Keep moving
Is the
forward.
light count
Keep
good?
learning.
I haven't looked at it.
Keep growing. And
To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check.
see
Gerardo does the
how
checking
all
of
of the
light counts.
beautiful and
I'll just
holy
trust your
pieces
word for
are.
it.
So stop over here for
But yeah,
today.
definitely like
Tomorrow
the
morning,
video.
Eretz Hashem.
Pretty helpful.
Right early.
Yeah, we got Patreon content. We just watched Kill Tony. We watched Jordan Jensen's new stand-up special. Jordan's funny.
Tomorrow morning
Chill like Jeff B.
just
Enjoyed
again, just an as an app. We'll be learning
Pretty
the
good.
experience for the
Pretty good
Christian
stuff.
davening will be
We
in the
watched
main
on
show
the Patreon.
tomorrow
We
morning.
watched specials and we're
Shikaya.
never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd rather have my teeth. Listen, Ski Popeye. I mean, you could just drink neither one. Don't have up your teeth. You gotta make sure you got a dentist beak. You don't want to end up. Gerardo's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Gerardo is getting like a root canal soon. I don't want that.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual cemetery sponsors for Tafshin Pei 5785 Kosim Mishpava of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shumers Roshos this year. And this episode covers for all of the Adar Yisrael. Our cemetery sponsors for the month of Adar. Abounding with total Harry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Artsy Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zipporah. And our cup learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah Zipporah. Must be up there in the Merit of our Torah, all of the Neshama Sadar Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah should have until it's Chol Yisrael, and Shpat Hashem Hashem bring home all of our hostages, and the rest of Hashem will be soldiers that should be successful before Maaseh. Listen, in fact, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is page Vav 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Teham, days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. So it says now we're talking about the interesting sugya, fascinating sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tainus Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordechai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashkachas Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, at Tainus Esther, to begin Hagonid Nefesh Yisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, is nisa, is punishment, is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. I go in that Mishnah, so if one goes ahead and kidnaps you, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your reshus, into your domain. Rabbi says, Rabbi says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. You go to the Pasuk this Amerbo Umakro. The Pasuk says to us, the Pasuk entirety is, he must each Gonid Nefesh Me'achav Me'Yisrael. The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew. His Amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him, and he sold him, and the kidnapper is put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says the halacha is really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. What happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son, and you saw Rabbi Yochanan ben Broka and the Chayiv, that's the common portion. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Broka says, you're Chayiv, and ultimately the Chacham say you're Chayiv. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokes over here? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Evel, Chatzi Ben Chomer? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda Mechayiv becomes poaching. Rabbi Yehuda says that you're Chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are poaching. Okay, so now a lot to unpack over here. So first things first, the Tanakama Lo Ba'id. So remember again, the first machlokes in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you bring them into your reshus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the individual. So I have a Gemara asks, according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, and I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this Amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? So everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shayla is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and, let's say, generates less than a shana prutas worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda asked the following question. Ganbo umachro yoshen mahu. So what's this interesting question? What happens from magical alone to Reuven kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep. He kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper. Right, so he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So, okay, what's that law? So ultimately, again, is there liability? You've actually said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So, Machar Ishal Obra Mahu. Or what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Reuben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech imur b'kaf or in derech imur b'kaf. So is this considered to be humor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? Which person am I talking about? Specifically, to let the imur klal. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember what's the case? Reuben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no imor at all. There's no working over here at all. To which the Gemara says, no, what's the case over here? Look, tzricha yoshin dezaga alel isha d'okma ba'ate zeka derech imur b'kaf or in derech imur b'kaf. Go what's the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imor or not? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach that in order to see kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. Number two, you have to bring them into your shus. And number three, you have to work them. So the shayla is this called working the individual, to which the Gemara says take. Gemara these are resolved. There's a tremendous responsibility on this. The Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale, and so the shayla just is this called a kidnapping or not? Is that called derech imor? You wonder to yourself, how can someone sleep through all of that? Right? How can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shluch. That people really could sleep. That people could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through kidnapping. People could sleep through selling. And people could sleep through life. And you could be asleep at the wheel of life. Through so many twists and turns. And you miss so much. And you don't realize so much. And so much of our avodah in life is hisorari is to be awake. Is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, "Tanabana, ki manse ish koni nefesh me'achov, imi ela ish shaganat ish. Imi ela ish shaganat. Ishim knows." So the lashon of the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? The Gonevish. Pasuk says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Amy other ish shagana bein isha bein ish. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The isha shagana the ish. Similarly again, if a woman kidnaps a man, isha shagana the isha man. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes hagana pahu mikol makom. The pasuk says the gana will be put to death. And again, mikol makom doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the pasuk. You're talking about the brayso. Kimasi ish koni nefesh me'achov. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. Gunbo below machro. Machro gunbo below machro. What happens if Reuben kidnapped Shimon? And what happened? Reuben kidnapped Shimon, but he did not yet sell it. Gunbo below machro. Or machro va'adayin yeshna b'shuso. Or Reuben sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuben kidnapped Shimon, but didn't yet sell it. Case number two, he sold him, but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishus. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuben is discovered, he's pater. Now, when we say pater, he's pater from Isa. Pater from Isa. That's not biblical kidnapping. This is an interesting case. What happens if Reuben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuben is guys. Again, we'll discuss all these cases. One who goes ahead and still kidnaps an Eved is Potter. Okay, Tabo K-Bob 86A. Kani Rav Sheshes. Amalei. Ani Shon Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. Me'echov ad shiyotzienu meshus echov v'at amechayim. So I will say, so now specifically, the Gemara is focusing on the case of where Reuben kidnaps Shimon and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay, so now, interestingly enough, so Rav Sheshes said as follows: the time of talk before Rav Sheshes, so Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echad, from their brethren, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Tani Potter. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon, someone else, then ultimately, again, Reuben would be Potter. So the Gemara says, 1 second. My question, what's the problem over here? Perhaps it's because of opinions. Perhaps this is a machlokas to which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Stam Masnisin Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosef Rabbi Nechemia, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon, Bekul Rabbi Akiva. No, you can't interpret it that way because since Halacha L'Maisa, we have these principles. But with Stam Mishnah follows a Stam Tosefta, a Stam Sifra, a Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Brisa said, and in fact the halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is potter. When we say potter, remember again, potter means potter from death penalty, because halacha in order to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, it's fascinating. Hagoni, so the next thing the Mishnah said is what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was a machlok. Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan Mabroka, said that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're potter. So let's analyze. My time to Rabbanon. Why did the Rabbanon say that you're potter? I'm Rabbi, I'm a pro, because the pasuk says ki masei prat lematzui. Because the most lashon of the pasuk is ki matzei ish goniv nefesh me'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you, extra normally found with you? Kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon, who ultimately again say that you are potter. Okay. Okay, so now what you want to tell me is he must say means only in this circumstance, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, Kimatze ish shochev in isha bu'ulas ba'al. Pasuk talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right, with another woman, with a woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. That base ploni was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. Chazal weren't very happy with this because it is not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe. It could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the Gemara suggesting here, tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this. Because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not key matzah, it's not like a new circumstance. He wouldn't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, how can I be tearing? Would you say at this point, and of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately against from matzah. Rather, v'nimt sabiyado. What does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? V'goni ishu macharo, v'nimt sabiyado. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So v'nimtsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately, again, a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that therefore, again, I'm a rabbi, and I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he passes. Grandma passes like the Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, I just want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, I want to say, one thing to remember is, we hold also Dina Dina. So remember, a lot of these, we're talking about in the vacuum is halacha. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own lands, so its own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not biblical kidnapping, but if Dina Damapusa says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So Marsa Amrav Rav is based on this halacha. Hani mikri dardiki umastu rabbanon kimitsuyin biyadan dami damu uptiri. So let's say, so this is fascinating. So Rav is based on this. Teachers, right? Teachers. Mikri dardiki means teachers who teach young children kriya, umastu rabbanon, and also teach other students. Right? Teach rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore, they are not considered to be benimtsu. It's a technical issue over here, and I guess it seems to be indicating that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with the Rabbi, which is just an interesting thing about this from the Gemara's perspective. About how much time children spent with their Rabbi. Fascinating idea of it. And once again, we see this motif a number of times of how the Rabbi-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. We see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, in any event, takeaway from this is we pass like Rabbanon, and if Rabbi Paskins that if a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. Ganav Mishachat. So says, remember again, next machlokes in the Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Ben Chorin, what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Huda says, Chayis, the Chacham say that you're potter. Let's analyze. Says the Gemara, Tanan Hasa, we learn. Rabbi Huda Omer, Ein la'avadim boshes. Okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement over here. Rabbi Huda says an Eved has no boshes. Now, what does it mean Eved has no boshes? Rashi says over here, in the Avodim Boshes, Hamismayish Esa Eved Lo Chiyaf L'Tor Lesis Mebashto. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called Boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avodim and Eved doesn't have boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Eved, ultimately again there is no payment. If you are Samatan, let's have this Makra, Ki Natsu Anoshim Yachtov, Ish Ve'achav. Mish Yesh Lo Achva, Yotza Eved She'in Lo Achva. Rabbi Yehuda says because the pasuk that talks about boshes It talks about humiliation. It talks about the lashon of kinasu anashim yachdav ish ve'echav. So someone who has echav, someone who has achva, familial relations, for people who is related to us, a sense of family, he has boshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately again, it doesn't have boshes. And therefore an eved, Rashi says, or eved she'in lo achva, ba'afilu im echav b'nei aviv v'chsiv amachamar, imachamar, imadom l'chamar, eno eloki behema. So from a halachic perspective, an eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore in technicality, he is not lying, he is not entitled to boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, echav is a mitzvah. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does echav mean? Echav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does echav refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvos. And interestingly enough, an eved is your brother in mitzvos. Why? Because an eved, remember, we're talking about an eved Kanani over here, right? Because, bless you, an eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. So an eved Kanani. An eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvos. How so? Because an eved Kanani, remember, again, is still chayiv in any mitzvos that a woman is chayiv. So therefore, he's your echav in mitzvos, and therefore the Rabbanan say, he does have boshes. So the Gemara says, v'halchi hechi darsh. And over here, in our context, in our subject, how we dash in the psukim. Rabbi Yehuda Savar me'echav. Rabbi Yehuda says me'echav. So let's remember again. Lashon over here is ki matzei ish donei nefesh me'echav. If a person will be found to be kidnapping another person me'echav. So watch this. So Rabbi Yehuda dashes me'echav. La'fuke avadim. Echav comes to exclude avadim. That avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore again, if somebody kidnaps an eved, ultimately again they're not liable. So Gemara says b'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nai Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi B'nai Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, B'nai Yisrael, Miutim Misha Chatzi B'nai Chorin. B'nai Yisrael, Miutim Chatzi B'nai Chorin. Sorry, I just lost the place. Me'achava Fuki Afadim, B'nai Yisrael, Miutim Misha Chatzi B'nai Chorin. Mi B'nai Yisrael, so this is very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So me'echav comes to exclude an eved. Good. So mi b'nei Yisrael comes to exclude chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. And then again, mi b'nei Yisrael there's two exclusions of chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut el rabos. The miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why Yehuda holds that if you kidnap a chatzi and chatzi b'nei chorin, you chayiv. Ultimately, again, you are liable. So I think that starts in just a moment. Okay.
All right, please don't make any abundigas.
Okay, so let's say, so therefore again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does this come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. That's what we do drasha. The Rabbanon, what will they say? The Rabbanon me'echav la'afiki avadim lo mashmalu. The Rabbanon don't use the hold of the echav. Because remember again, as we saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? They use echav to teach me echav the mitzvahs. So therefore, they don't see echav as an exclusion for avadim. The ha'achiv hu b'mitzvahs. Because ultimately, the eved is my brother in mitzvahs. B'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, chalani uti eved. One is to exclude eved. The chalani uti means chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin, and one is to exclude chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. Okay, so I'll say. So ultimately, again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is our fundamental machlokas. If you kidnap a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the levels come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha, and they exclude chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. We'll say Rambam Paskins, ultimately again like that comment, and therefore if one were to go ahead and kidnap a Chatzi B'nei one would be potter. Okay, incredible. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. From where do you see, where's the lav? Where is the lav to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov. Rabbi Yoshia says, we're not from no Signov. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Mim Teres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn out from the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara, and the truth is not really arguing. So also this is very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your shus. And number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really 4 steps, but we'll call it 3. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshua and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the lav of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the lav ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. So the Gemara says, good. Turn up on it. Lo signov, Torah says, do not steal. They go made the farshas hakos of Medaber. The Torah is talking about, again, kidnapping. So we'll say, so, you tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? I don't know, how do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says, so, say ulamad, so we'll say, so let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? So we'll say, so sometimes the way to understand what a particular pasuk is talking about is how through the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called davar halami mi'inyano. Something, a pasuk that to be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. So we'll say the pasuk that says lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo sechakru ishpa'amito. What are we talking about over there? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. The pasuk we're talking about is lo sirtza. Sorry, asarsa debros. Lo sirtza, lo sinaf, lo sino, lo signov, lo sana berecha et shakir. So it's asarsa debros, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which lo signov is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, Makas medaber. What is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, when you look at the context, what's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And the signal of don't steal is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the gneva that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah must be talking about over here. Go nev nefashos. Tanya idach, another brayso. Lo signovu. The go nev mammon. The pasuk says lo signovu. So we'll say. So this is the pasuk from before. Lo signovu v'lo sechachashu v'lo sechakru ishpamito. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by lo sechachashu really means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the Gemara says the go nev mammon that's talking about. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, how do you know someone's stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Say on the mad. Once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So which principle? Understand what a particular pasuk is talking about through the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk of lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo sechakru ishpamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the gneva in this context must also be financial liability. B'mammon, ashkan b'mammon. So it's very important. So therefore, lo signov in the aseres hadibros is talking about kidnapping. And the Torah says don't steal from a kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses, Therefore, Allah said the gneva mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says lo signovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, lo sechachashu, do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, gneva is talking about money. Incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. So I say, now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that Allah is liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them into your shus. You have to go out and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, we have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Reuven sell Shimon. Now I'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eidos, but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Reuven kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halachic issue. Now, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Zomim, right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first set, you cannot have seen Reuven sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon because you were with us that day. And they say to the second set, you couldn't have said it could be the same set of Mazim, second doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Reuven sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, so now, look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kite Eidim, it's Rashi, Eidei Gneva ve'Eidei Mechira. Shnei Kite Eidim, Achas Se'ida Shekana v'Sanefesh v'Achas Se'ida Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that Reuven kidnapped Shimon, one set testified that Reuven sold Shimon. So now they're both made into Eidim Zomim. So remember again, what's the halacha? How does Eidim Zomim, right? When witnesses are made into Eidim Zomim, what's their punishment? So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Reuven. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuven. Right? Because one set testified that Reuven kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Reuven to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Reuven sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So what they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, so the Gemara seems to be suggesting, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuven. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. Now, when they're made into Eidim Zomim, Chizkiah says, "Ein haragim." You can't put the witnesses to death. Rabbi Yochanan or Neharagim. Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Chizkiah damar Rabbi Akiva damar davar v'lo chatzi davar. Shabbos say Chizkiah is like Rabbi Akiva. Now the truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan, Rashi points out over here, is a machlokes in Baba Basra cheskas habatim. But ultimately, again, can you put Eidim Zomim? Can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Eidim Zomim if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with hazama based on that. Rabbi Yochanan on the other holds a drabar. Davar ba'afilu chasi davar. Again, Rabbi Yochanan is a drabar. So Rabbanan say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle. Ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this from the Machlokes? Even Chizkiah would agree. Interesting. Well, so listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually, I think this was a new piece of information. Ben Sora Umora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not convicted, right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. It's only the second time, ultimately, that he's put to death as Ben Sora Umora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, Chizkiah would agree, Beidin Ha'achronim, Shal Ben Sora Umora Shuhozmu, Shinei. So listen to this. So let's say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine and eating ate, like we saw before. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen that because you're with us, even Zoman. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of his first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So let's say, just you appreciate what's being introduced over here. What's being introduced over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither who are able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even Zomamin, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental focus between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Because Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put Eidim Zomin to death is when their testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them the reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can visit reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how my focus. Okay, so once I pick on base, second line down. So that's what Papa says. And we should put the witnesses who testify about the Mechila. We should also put them to death. Why? Remember again, the Idei Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv a malchus, right? Because we'll say, if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to is malchus. It's not chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. So Allah is thinking we should say that complete liability rests upon the Idei Geneva. If he came at the Kashavra, Chizkiah below lucky. So Chizkiah is suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus. But we learned Idei Geneva benefesh. So ultimately, even if you have witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, and then those same witnesses remain to Eidim Zomin, Chizkiah Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amar Lokin, Chad Amar Ilok. One opinion says that they get malchus. One opinion says they don't get malchus. But we said. It must be Chizkiah who says that ultimately they get malchus. Why? Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get malchus. Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, given our neragim, once he's being executed, so this is a lav that is given over to execution by Beis Din. And I was saying in general, the halacha is anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, even lo lucky, even way if you lucky. So in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be given malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give the Zomi malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, by the Rosh Papa says this is a very important line. Amra Papa, the Edi Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Pigi Dinera. So this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that if witnesses come along and testify, right, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. That there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zolman, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Eidim Mechira, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as Eidim Zolman. Okay. So where's the machlokes? Keep thinking. It's very interesting. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Eidim Zolman. What is their liability? Now watch this. Hiskia says, Ein Neharagim. They're not put to death. Why not? Hiskia essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon, what are they making Reuven liable to? What are they making him liable to? To Malchus. That's it. And therefore, they're found to be Eidim Zolman. Okay, they make them subject to Malchus, but nothing more. It's really this second set of witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuven liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, it's the first set of witnesses that come to Eidim Zolman, they're not put to death. That's Hiskia. Rabbi Yochanan says no. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuven kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Because we'll say kidnapping is the beginning of Mechira. In other words, how can we divorce the two processes? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokes. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the Eidim Mechira, if they are made into Eidim Zolman, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuven sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liabilities for Reuven. So if they're found to be Eidim Zolman, they're put to death. What about the Eidim Geneva? So again, Hiskia says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Reuven liable to lashes. What are you talking about? Right? Eidim Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Eidim Zolman, then halacha l'maisa they are put to death as well. Incredible. More Rabbi Yochanan, even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Because what happens in Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? It's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they're made into Eidim Zolman, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really creates general liability. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made into Eidim Zolman, they are not put to death. Why? Because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah the punishment for them will also be incredible. Rabbi says, so it's interesting. So Rabbi, listen to this phrase, we have to stop with this. Hakom odu ben Sora umora, hakom odu ben Sora umora, umachokes ben Sora umora. So I said, this is incredible. Each one of these great Jews, only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora. Like, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sora Mora. So we're actually going to end up on this statement. We'll pick up with this Rabbi, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? What do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But Rabbi said, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. I was saying, what is the entire Yisod of Purim? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading. Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. So stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, in Eretz Hashem, bright and early, 5:40. So early readings. We like to Tehillim at 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, so stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Eretz Hashem, but I think share tomorrow morning at 5:40. Just an answer. We'll be learning in here in the Expression from the Eretz Hashem. Davening will be in the main shul tomorrow morning. On one side, Shuvaya.
He'll fall asleep,
So you started at 9, so you have like 16 hours left.
I know. Oh my God, why are you trying to make us think of that? Are you a numbers guy? Yeah, come on, a numbers guy. Fucking numbers guy is here right now, dude. Are you a bot, dude? Yeah, bot.
Oh yeah, I'm a bot.
I think, it's 4 o'clock right now, right? Or 3:30. Yeah, we have a lot of time left here. Listen, we'll see how long the devices work, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so let's say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
Like sometimes people unplug things on purpose. You never know.
It'd be funny too if you guys ended up
you know what the biggest one was in history? You know, was this right? Have you heard about this? What? The biggest thing it's Burbank, technically, but the owner of Flappers had a poop so big that it clogged the entirety of Burbank. And there was no toilets worked, no running water, and it was all because of the size of Barb's shit. Yes.
A week of learning sponsors, Colin Catholic College, remember, grandfathers, and I got training sponsors today, Aaron Bonka, and then we all have Moshe Feinstein.
And that's why they charge extra. That gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers because of the toilets.
We understand these, come up, from the rest of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful the whole mass.
He can't shit.
That's
weird. Craziest thing ever.
Everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 185. We are up to a nurse. We left off on page 9 on the days 84b. And we left off 6 lines up from the bottom.
If you told, even with how ridiculous Flappers is, if you had told me back then that Josh would be the booker, the talent booker, I'd have been like, I don't think so. But I don't know why, because they had Richie before that. It was just as weird.
If the son injures his father, he's Chayiv Chenek. So the Shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and
he's good. That's a lot of responsibility for one man.
Is that committed or not? So interestingly enough, we have 2 opinions for Rav Masno and Rav Dimi Rachina, who both seem to say yes. But then we might quote 2 stories of Rav and Margaret Ravina, who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to land spoil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Gemara goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shalyad, Victor Boasakot. So what's his name again? He's now switching over to Hilchot Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small tent, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and use that on Shabbos. It's not too much. So why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially when that draws blood, ultimately, again, isn't just a dull ice or so. What do you do? How do you skill up? Give you a puzzle injury. How do they skill up? And again, although the shogig is intentional kabula, but nevertheless, it's a shogig of skill up, which is not a custom, the culture. that's different, because if there's a chabura that's caused by kicking out of the splinter, that's mekalkel. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, "Come on, then mekalkel patra." So that's not according to the opinion that says mekalkel is patra. But in general, on Shabbos, when you do something destructive, that is patra. Al manzamer chayiv making it. According to the opinion that says mekalkel is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? Which the Gemara says, "Man Shabbos we know mekalkel b'chabura chayiv." Who's the opinion that says that mekalkel by chabura, because the chabura is killful and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Tachot Pei. Rabbi Shimon Amar Malacha Shifal Gufa. Patra that. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion that says that any malacha Shifal Gufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your patra. Okay. So the word goes off. So we'll say, so bottom line, by the way, so what happens in that kind of situation? We're just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that will be a malacha Shifal Gufa. In general, they'll say, you don't call Shabbos, what do you call Shabbos? Malachas not Shabbos. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day, you do a malacha, but malacha is something not necessary, then ultimately it's not also on Shabbos. Now that being said, you don't take out splinters on Shabbos, and you leave splinters on Shabbos, Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a davar shel miskavin, like even though it's not shel shifal gufa, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous issue, what about a son doing bloodletting for father? This is a big thing. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday. That
he did a video on his YouTube channel where it's like Jeff Dye hates women or something, and he goes, and it's him, and he's like, all these people think I hate women. I don't hate women. Women are great. In fact, here's a list of women I think are funny. And he starts listing off women that he thinks are funny, and he puts their picture up. It's so good. It's everything you would think it was. Yeah. No, if he wasn't, then it would be funny.
Let's say again,
but he was like, at one point, he goes, he looks at his own list that he made, and he's like, Don, who's that? He forgot who the woman was. And he's like, oh, wait, yeah, no, she's good.
Again, it will make his
and they
dad
were all like, it was like witty
let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor.
But he's like, see, I don't hate women. I think they're, they can be funny sometimes. Say something like that. It was amazing.
A son should not do anything to a father that causes
we lost a good one.
Even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's what it's for. So let's say, but Ramah is a very important qualifier. Hagar, what is this trouble?
Oh, you're worried about shit. I'm worried about Whitney.
When there's someone else to go ahead and provide this quote-unquote service for the father.
I feel bad saying this again. Maybe, you know what? I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to leave that. I'll tell you later. Everyone in the chat knows. I'm not going to say that again. I don't want that. I don't want to clip of me saying that. Now that I think about it, I'll leave it.
But the Shulchan is a very interesting qualifier. He says,
but it's good.
He has to get the shus from his father. That's what it is. So in other words,
thanks for subbing.
is that a son should not do these
He
things
said
for his
sub
father.
balloon.
Like that's the law. Like maybe I think if there's no one else there, a son could do it. But really, you should get the shus from his father before going ahead and doing anything or cause the joining of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the son, that the father is the capacity to give the shus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally, better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties. But again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more rishos a little bit later on today. Shows like Kapos Pei 85A, second line there, very interesting page. What are your rotations? Yes, the function rotations. Then Mount Yas Shliach La'aviv Lahakoso for the color. Wow, listen to this. His son is the agent of the court, strikes his father or to curse his father. Now, what does this mean? He knows about it. Mount Yas Shliach La'aviv Lahakoso in this type of a Nidui Tomachos. So what we're seeing now, the question is like this. Let's say again, right, Avram and Yitzchak, Avram Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by David, judged by Beis Din for Malchus, get lashes. Or Avram is going to be put in excommunication.
There was that one, the
Remember
moon
again,
laser,
now
the
the Shaitan
moon
is, let's say,
thing was
Yitzchak,
about
the son, is employed by the Beis Din.
something
So
about
Yitzchak,
like how something's
go
fake.
ahead
I
and
forget
carry out
with the
these
Kirk stuff.
sentences against his father. So again, it's not the son
I
acting
don't
on
know,
his
but
own
you know
volition.
he will.
It's the son acting as a shliach
At
HaBeis
some point
Din.
soon.
The Gemara says, listen to this. Amalei, v'acham yetiro. So the Gemara asks such fascinating questions. So in general, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Malchus, or Avram is judged for the excommunication. By the way, so part of excommunication was a curse. You get cursed by Beis Din. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew.
Guillermo's so much more talented
Can
than
you go over to
Cal.
another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed. So the Gemara says, someone else stop.
Cal, do you know
Stop
the
another
band The
Jew.
Swell Season?
How are they permitted to
You know
flog
the movie
someone?
once?
How are they permitted to curse someone? Listen, this is beautiful. Ella, kavod shamayim hadis.
Yeah.
And then we'll say,
I
so
saw
why
them.
is it that Beis Din in general, like anyone in Beis Din, is allowed to flog another Jew?
I saw them last night at the Greek, and the guy, he said that they were supposed to be killed. Can you believe that? Yeah, they came to LA. Yeah.
That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Baruch Hu and they're deserving from Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. For someone who's deserving ultimately again, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of Baruch Hu goes there and comes before the covenant of any other person. That's the logic. And ultimately, again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for New Year as well. So again, that's Gemara's decision. So they say,
I've been there twice. This time we got the seats in the front, and they're super nice seats. Good food, very laid back. Everyone's friendly. It's not like one of those like venues where they're very strict about shit. They're just kind of, oh yeah, your seats over there.
Who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike
The
them.
Greek is the
Someone who I'm not
Hollywood
obligated to
Bowl
strike,
sauce on it.
certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Alright, so no idea what you guys are talking
It's
about.
very good.
So Mark says,
Very
my
good
love,
place.
easy to eat even not
Highly
mitzvah.
recommend.
So perhaps
Who would
both
you see?
cases in the Bryce are talking about Bakum Mitzvah, where someone was deserving of Malchus. Right? See, someone who's deserving of lashes. And what happens? Habad no, haba'achar. Maybe one Bryce is talking about son, and one Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, and the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of Malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting energy, but when you work with the Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person Malchus, so someone else is committed to administer it. To which the Gemara says, no, the motion of no, motion of the Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. No kasha. And the Makom Mitzvah, function of the Makom Mitzvah, one is talking about Makom Mitzvah, and one is talking about not a Makom Mitzvah. What is that mean? What does that mean, Makom Mitzvah, not Makom Mitzvah? So the Tashkis, what's Makom Mitzvah? Makom Mitzvah is where someone is chayiv Malchus from Beis Din. Shalom b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv Malchus from Beis Din. So someone's chayiv Malchus from Beis Din, as much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv Malchus, you're not going to hit them. That's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So the halacha tradition means to say, here we go. Uma b'makom mitzvah shemitzvah la'akoso mitzvah. Mitzvah shal la'akoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of Makom Mitzvah, in the case of Makom Mitzvah, let's take this.
That is crazy that we're at the age now where the bands are like reuniting. Like, I guess me seeing the Swell Season is like my parents forced me to see the Temptations.
Let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is the son, not his son,
Who's still alive from Peter
Yitzchak
Paul
is going to administer the Malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of Malchus. This is our eyesight. To flog someone, even one more lash than they are chayiv for. That's what the report says.
I went to Martha's Vineyard, and
even in the
I
case
stayed
where a
at
person is
Chilmar.
liable to lashes,
And you know, Joe, I don't know how much you know about Martha's Vineyard, but that's where like Larry David.
there's a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable
That's where
to.
Larry David
Shalom
and
b'makom
Alan
mitzvah,
Dershowitz got
when
into a
someone is
fight.
not liable
Did
to
you hear about
lashes,
that?
so the Gemara says,
Larry David
Mishay
like got
Ashar
into his
Shalom
face.
b'makom
You
mitzvah,
suck, you fucking
she'en
asshole.
mitzvah la'akoso
So
I've always thought like maybe I'll run into the calendar this year, but I went to the Chilmark Tavern, which is right next to the cottage we're staying at, and
Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the
we
Gemara
sit
is
down,
now, by the
and
way,
the dersh
what do we do with
walks
this halacha?
up.
So the
He starts walking towards the restaurant, and I'm like, oh my god, that's Alan Dershowitz. So I try to whisper it to my family, and they're all like, who? What? I go, Alan. They're like, Alan. They're yelling his name as he's walking out. And he sat at the table next to us, and he's literally right next to me. And my mom's like, where is he sitting? I go, behind me.
Carry out the punishment
And
of
then
Beis Din upon his father.
I did a
If the
selfie.
son is working for Beis Din, is that mutter or not?
I wanted to give him shit, but my family was there, and it felt fucked up.
Listen to this.
I didn't. I saw him twice then. Because he was at the tavern, and then we bought tickets to a play, and his daughter was the star of the play.
And his son comes along.
So we watched. He sat at the table next to me there too, but then he didn't. Thankfully, didn't have a seat near me during the play.
Another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be potter. So what's going on here? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. Alright? If someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, he asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately identity from the son of someone else? But look, this stuff is very interesting. In the Savin Bolmotzis Be'eri Yosef. Okay,
She's
so
famous
this
for
is
saying the
fascinating.
banality of
So let's say,
evil,
what's the case?
describing
Avram was
the,
condemned to death. It was something we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the sector.
So
About the process for leading
the
someone
play
to
was
death,
her
again by
getting
Skila.
interrogated, so it's like her and then a
What's the
soldier.
case?
So
The
Bob
case where Avram was
Sean
condemned,
could have been the
but
soldier.
he won't go.
That'd be great.
It's a lot of
They'd be like,
sense.
what were you
Right?
doing in the
He won't
library?
go. Right?
Oh,
He
you know,
won't go.
library books are
So
big.
therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you
She's like,
prod him?
actually, I
Hit
like
him.
books. Oh, really?
Right?
What
Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this
I go,
distinction.
I'd rather watch that than what I saw.
If the son
The
hits him
lawyer could have
or
been.
curses him, the son will be
We took,
liable.
that was another thing
If
that was
someone
kind of
else
funny.
hits him or
We,
curses him, they won't be
we
liable.
heard,
So
we
the
got
Gemara
a
says,
phone call from Mark Burley's lawyer.
in the Sargon Bolmotzes.
Oh, yeah. His lawyer sounds ridiculous. He has like a fun Rob Pebble or something like that.
In that
Like, he has
case,
a fake sounding
go
name,
out.
Rob Pebble. He's like, oh, I got to take a call from my lawyer. It's Frank Cum.
If we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, is refusing to go out.
Why does your lawyer have this offensive accent?
So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him,
The
there's
lawyer calls it
liability
a
for the
Bob
son.
threat.
If someone else does it,
Hey,
there's
this isn't
not
a little Wall
liability.
Street.
Okay, but Shisha says, no, it's talking about a case he's not willing to go. He's willing to go.
Bobby
Right, he's
Pebbles.
willing to go.
I want to get you off. What do you mean you're
Shame is out,
I'm
he's willing
sorry
to
for
go.
wage and hour
If
violation.
that case is willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else
You
comes
get out
along
Frank Cum,
and
actually.
hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other?
Rob
To which the
Pebble.
Gemara says very simple.
Yeah.
She wants to remember, this is very important.
Bobby
When
Pebbles,
Avram is condemned
attorney
to
at
death,
law.
what's his status?
At
What's his
laws.
status? He's considered to be dead. All right,
He
right?
sounded
Let's take a different
hilarious on
case.
the phone.
Someone like Avram is condemned to
He
death
was
by
like, here's what I want you to do,
and then
Mark.
Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability?
Yeah, well, Mark was like, are you sure that you want to be on, like, the pod? He was like, oh, yeah, that doesn't matter.
So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram is condemned to death, so someone else comes along
Attorney-client privilege
and
exists
hits
even if you're
Avram,
on a
curses
podcast with
Avram,
400
there's
people
no
listening.
liability because they hit
If you
and they
know.
curse the dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, let's say this is
Oh, they should. He's the best lawyer
of
around.
relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death.
Yeah,
You're right.
exactly.
But he is
You want, if you
still
want
your
a
father,
big
and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows:
I'm a big good lawyer. That's what BTL stands for.
Baishu Yashar Imeis.
What are your qualifications? I want
So
you
let's
to
listen
yield.
to this fascinating piece here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stamp. Right? I
Jobs
go
you
to
give a
Ruvain
talk
and I
at Harvard.
embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's right. While
Oh,
Ruvain is
yeah.
sleeping. Like giving a sleeping. So I say, so what's the problem of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, moving to sleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is. Right? I go ahead, but he's sleeping. So interestingly enough, and he dies in his sleep. So Reuben never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? By show Yashem base. I'm chayiv. Now, both say, "Who am I chayiv?" And Rashi says over here, she's actually right across chayiv. The mispaishin banav, the high nani loshno. So it's interesting enough. Halacha l'maisa. I'm obligated to pay boshes to the heirs, right, to Reuben's offspring, because they were embarrassed for this activity. Also, let me see here, that halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov's not going to be chayiv. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. They cursed a dead man. So what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person quote is dead, they never realize it. There's still liability. Varaya, if I embarrass someone while they're sleeping, and they never wake up. I'm still liable to go ahead and take the embarrassment to the offspring. You know what's the case over here? What happens where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shavakuta. So therefore again there's no liability, right? For damages less than a puta, ultimately again there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Yochanan, I thought we learned, but even if you injure someone, and you right to commit someone, and you cause them an injury that's less than shavakuta, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus, which the Gemara says, right, my part of the Talmud, what does it mean when they say that if Yaakov goes over to Abram and he struck or he cursed Abram, then ultimately he's Potter? What does that mean, Potter? Potter, Mimamah, when he says Potter from a monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Michlal did no chayiv the moment. So again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayiv the moment? It's really strange. Which he was like, oh, the dino, hakanami the dino. That's what I say, no. What it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability. Like Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. And after Hainu kind of deposit, so why is it that another will be puzzled, right? Yaakov's funny. How do we bring them to death? Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is puzzled? The Nasi Ba'amcha Losar. The Pasuk says literally again, a curse amongst the people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Ha'osei Maisa Amcha. Well, only when was it? When is there a prohibition of a Jew? When he is Ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he's part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformity with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael. And therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, so I understand cursing. So now, by the way, this is actually very important, because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Like only when we call them Osem Masa Amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, Hatina Chvala, Hakar, what about hitting? What about hitting someone? Like, what about hitting someone? Hatina Hakar, the Machino Hakar Miklava. You compare ultimately hitting to and therefore, just like curses, only applies to Amcha, and the person is conducting themselves in conformity with his family. So Hakar hitting applies as well. Nami. So once they got to get distinguished to apply for a son. Therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram has been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael, they have not called himself. There should be no prohibition to him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. Gemara says, the Amra Pinchas Asa Tshuva. That's the case. In cases where Avram did Tshuva, Avram's been condemned to death, but he did Tshuva before his execution. Hachanami Pisha Asa Tshuva. So let's say, so again, if Avram did Tshuva then what? He is included back in Amphah, and therefore again the son is not permitted to curse him or kick him. So listen, this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, you see from here that halacha myself, you can do halacha myself, you can do tshuva for life, literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Work of Tshuva, even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So as he does certain things, traumatic things, Avram is being sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. The possibility and the window for tshuva is still open, and so he folded us up into a little airplane and he launched us into the future like 5 hours. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect changes in oneself and in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. That's number 2. Joseph says to himself, oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva, then what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. Well, you see, don't say just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. It's an incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything. Right? As Moses says, if you be the highest level of tshuva, you make Hashem Abba, even Zidonos Nas, even your intentional behaviors can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage. Where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive, and then what happens? Let's say it happens to me that the offending party is out. Let's say it's arguing side. Right? To illustrate the purposes only. So then what happens? Then a husband phones it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting, often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? And I was like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said I'm sorry, it was genuine. There was even like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Like, I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certainly everything just like snaps back to what it was. Right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. It's also because, again, our actions have consequences. Our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important disciples to live with a life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so entirely and profoundly important. Because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't escape. Avram may be about tshuva. Everyone may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the reason they say it in? What's the reason they say it in? Shaka. Incredible. But now we have to kill you. Like, in other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva, and in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great about tshuva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's no big deal? I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva always possible, but the undoing reactions, both times, or the reactions of my actions, often cannot be undone. Incredibly so. You must be happy. that fits everything about choice. Now, it's not really more setting it up like this. You want to know why Yitzchak's son is Chai if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father gave out tshuva. He's having the tshuva. If that's because I'm the tshuva, then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. I'm not worried, but I'm let me finish with I'm very interesting. No. When you tie it, I love the rest of the person operating on a Jew. When ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, also circles back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halakha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? The son is a different obligation. Right? The son is the son. Right? The son always has an umbrella. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important. Otherwise, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have a So with parents, we talk about even the outcome is still good for that. A son still has an obligation to honor his parent, but the rest by everyone else, Adam is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. Okay, you know, Nami. If that's just against the son, should also be exempt. I'll say, I'm the days. Bibi Dahabi La'atamisa. Interesting, I will say. No, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of Kibbut Avva'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But the Maisa, you can't curse your parents after they're dead. So, for example, the color of the Nemo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he's sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, the son cursing him, would still be prohibited. Because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of Kibbut Avva'im, even after death. It transcends after death, right? This is why Allah again. You know, this is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of Kibbut Avva'im, which has a lot to do with what their father says. Parents said to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die.
My parents are savage. They were.
But is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or can they dispense with that request? Yeah, a lot of shaylas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. But right now, the point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that Kibbut Avva'im extends even beyond that. So we must okay. So interesting conversation. Bottom line, let's remember, how did this all start? What was the shadow? What was the shayla? Right? Yitzchak works for David, his father is Chayiv, ultimately again, for Malchus, or for Kvala, when the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition. Right? Or ultimately again, which is the similar thing. Right? Avram is being let out to death, is Yitzchak the son Chayiv, if he hits him or if he curses him. So certainly, one thing we certainly establishes, certainly, cursing him is Chayiv. Right? Because Lamaisa, again, cursing the parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my other, what's about him? So what's the other about him? The Pena of the day of Ishmael. Lakor, Pina, Ben Nasa, Shiach, Rakosa, or the Kalalo. So what's that general halacha Lamaisa? The son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of Basin. That's the halacha. Can't curse or hit your father as an agent of Basin, with one exception. Chutz mimesis, Torah, Shahari, Amatorah, Osachmo, one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak the son is permitted to go ahead and in person carry out the punishment of Basin, which makes us look like we've seen. Once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, you definitely throw the book of them in a general sense. Okay, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down the Shulchan Aruch. Again, so this was actually good. Rishman Aleph Dash. This is this. So he goes into the Gemara says.
I don't know what to say.
The Gemara says, two halachas over here.
What's it called?
So, how you Aviv V'imo Rishayim Gimurim Ba'Ovei Avera? Let's say one's parents were managed for Shem Gimurim. Right, Ovei Avera. So listen to this. Afilu Nigmar Kinam Lahariga V'Yotzim Yeharek. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, Asur Lo Lahakosam Ulakalam. You're not to make such a parents. You're not to make to curse them. Then he calls a column Potter. Now, interestingly, for Palestinians, if you hit them or if you curse them, they're Potter. Right? Why you Potter? Because technically speaking, you're dead already. Right? They also Shuva, Haris the Kai Benera Galay, Apapusha, and the is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Russia. Even though he's a Russia, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically Potter because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, but he goes around and says, however, if Aaron did Shuvah and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him and cursed him, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Ababi translated already. Even though what? Even though Yitzchak is being let, even though Aaron is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha l'maaseh in halacha hey, but I'm nice to hear. Other avido imo avir shalokim ala chayiv shliach l'dayanim lo yaki osem ve'im yitzchak v'nidui lo yishliach l'dosem lo yudah lo yakas. So in halacha hey, halacha asking that the son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Beis Din to carry out malchus, but to carry out nidui excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished yet. Hamakya other v'yina in chayiv actually yaseh b'ayim chabura. As we actually alluded to this earlier in the last video, when you hit is actually the beginning of the parent. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless a person causes an injury. So you have to think the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekalo b'maker, shemekalo la'aka misa chayiv, v'amakya la'aka misa pater. But in the Torah, even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, there is a stringency that person has over hitting, namely, that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing on chayiv even when the parent is dead. It's like incredible. Says the Gemara, it's analyzed. So let's say it's a very important halacha. What this means is, right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him like a gives him a heart. It doesn't get covered, it doesn't get injury. It's not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability respecting the parent when you cause a chabur.
Oh, you know what? 3016, not a bad thing to ask. I should have grasped. Actually, you know what? I have not. That's the one person I have not even grasped. And earlier, I told them that I was grasping it, so they heard yes.
So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says, "Ish asher kalot es aviv ve'es imo." God says that if a man will curse his mother and his father, he is put to death. Why? Aviv ve'ino kilo both. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says the second Aviv ve'ino kilo teaches me la'achamisa. That there's liability for a person who his parents even after death. Even after death, even after the parent died, he's not allowed to curse them. Listen to this.
Alright, see you later, Boulevard. Thank you for always being so friendly.
Since the Messiah, the Torah goes out and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So we'll say, therefore, again, the first extra phrase. Aviv ve'imo kilo, teach that there's liability for cursing parents even once they are dead. Furthermore,
I want to smoke. It's almost 4:20.
There's a couple. It's the couple. Uma makeh she'asa bo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha.
That would be crazy. Relapse.
So furthermore, again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asa bo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting him. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says,
what the fuck is on this
I'm sorry, don't come on it. But yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead.
This fucking bite ain't getting no one
the din of Makala is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call an Amchal, in Halacha L'maisa there is no liability for going ahead and pushing them. Certainly there should be no liability for asking that. Talmud Lomar, Ovid V'imo Kilos, Lachamisa. So in other words, I give me extra phrase, Ovid V'imo Kilos teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing the parents even after their death. Alright, so that's analyzed. So I mean, I said, like, yeah, Ovid V'imo. So again, we're going to see this in the Bible in just a moment. That old phrase of Ovid V'imo Kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with the last phrase, Ovid V'imo Kilo? It's going to teach that even after the death of the parents, there's going to be liability. There was El Rabbi Yoshia, my friend Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Decide that. Ish ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now again, lashon the pasuk is ish ish asher kalo es abid ves imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish?
If I told you I smoked a cigar,
My fellow ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum va'androgynous. You see that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there's no liability to the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalo es abid ves imo. Who cursed his mother and his father, in the Ella of the Dina. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv Shalom Imo Shalom Avimino. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says, Talomar Aviv Imo Kila. The pasuk then goes on to say, Aviv Imo Kila. Aviv Kila, Imo Kila, Rabbi Yoshia. So now you see what's happening up here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that needs to sound like in the reading of that pasuk is, there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says therefore the end of the pasuk says, Aviv Imo Kila, teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. So Rabbi Yoshia uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Mashma shmei she'achol mashma echad b'fnei atzmos, ad sheyifol nefak kosav Yaakov." Rabbi Yonasan says, "No, that's not how they read in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minole, not the me in the color of the emo, most emos. The pasuk says ultimately again from the color of the emo, most emos the idas. When we find in the rabbos class, put the androgynous. That's burned out to teach me. But in the androgynous, people that was the first one, and the same people in ish. Learning after ish. The Bertorah Klosham and the Adam. So he's just talking in like a normative way. But listening, Chomer ben Makkah meaning the color. So why not highlight the idea that there's a chumrah? Then Makkah is over the color. How so? Sheb Makkah, second wide line. Sheb Makkah also Boshul Ba'amcho Ki Ba'amcho. By Makkah, was a Yitzhak comes in own Jew. Whether the Jew is Amcho or not Amcho, you're trying to Masha is in the color. Ultimately, again, but that's different by Makalo. Because by Makalo, you only try it for person the Jew is Ba'amcho. Hasavar, Makshimi, Hakal, Mitzvah. We go ahead and ultimately, again, we compare or we compare the halacha of Hakal to Kala. But just like Hakal, you're trying for going ahead and doing it. So the Kala, Lema, Hani tonight. Let's say, this time, I like the other tonight. Let's say, so like what? The Tani Chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi Ata Mitzvah Hakal, so Yata Mitzvah Hakal, Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, if you're getting to Kusi in general, Kusi in shots is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guy. That just means a guy. Kusi is the same thing as Apple, right? In other terms, what Kusi refers to are the Kusim. Who are the Kusim? Like whenever again when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes, so he had a good strategy. He knows his strategy. His military strategy was, whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homelands and you settle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when we exile the 10 tribes, who do we put in their place?
the Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. There's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? Just bear that in mind. So the answer is follows. So Kusi after the Tzivah Haka, so there's no Shakri also. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're Kai. If you curse a Kusi, you're not Kai. Thank you, that's another advice. So we have done the Tzivah Haka, that's for the Haka. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not Kai. You're hitting him. Or for cursing him, Rabbi Yomar says, Sabuel, between Alma, Kusi, Giri, and I'm saying, that was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusi is legitimate Giri. And that's the case in mercy. So my love documents with you. So what are they arguing about? So the Marsa are actually not called a Klava. One of the things is that you compare hitting someone to cursing someone. Mars and therefore again is liability. Mars cover, no, not soon as called the Klava. And then people say, no, we treat them separately. You might say, well, not true. Everyone agrees. No, not true. Called the Klava. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what are we arguing about here? Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos. Am I saying Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos? I'm sorry. Mar Saba Kusin Giri NSA. Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos. What's the Machokis? I will say the Machokis ultimately is what's the nature of Kusin? What Kusin Giri Arayos means that Arayos is an olive, not an olive. Right? They converted because of the lions. So therefore, they're not legitimate Giri. Other thing he says, no. They're Giri MS. Legitimate lions. Legitimate Giri. So the Gemara says, how do you turn out love? Show up to Yisrael. So let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, so what does it mean when we say that the shore of a pussy is treated like the shore of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, and the Shmamino, the case of the Shmamino. Rather, we'll say, what do you see here? What is Machokes? Machokes ultimately is, do you compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental Machokes and holding over here. So let's say, so just Halakha Lamaisa, just in terms of the Kinkolis here. So Halakha Lamaisa, the repasting is that Hakah and Klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there is a problem of cursing one's parent even after their death. But Halakha Lamaisa, again, Hakah, right, striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right, well, after the death of the parent. Sorry for a little bit fast on the last piece. We'll pick up with Mishnah Rishon tomorrow. You can stop. It's fast at the end. All right, so we'll say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, right? Talmud Torah sponsor. Social Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year as a Zuchus from the Torah Tzavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Abalin with Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef, going on the occasion of his 12th yard site. Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael Zichron Devracha, a week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Collins, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah Zichron Devracha, and our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Harav Moshe Ben Harav David or Moshe Feinstein, Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah. The families in the Chama, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yadei. So that's thank you to Rashi Agency for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say so. Let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Pei Hey 85 here up to a next. We left off on Pei down on the base 84B, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. How's this sound? So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The case, the question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah, introduced us to the idea that if the son injures his father, he's chayiv chelek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough,
We have two opinions, Rav Maslo and Rav Dini Bar Childa, who both seem to say yes. But then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rad and Mar Braid Ravina, who did not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chabura. So the Gemara goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shayad, Vital Ba'asakot. Remember again, this is now switching over to Hilchos Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows, that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. 1 second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an Isra D'Oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogig, it's not an intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogig of skila. Which the Gemara says, no, hasam mekalkel. That's different, because if there is a chabura that's caused by taking out the splinter, that's mekalkel. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, so that's not according to the opinion that says mekalkel is pater, that in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is pater. According to the opinion that says mekalkel is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, well, it's like a man Shabbos leidor mekalkel by chabura chayiv. Who is the opinion that says that mekalkel by chabura, that if you cause a chabura and it's skillful and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Tapas hey. Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalacha Shnei Legufa. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shnei Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds such a purpose. Okay? So the word goes off. So we'll say, so bottom line, by the way. So what happens when it comes to this? We're just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha shenetzricha legufa. In general, both say for Hilchos Shabbos, what do you Hilchos Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately again it's not asur on Shabbos. Now that being said, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos. We take splinters after Shabbos out of a fear, ultimately again, of a darshan and a scavenging, right? But even though it's a malacha shenetzricha legufa, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? Rabbi says this is a big shayla. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this disease. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch asks in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Avayim, fascinating halachas, in Yerodea, Siman Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows, Reish Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. The Aruch says as follows, Hayakot Takov La'aviv. Let's say again, my father has a splinter. The Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asas Bo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he comes to cause his father to bleed. It will make his dam, or rofe, let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor, lo yak is dam la'aviv, lo yaktiv lo aver, afa pisha mechavin l'rfuah. A son should not do anything to a father that could cause bleeding, even if the intention is for reflection. That's how it's going to say, so that, but the Ramah is in a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is this true? When there's someone else to go ahead and provide what we call this quote-unquote service for the father. About an ancient after lasos, who mitzayir, harei makom makizo, the chote close to be masher she'shu lasos. So it's interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. But Shulchan is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "Kafi masher she'shu lasos." He has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatziva is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the lachak. Right? There's no one else there. A son could do it, but really he should get the shush from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause a chabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give rishus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not of the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who gets. Again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally better to have someone other than your son perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishus, son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more a little bit later on today. Goes on top of PA 85A, second line down. Very interesting case. Boy, me and Rav Sheshes. Yes, the father Rav Sheshes. Ben, Mak Shias Shliach La'aviz La'akoso with a color. Wow, listen to this.